A Fatal Winter by G.M. Mallier. Narrated by Michael Page. Cast of characters at Chedrow Castle. Oscar, Lord Footrussell. Letitia, Lady Baynard. Randolph, Viscount Nathersby. Lester Baynard and his wife Felberta, Festa, Baynard, née Oliver. Lady Jocasta Jones, née Footrussell, by Oscar's first wife Beatrice Briar. Simon Jones, Jocasta's husband. Lamorna Whitehall, adopted by Father Leo Whitehall, deceased, and Mother Lady Leah Whitehall, deceased. Gwyneth, Lady Footrussell, née Lavener, mother of the twins. The twins, Alec, Viscount Edenstartle, and Lady Amanda, Jocasta's step-siblings. Scylla Petrie, assistant to Randolph, Viscount Nathersby. Milo and Doris Vladimirov, a married couple employed as the butler and the cook at Chedrow Castle. Mr. Wintermute, the family solicitor. A Fatal Winter. Marley was dead, to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol. Part 1. Prologue. December 26. Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen. Oscar, Lord Footrussell, was in his castle, spying from the squint in his private chamber overlooking the great hall. The little window was concealed in the wall decorations, and in this manner had lords and masters through the centuries kept an eye, literally, on the goings-on at Chedrow Castle, retreating to the solar, as the room was called, to peer stealthily at the great hall antics through small openings in the thick walls. There was a larger squint overlooking the castle grounds and the fields beyond, and the 8th Earl Footrussell now shuffled over to again take up a somewhat hunched position, for the squints were created in an age when men tended to be half a foot shorter. He wrapped his woolen robe tighter against his aging body, a body still lean from years of shooting and fishing and on occasion riding to hounds. In general, a life spent killing things, for which he made no apology. That was the way of life and of death. It was the shooting season now, and he missed the camaraderie. He used often to shoot with friends, 8 guns, 12 beaters, 3 pickers-up. But he didn't like being out in the cold any longer, in more ways than one. He had a shock of thick white hair, which he smoothed now behind his ears, but his once tan skin was now damaged and spotted from the outdoor life. He'd been handsome once, and bore the remains of that handsomeness still. Any vanity he'd had on this score had been tempered by his prolonged encounter with his second, much younger wife. He accepted now that he was old. But on a slow night, and they were all slow lately, he could pretend he was one of his ancestors, girded in leather and fur, and on the watch for invasion by land or for betrayal from within. On the south-facing wall of the solar was a window that looked over the sea, a window enlarged and made modern in later, safer centuries. No attempt at invasion from that direction could ever go unnoticed either. But tonight's spying was hardly satisfactory, could indeed hardly be called spying, for the scene he looked out on was bleak and barren, a cold frost blanketing the ground under a bright moon. It was the night after Christmas, and not a creature was stirring. What the scene was missing was people. There was a certain amount of wildlife, but Oscar was a man more captivated by humanity, its foibles and failures, and having few people around to inspire and divert didn't suit him. After a long career in London, he missed the hurly-burly, and was coming to realize the idea of retirement was much more captivating and more fun to brag about to those less fortunate than the reality of being retired, with time hanging heavy each day. He was too isolated out here, that was the problem. Yesterday he and his sister Letitia had celebrated the holiday together, just the two of them. Well, along with that half-witted Lamorna. He supposed that made 3. There were the servants, of course, as he still thought of them, but that hardly counted for company. Indeed, it would be standing at the top of a slippery slope to start inviting the servants in for family occasions. Should he move back to the city, he wondered, not for the first time? Or should he? Wouldn't it be easier? Yes. He could invite his family to visit, even to come and live with him a while. It's not as if they had anything keeping them at home. It would even be rather nice to see the twins, briefly. What were they now, 13 years old? 14? He made a wheezing sound, a noise like a door swinging open and shut on rusty hinges. It might have been a laugh. Of course they'd all come running, he thought. The lot of them. They all think they're going to inherit from me, so all they have to do is sit and wait. Ha! Lazy, leeching band of so-and-sos. I'm only 75. I'll live to bury them yet. Just then, in the distance, was a movement, a flash of bright blue against the white and grey world. It was Jake Sloop, the farmer who lived nearby. What was he doing? Stopping and bending, gathering. Gathering wood, Oscar supposed. He sold firewood in Monkslip-super-Mare sometimes, not always legally, and he often stopped by the castle to see if he could sell some to Doris, the cook. The words to the old Christmas song came into Oscar's mind. A poor man came in sight, gathering winter fuel. The radio and telly this time of year were relentless in their playing of such songs. He felt he'd been forced to memorize the words to all of them. Oscar hadn't ever known what it was to do manual work. His wealth had been inherited, and his vaster wealth came from thinking, from the blinding flashes of insight that had turned inherited wealth into a far-flung empire. The sight of old man Sloop made him think, long and hard, and in the end he decided it was time to get in touch with his loving family. He wanted next year's festivities to be different. And they would be. 11 months later, November 27. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. "Poinsettias are not poisonous," said Susanna. "It's an old wives' tale." "For old wives like you," she added mutinously, if silently. "They are so too poisonous. They're highly poisonous to cats," retorted Elka Garth, owner, sole proprietor, and chief cook and dishwasher of the Cavalier Tea Room and Garden. She had been reading up on the care of poinsettias on the web, where she had come across the warning. "Then keep the fucking cat out of the church," said Susanna. Elka reeled back in a somewhat stagey posture of horror. She was used to Susanna. All the Nether Monkslip villagers were. "Really, Susanna," she said, just to keep in form, "you might remember where you are." Susanna, caught up in the fizz of the moment, had actually forgotten she was standing in the narthex of St. Edward's, where she and Elka had repaired to continue what had escalated from casual discussion to simmering warfare. They had gone there to talk away from the ears of the church handyman, Morris, who was again painting over the persistently recurring water stain on the church wall. "Sorry," she said automatically. Elka, seizing the momentary advantage, pressed on. "Luther lives here. He's the official St. Edward's mouser. But we can't afford to have another debacle like last year. Don't you remember the nativity scene, when one of the lambs burst out crying when one of the angels pulled its ears, and Mary dropped the baby Jesus, which fortunately had not been a real baby, of course? Actually, she didn't so much drop it as it came unwound from its swaddling clothes and sort of rolled naked down the chancel steps. The children didn't quite know what to do, and several more of them burst into tears. They thought they'd be held accountable, you see, for all of its going tits up so quickly. It doesn't do to have children younger than 5 up there. If they haven't taken their naps that day, well, what can you expect? It would be like sending me on stage before I'd had my coffee in the morning." Susanna had just stared at her throughout this recital. "Jesus," she said at last. "Precisely," said Elka. "I mean, not precisely. It was a baby doll. But you do see why we can't have anything go wrong this—" Susanna cut her off. "Yes, say no more, please." She sighed heavily, her buxom figure straining the fabric of a bright red woolen dress that wrapped and tied at her waist. She wore tan knee-high boots of a buttery leather and an antique brooch of holly leaves and berries, and she'd recently had her thick blonde hair swept into an updo at the cut-and-dried salon. She knew she looked smashing. Although why I bother in this one-donkey town, she thought, where the only male of any viable interest is the vicar, who is not taking the bait, is beyond me. "Mice," she said now, enunciating slowly in her husky voice, "have rights too. Did you ever think of that? We'd be doing them a favour, entire families of helpless mice, fathers and mothers struggling to raise tiny newborns under constant threat from Luther. What's one life weighed against so many?" Susanna loved cats and would never see any animal harmed, but Elke, she suddenly realized, was driving her quite mad. Even if hell prevailed, she would never allow herself again to be paired with Elke Garth on the church flower rota. Never, never, Susanna's thoughts hung suspended in mid-air, for just then the Reverend and extremely dishy Max Tudor came into view, walking down the High, blundered into the situation as he would later recall it. Elke turned toward him, relief making her plain round face shine. Susanna tucked a stray wisp of hair back into her French twist and began smoothing the fabric of her skirt over her hips. Both women approvingly watched his approach. He had a loping gait and the long stride and easy movement of the athlete. For his part, Max was thinking of his sermon for the next day, which was Advent Sunday. He was preoccupied by metaphors for this time of waiting, an occasion that too often had nothing to do with patience and calm, but with frantic rushing about and shopping and overindulgence. Simultaneously, he was giving some advance thought to his Christmas Day sermon. Always so important to get right, he told himself. In actuality, Christmas was his favourite holiday, and working on the sermon a particular pleasure. What was most to be avoided, as always, was providing a sense of dreary, never-ending monotony with a sermon that would have parishioners wondering, with Tom Stoppard, where is God? Max was so preoccupied, in fact, that initially he did not recognize what was at stake in the women's discussion. "Hello, Father," said Elke, shouting her greeting and not so gently elbowing Susanna aside as he approached. "Poinsettias are poisonous to cats, aren't they?" Max, startled by the question, fell unwittingly into the trap. "I believe I've read somewhere they can be toxic." Elke whipped her head round to look at Susanna. "That told you, plain if unspoken." "But only mildly," he said, opening the church door. "It's the hollyberry that can be extremely toxic." As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, his gaze wandered to either side of the altar, where copious sprays of both offending items were beautifully arrayed, reflecting hours of effort by both women. "Oh," he said. Susanna, who had also supplied the hollyberries, driving all the way to Monkslip-super-Mare to collect the donation from the flower shop, looked crestfallen. As if to underline the point, Luther chose that moment to sprint in front of the altar in pursuit of some unseen and possibly imaginary quarry. "I'm sure something can be arranged," Max said, with a bright but feckless optimism that, given his knowledge of his contentious parishioners, bordered on insanity. Still, he was hoping the generally amenable Elke would volunteer a home for Luther, or even that Susanna would, given the circumstances. "Allergic," said both women in unison. "A wiener?" he said hopefully. A wiener, the village's so-called new-agey neo-pagan, was known to have a soft spot for animals. The women shook their heads in unison. "I happen to know she's in London," said Susanna, "shopping for decorations for our holiday party." Thank God. She could just picture a wiener trotting along right about now, swinging her little basket, probably full of eye of newt or whatever a neo-pagan would haul about with her, and Max's eyes lighting up at the sight. "Well, of course," Susanna continued, "she's calling it a holiday party to be inclusive, but she told me she was doing her solstice shopping. The party's being held on the winter solstice, did you realize? That's a big festival for someone of Awena's persuasion. Yes, and there will be a full moon and a total lunar eclipse that night besides, said Max, smiling his oblivious smile. That's rather rare, I understand. Sounds to me like the perfect time for a birthday celebration, especially this birthday celebration. Right, muttered Susanna. All we're missing now is a star in the east. If she had hoped for a stronger or more disapproving reaction from Father Max, as the villagers called him, she was disappointed. She was not alone in noticing the vicar's fondness for Rowena. To be fair, it was a fondness shared by most of the villagers of whatever religious persuasion. The trouble with Rowena was that everyone liked Rowena so. Susanna herself liked Rowena, which made her recent dislike all the more puzzling and irritating. Susanna acknowledged to herself that all this made no sense at all, but it was the Reverend Max Tudor's evident awareness of Rowena, all the while Susanna was practically throwing herself into his arms, that was feeding this aversion. What Susanna didn't need right now was competition. Max Tudor was a tough enough nut to crack as it was. Anyway, she said, she won't be here for a while. Maybe you can get your Mrs. Hooser to feed him, at least until Rowena gets back. Max bridled at the notion of Mrs. Hooser, the woman who did for him with an incompetence bordering on domestic sabotage, being in any way his. Thea, he began. Thea is the gentlest dog that ever lived. It was Elka's turn to press home the advantage. She'll get along fine with Luther. She'll welcome the company, more like as not. I don't know, said Max. I have to be in London myself the early part of December for a symposium of sorts. Mrs. Hooser can cope, said Susanna brightly. Both Max and Elka turned to look at her. Really? Since when? But in the face of the women's predicament, and allowing his helpful peacemaker tendencies again to get the better of him, Max nodded and said, Okay, fine. I'll take Luther in. What harm can it do? December 3. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Jocasta and Simon Jones were flying coach, a rare economy in a lifetime of wild, even frenzied spending. So as not to be recognized, Jocasta was wearing a wig. Or perhaps, thought a cynical Simon, hoping to be recognized as one so famous a wig was required for her to get from point A to point B in public, unmolested by a ravening media. But flying coach was a novel experience for Jocasta, and her entry into this new world was not going well. The choices, as their flight attendant Wendy had chirped over the PA system, were between two boxed lunches. Jocasta, at 50 a worshipper at the altar of youth and vitality, chose the healthy option. She unwrapped the box when it had been deposited on her tray table and peered inside. There nestled a small tin of albacore, a small plastic tub of applesauce, and a large bag containing approximately 10 crisps, along with plasticware wrapped hygienically and impenetrably in plastic. There was also a large, round, nubby object that might have been a biscuit or a cowpat. Jocasta pushed the button on her armrest for the attendant. 2 seconds later she pushed it again. On, off, on, off. $7.50 for a box of tuna and applesauce? She cried, when Wendy had rushed to her side, expecting no less than a passenger in the final stages of cardiac arrest. Are you quite mad? The flight attendant grinned her determined battle station's grin. It was the wide grin she saved for the type of passenger she would refuse to assist with their oxygen mask and flotation device should the need arise, hewing close to her own survival of the fittest philosophy. Sob the lot of them anyway. But the airline had only yesterday caught major media flack for its unfriendly service, and everyone was on short notice to start being nicer to passengers. Just my rotten luck to draw this witch today, Wendy thought, grinning yet more broadly. What's so funny? Demanded Jocasta suspiciously. I'm afraid we have no control over the food choices the airline offers. She was thinking how you used to be able to tell the Brits from the Yanks, and it wasn't just the accents. You could tell by the shoes and clothing, and the haircuts. This one was British, but she'd been in the States a long time. The haircut, or was it a wig, was expensive and subtly American in style. The clothes? Designer stuff, but last year's. It was the clothing that made it hard to tell anymore. We're all starting to dress alike. Wendy leaned in confidingly, a past mistress of the art of talking down the obstreperous passenger. She whispered, "It's chronic, isn't it? We have to eat that muck too, even the pilots, and we all complain about it, believe you me, dear." Jocasta merely scowled and demanded her money back. She had already eaten the healthy option crisps and fully intended to eat the rest of the box's contents, but the flight attendant was too quick for her. "Certainly, madam," she said, seizing the box and turning away, never to reappear until the plane landed at Heathrow. "I'll credit your charge card." "I simply can't believe this," Jocasta fumed to Simon. "I suppose these seats don't convert into a bed either. No free champagne, no gourmet meal, just that box of crap, no Canadian ice wine to go with the pudding." Her chin quivered with outrage. Jocasta, her husband noticed, was again getting a bit fleshy around the neck, despite the ministrations of a renowned Hollywood doctor who did necks as a specialty, much as a garage might specialize in mufflers or brake pad replacement. You could have hidden marbles in the folds of her neck before she had the first of many surgeries. Now she had that death's head look, so common in Hollywood, of skin stretched too tautly to fool anyone into believing they were looking at the full bloom of youth. Simon had come to regret his role, however well remunerated in the past, as a propper-up of a fading actress's ego, an ego otherwise sustained only by her bottomless belief in her own attractiveness. Jocasta was an actress of a particular stamp. The damsel of horror or science fiction films, permanently typecast as the moronic but nubile maiden who explores the castle alone with only the aid of a flickering stub of a candle, and later as the moronic but spry matron who is generally the first victim of the headless corpse marauding microbe. But the longer her career went on, the shorter seemed to be Jocasta's time on screen. Roles calling for nuance and subtle shading, generally going to actresses roughly of her generation like Emma Thompson and Meryl Streep, Jocasta soldiered on, increasingly baffled by her agent's inability to keep her image before a fickle public. The pinnacle of her career was now considered to be her portrayal of Jula Bates in I See Crazy People, which had developed a very small cult following, after which it had all gone downhill. Roles having disappeared entirely, Jocasta had formally announced her retirement, in the hope of generating a clamour for her return. The announcement had been greeted with a stony silence. Even the Hollywood trade papers had ignored the press release spat out onto the tray beneath their fax machines. That Simon was 14 years his wife's junior was starting to bother him. In the early days he could not have begun to predict how much it would. He supposed it was because, despite the difference in their ages, he was much the more mature of the two, the stabilizing force. But to this day he could not watch Sunset Boulevard without flinching, particularly at the opening scene in which William Holden's body floats lifelessly in Gloria Swanson's pool. Watery grave. He tuned back into Jocasta's broadcast on words eerily tracking his own thoughts. Surely, he reasoned, one prerequisite for reading another's thoughts is empathy. Jocasta's empathy tank always seemed to him to be running on empty. "What's that, dear?" he said easily, well practised in soothing and taming the wildebeest. "I said," she repeated irritably, "I said it's a miracle they don't send us to a watery grave, if this is their idea of running an airline." At least, thought Simon, she might have been irritated. The Botox injections, a lucrative sideline of the neck specialists, made her appear to be in a perpetual state of pouty, whatever adolescence. This alternated with a frozen scowl, which at least went with her querulous personality. Not sure he followed the connection between food service and plane maintenance, he nodded, checking his watch. A 5th anniversary present from Jocasta worth the equivalent of the original mortgage on his parents' old house back in Omaha, Nebraska. He and Jocasta would land in half an hour to find a limo waiting to transport them to Monkslip-super-Mare and then on to Chedrow Castle, where, so Simon had gathered, Jocasta had invited them, and someone, presumably the old man, had grudgingly acquiesced in allowing them to come. Everything about the set-up struck him as wrong, beginning with the fact that Jocasta had had to finagle an invitation. Beginning with the fact he'd not been taken to meet her father or aunt and all the rest of them before now. Whenever he'd asked her about it, she'd replied, "They're totally dysfunctional, all of them," as if that answered it. "One of them, I've always thought, is actually insane." And then she'd change the subject. Now she had gotten out her cosmetics bag and was busy painting little black wings at the corner of each eye, Cleopatra style, leaning back and turning her head from side to side to take in the full effect in her compact mirror. The inner lids of her eyes she had already lined in a pale electric blue. The effect was to force one to stare into her eyes, an effect that should have inspired trust. But Simon was reminded of nothing so much as snake eyes edged in blue. Don we now our gay apparel. Lamorna was getting dressed. Lamorna Whitehall, grand-niece, by adoption, of Oscar Lord Footrussell, and granddaughter, by adoption, of Letitia, Lady Baynard. That by adoption tag was so automatic Lamorna barely noticed it any more, or so she told herself. "My granddaughter, by adoption, of course," Lady Baynard would say dismissively, by way of introduction, when she could be bothered to introduce her at all. When she couldn't avoid introducing her, more like. Even Lady Baynard realized that to leave Lamorna standing there like a stick of furniture while guests politely, inquiringly turned their heads in her direction only made Lady B look rude, if not blind or barking. Funny, thought Lamorna, how she seldom even thought of her grandmother, by adoption, as grandmother, or even as Letitia, or even as the dowager, which suited her down to the ground. It was Lady Baynard. Certainly to her face it was always Lady Baynard. And Lady B, but only when the old misery's back was turned. Lamorna, adjusting her crocheted white collar to lie flat against her shapeless dark dress, straightened the large wooden cross hanging from a cord around her neck. The cross, which she always wore, added little to her ensemble, but it did tend to act as a barricade to anyone not of her religion. She assessed herself impartially, even fearlessly, in the age-spotted mirror over her dressing-table, squaring up to peer at herself through the thick lenses required to correct her 20/250 vision. She was no beauty, that she knew, but she had been told she had a noble nose. How she cherished that compliment, made by the only mother she'd ever known. Adoptive mother? Eyewash. Leah had been all the world. All the world. In response to Lamorna's anxious teenage inquiry, after a particularly brutal term among the hellions at school, Leah Whitehall had looked long and hard at her beloved plain-as-rice pudding child and said, "I've always thought you had a noble nose, a fine example of a Roman nose, in fact." In other hearts, less anxious for approval, less in need of shoring up than Lamorna's, this blatant flattery would have been seen for what it was. That the nose in question had a cold at the moment, a cold she'd caught from Letitia, the old monster, only added rosy insult to injury, but Lamorna still saw the protuberance as her saving grace. Her father had seen her only as a disappointment. That much she knew without being told. Not that that stopped him from dropping broad hints about her looks, her style of dress, her hair, her lack of makeup, on and on. To have lost both of them in the airplane crash was the cruelest twist, with her father at the controls, of course, killing her mother with his carelessness, although they said it had been an accident. Had it been only her father who died, now that would have been divine justice. Her heart raced with thoughts of doom and retribution, which thoughts were interrupted by the tinkling of the bell installed by her bed. It connected directly to Lady B's room, where it connected to a bell-pull ending in a large maroon tassel. How Lamorna had come to loathe the sound! Thus must Pavlov's dogs have come to regard the bell that sometimes meant food, sometimes meant hunger. Or was that the rats and the pellets? Lamorna couldn't remember. She'd never been much good at school, its reward system having eluded her entirely. She considered the option of dawdling rather than hopping to attention in response, but after 30 seconds the whole idea of making her grandmother wait made her nervous. Lady Baynard would not be pleased. Everything went more smoothly if she, Lamorna, responded promptly. It was undoubtedly something minor. It always was. The old ogress probably just wanted a fresh handkerchief. Troll the Ancient Yuletide Carol. Gwyneth, Lady Foot Russell, was at her vanity table in the nearby watchtower bedroom, wielding a mascara brush with practised ease, and singing softly, a bit off-key, and getting the words slightly wrong. God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. The tune had been playing as she shopped recently in Fantasian, the carol a piquant counterpoint to the rampant materialism on display. For who could really afford this stuff besides Gwyn and her Sloaney cronies? Scarves by Hermes and Tag Heuer watches and Gucci bags to hold it all. Although in point of fact, Gwyneth, having maxed out several of her credit cards, and with the bank getting quite shirty recently about her overdraft, could only just afford the cocktail dress and matching evening bag she finally settled on. She couldn't be photographed by Tatler over and over again in the same old party rags, could she? Using a tweezers, she picked up a snippet of false eyelash, applied glue to its base, and attached it to the corner of one eye. She sat back to observe the effect, lifting her chin and turning her head to the side. Halfway, she decided, to perfection. As she continued her task, she thought, so, according to the song, having married, like, way above a gentleman, an actual freaking earl, and having rested, I should let nothing me dismay, right? Well. Having married Oscar, Lord Foot Russell, borne his children, nothing restful about that, and then having been dumped, well, thank God for the children. Without them, the sodding divorce judge would have been even less generous in giving me the measly monthly allowance I was suddenly expected to live on. The blue eyes had been completely fringed now, offering a smoky, sultry illusion of unplumbed depths. The lip gloss applied, the powder dusted to set the foundation with a few strokes of a kabuki brush. Thinking of the twins, which she did as seldom as possible, Gwyneth crossed the room to the armoire, pausing before a full-length mirror to examine her artistry from a distance. She smoothed the silk nightgown taut against her concave stomach and observed with a critical eye. She still had, she thought, even after years of personal training, a tiny pooch where she had carried the elephant children, as she thought of them, for years and years and years, until finally they had emerged, both of them cabbage heads weighing like a ton each. Fortunately, the nanny engaged for their care had whisked them out of sight like something that, left out, might begin to spoil. Too right, that idea, and too late. No question the pair of them were spoiled rotten. School games and uniforms, field hockey and polo and rowing. Why, her own comprehensive in Luton had barely had room for a little corner by the gymnasium for the drug dealers to hang about. Oscar had at least been generous in paying for the twins' removal by Dragon Lady, as he had been in paying for the posh la-di-da schooling. She recognized that without that generosity she'd have been stuck caring for the twins herself. Gack! Just the thought of the three of them stuck in some walk-up council flat, herself slinging beans on toast for their supper, a cigarette dangling from one side of her mouth, and her wearing an old wrapper like her mother used to do, the thought actually made her ill. Like that was ever going to happen once she was Lady Foot Russell, but still. Oscar had insisted on paying for the twins' education directly, as part of the settlement, as if to suggest Gwyneth might spend the tuition money on makeup and wardrobe if left to her own devices. Insulting, that's what it was. But that hanging judge who handled the settlement had agreed. Bloody men stick together. Her mother had been right about that, if nothing else. People thought she had frog-marched old Oscar down the aisle, actually up the steps to the civil ceremony at old Marylebone Town Hall. But people would think what they liked, and never mind the truth. She guessed her mother had been right about that, too. There was a knock at the door that could only be the twins wanting something. The watchtower, attached to the castle and let as a holiday cottage in season, ranged over 3 floors with a steep set of stairs in between each. The twins had the 2 small bedrooms on the ground, she the double bedroom and separate lavatory on the first floor. The second floor held the sitting room, where the twins seemed to spend half their time engrossed in some idiotic computer game or another. The place was painted inside in frenetic yellows and bright blues, jarringly at odds with the outer stone appearance, an attempt to deny the dark hues of winter and hurry along the closer sun of July. She tied a robe around her waist and shouted at them to come in. With a mumbled, "Hello," Alex slouched through the door, grabbed some electronic gadget he'd left behind and slouched back out. Amanda waited wordlessly by the door jamb. Fine manners they were taught at their posh schools. Being on the cusp of teenagehood, they seemed to think, gave them special privileges. Little did they know that the next few years would be the worst of their lives, if history was any guide. But right now they were by anyone's standards beautiful, clear-skinned, with the flaxen hair they'd inherited from her, and with their father's aristocratic features. Gwyneth supposed she should be grateful for the invitation that had brought them all here, but somehow all she could do was look that particular gift-horse in the mouth, wondering what the aristocratic old coot was up to now. Oscar didn't seem particularly overjoyed to see any of them, although he was trying to show an interest in the children, which made a nice change from the usual. She needed to make sure Oscar didn't forget altogether he had children, besides that awful actress person, Jocasta Jones, as she now was. Jocasta, who had flown to England post-haste in response to her own summons, her husband the lapdog at her side. It was essential Jocasta not get any ideas that being Oscar's firstborn gave her any special privileges. Oscar's son, his one and only son, Alec, he was what mattered in the competition for the Foot Russell heritage. See the blazing Yule before us. Randolph, formerly Viscount Nathersby, or simply Nathersby when plying his trade. It's a Nathersby, of course, cost the earth, but the man is worth it. And Scylla Petrie, his stylist/assistant, huddled in warm comfort by the fireplace, sipping a pre-dinner sherry as they waited for the rest of the castle dwellers to assemble. What was now called the drawing-room, slotted into an area above one end of the great hall, was reached by a 15th-century spiral stone staircase and dated from the times, roughly the late Middle Ages, when families began to think privacy was a better idea than living, eating and sleeping among the help. Certainly it was a more fragrant idea. As in Lord Foot Russell's nearby bedroom, one wall contained a squint through which the family could keep an eye on the merrymakers below. It so happened that Gwyneth, now slipping into her Louboutins in the tower room, was the topic of their conversation. "I give it until Boxing Day," Randolph was saying. He paused to smooth back his thick dark hair, which tended to fall rakishly over one eye. "Oscar won't be able to abide Gwyn and the twins much beyond that. The noble experiment will end with a whimper rather than a bang, you'll see." "I wonder why he thought otherwise," said Scylla. "Surely he just encouraged Gwyneth's ambitions by having her come here, trailing the children. Do you think he was hoping for a reconciliation, something Dickensian like that? After all, he's not getting younger." "God knows what my uncle thought." Randolph stood back to examine the oil painting near the mantelpiece, a rare seascape by Manet, envying the way the artist had so perfectly captured the light. "He was never given to confiding in me." "As beautiful as Gwyneth is, she's ripe for a makeover," said Scylla.
I'm itching to get my hands on her.
Will a makeover fill her head with anything besides the rubbish stuffed in there now? Scylla grinned.
She has such delicate features, and that skin. The hair needs some lowlights and some hair product, that's all.
She tossed back her own glossy coils of dark brown hair, rich with product, as if to demonstrate what was possible if one put one's mind to it. Scylla was an excellent stylist. Randolph grunted, not really listening. He'd read somewhere Manet had failed the examination to join the Navy, twice. Luckily for posterity, he'd rejected the life his father had tried to foist on him.
The three of them look so much alike, Gwyneth and the twins, Scylla was saying. Scandinavian blood, at a guess. That type washes out on film, though.
Too bad she doesn't take herself with her whey-faced brood over there for a long visit, said Randolph with sudden irritation. Why is she here, anyway?
Well, it is Christmas, said Scylla, and she's rather stuck with the twins being out of school. I'd be willing to bet she played on Oscar's finer feelings.
He has no finer feelings that I'm aware.
She might ring the changes on the poor fatherless tykes theme. More Dickens. I'm sure she's mainly here to campaign for a bigger settlement, and Oscar may have felt it wiser to put up with them all for a few days than to have her petitioning the courts on the grounds the children are being neglected by their father.
Interesting you should say that. Randolph drew closer, warming his hands by the fire. It is certainly what I suspected, that he was strong-armed into this, rather than that he issued an invitation willingly, as she claims. He'd rather avoid unpleasantness, unless he's causing the unpleasantness, of course, in which case he loves to stand by watching the train wreck. There was a pause while Scylla thoughtfully sipped her drink, hiding her expression. She said, "It will be interesting to see your cousin Jocasta. From what you said the other day, I'm wondering if she's improved at all." "Her acting, you mean?" said Randolph slyly.
"God, no. There was never any scope for that, was there? I've sat through several of her films, I'm sorry to say. I meant, as a person, you know."
"Even less scope for improvement there. Jocasta is what Jocasta is and always has been. Oops, bad pun there. Has been." Scylla laughed lightly. Just then there was a rustle on the steps outside, no more than the whisper of a footfall, no louder than the sound made by a mouse wearing house-slippers. The massive door into the drawing-room stood open, and one had to be careful what one said. It might drift out the door, spiralling down the stairs and into waiting, eager ears. Strike the harp and join the chorus. Lamorna had been drawn by the voices. She stood on the landing outside the drawing-room, hidden behind the open door, one ear pressed against the jamb to hear what could be heard. It was not one of her more successful spying missions. Apart from the reference to Gwyneth's Dickensian ambitions, the first indicator that Scylla was paying close attention to the manoeuvrings and jockeyings for position in the castle, there was little of interest to overhear. Nothing she hadn't heard before. Now that Gwyneth and Oscar were divorced, everyone felt free to say whatever they liked about Gwyneth. It was cold on the landing, the fingers of even such a massive fire not stretching to where Lamorna stood, and she opted for comfort, deciding there was no more to be learned by standing there freezing. Inside all would be rich comfort and beauty. The windows overlooking the gardens had been widened during a restoration by a former earl as the centuries of need for defence gave way to decades of relative peace. Peering round the door, she could see that snow had collected in a lacy open-work effect on the window-panes. She might have thought it a match for the pattern of the crochet around her neck if she'd been given to poetic flights of fancy. She went into the room, feigning great surprise at finding anyone inside. She fooled neither of them. In fact, they both wondered why she bothered with the pretense, but that was Lamorna's way. The sneaky, crab-like approach was her default mode, her way through a life where hyper-vigilance was its own reward. Or perhaps spying simply gave her something to do with her time beyond fetching and carrying for Lady Baynard. The arrival of the family had been a boon for Lamorna in this regard. So many more conversations to keep track of and to write down in her diary. That was the one good thing about having so many visitors, something to write about at last, something to break the monotony. But that was really all she could label as a bonus. Mainly, she just wished they'd leave. Randolph, sprawled across a sofa, was saying something about Paris in that drawling upper-class way he had. Lamorna had read, in reading aloud to Lady Baynard from one of the tabloid newspapers she so enjoyed, that Kate Middleton had started receiving elocution lessons from the moment her engagement to the prince was announced, presumably so she could sound more like Randolph. What a mistake. Randolph sounded like a donkey with adenoids. What was he saying now? Something about Lady Baynard. "My mother," and here he clasped his hands behind his head to add to the illusion of languor, although Lamorna could see he was rather het up. "My mother is complaining of ill health and may not be joining us, I'm afraid. Perhaps she wasn't sure."
"When?" asked Lamorna. "Has she not complained? She harps on about her health day and night. Well, to me she does," she added resentfully. "I don't know why you're spared."
"We're not," said Scylla mildly. "Come in, Alec and Amanda, for heaven's sake," Randolph called out. The twins entered as furtively as Lamorna had done. She, in a case of calling the kettle black, suspected they often did this, listened outside of doors. Especially Alec. Alec was always up to something. "What?" he demanded now, suspiciously. "You always sound like I'm about to ask you to wear a dress or something, Alec," said Randolph in his indolent way. "Why do you always do that?"
"I do not."
"Yes, you do. I was going to ask you to go and ask your father if he'd be joining us for dinner." Ignoring him, for although Alec didn't dare go up against Randolph, not quite yet, he was determined to show his independence in small and annoying ways, Alec turned to find someone to torment. He didn't have to look far. Lamorna was always there.
"Dearest cousin,"
he said, in much the same voice as Randolph's, languid, impeccably well-bred, condescending. The sort of Etonian voice only money combined with an ancient pedigree can buy.
"We know how hard your life is. Do you have to harp on about it so?"
His twin joined in. She usually did.
"Yes,"
said Amanda, with studied patience.
"If you're so unhappy, why don't you leave?"
But she wasn't really waiting for a reply. A split end marring the perfection of her silken hair had caught her eye. "Because," thought Lamorna mulishly, "because I don't look like you, because everything isn't just handed to me."
"I mean, no one's making you stay, really, are they? You could get a job."
That was rich. This spoiled young heiress, at the tender age of 14, handing out career advice. But for once Lamorna held her tongue, nodded, pretended to agree.
"I hadn't really thought of it."
She rustled around in a basket she'd retrieved from behind one of the sofas and pulled out her knitting. She'd been making new sweaters as Christmas presents for the twins, but wisely she'd kept this surprise to herself. Old habits died hard. She used to love knitting little booties and things for them when they were small. She clicked her needles, unaware that her efforts always ended up in the rubbish bin by Boxing Day.
"Perhaps after Christmas I'll see what's available."
Follow me in merry measure.
"And as for your mother, well," Felberta was saying, "it's the Letitia station 24/7. Bringing you all the news from the centre of the fucking universe. Letitia, Lady Baynard herself, plus a weekend update on the state of her fragile, but not fragile enough, health."
"Felberta," her husband admonished.
"But isn't it the truth?"
"This is not a family given over to speaking truths, if you must know. And really, that's most unwise. The walls have ears around here." Lester and his wife Felberta had decided to take advantage of the cocktail hour at Chedrow Castle by having a little look round. They had been at the castle since the end of November, So anxious to take Oscar up on his invitation before it was withdrawn, they'd practically hopped the next plane out from Australia. An invitation so capriciously and unexpectedly issued could just as easily be withdrawn, as Lester said to his wife. "This is an opportunity that won't come along often. She's getting older, my mother. They both are." "Opportunity for what exactly?" Felberta asked, although she could have guessed. She had been attracted to her husband in the first place because he always had an eye out for what her own mother had called the main chance, and what she herself preferred to think of as advancement. To look around, to size up what's here. Randolph's going to try to grab everything, of course, but I want to know what there is to grab, and then I'll have a word with Mother about making sure he doesn't get it all. Do you have the camera?" She nodded, holding up the mobile phone with its camera feature. "Good. Then follow me. That painting in the corridor upstairs might well be a minor Reynolds, and that Rembrandt. I wonder where Oscar got it from." While I Tell of Yuletide Treasure. Laetitia, Lady Baynard, wrapped against the cold, was walking toward the hothouse on the castle grounds, where she planned to do triage on some plants she thought were becoming pot-bound. In truth, she loved working with plants and the soil so much she sometimes found excuses to move one plant here, another there, and thus experiment with the different feeds and light she thought her darlings might like. There are some things the National Trust can't touch, she thought. The loss of the front garden, paved over to create a large parking area for the avid history-seeking public, the great unwashed, had been a cruel blow from which she had never quite recovered. At the unwanted memory of the National Trust and its place in her life, Laetitia felt her heart constrict. How far the mighty had fallen, or words to that effect. Tourists in tattered jeans and trainers gawping at the priceless treasures accumulated by foot rustles over centuries, with hardly a one of the gawpers knowing the true value of a thing. Still, compared with what had happened to her husband's family's estate, she supposed the foot rustles, her family of birth after all, had been lucky. As for the Baynards, well, their stately home put on the market and sold like a common two-up, two-down to some American actress and her family. The real family packed off, gone. It was the reason she herself was here now at Chedrow. To make matters worse, the actress, finding the upkeep all a bit too expensive, Laetitia could have told her a thing or two about that, soon moved out. The place was sold again and turned into an asylum, of all things. A posh and pricey asylum, but still. Laetitia wouldn't want to, even visit. Drug and alcohol rehab, they called it. In her day, the wealthy dipsos simply got on with it. They generally were sent abroad by their families, Africa or somewhere where no one had to deal with them. Well, presumably the people of Africa had to deal with them, but the families were spared the disgrace. Now it was rehab, with half of them writing their memoirs about the experience. Honestly, to what had the world come? She decided, after all, to join the unwanted guests for a drink before dinner. What choice did she have? She lived in an asylum now, she thought, but this one was named Chedrow Castle. A short time later, Lady Baynard sat with her knitting, surrounded by family. The togetherness was giving her heartburn. She looked about her with a barely concealed contempt, like the Queen watching a performance by the Duchess of York as captured by hidden video camera, and wondering where, oh where, in her long reign things had begun to go so dreadfully wrong. There was Randolph, her eldest, a photographer. What sort of profession was that? Yes, of course, everyone mentioned Anthony Armstrong Jones, the first Earl of Snowdon, but he wasn't born into a title, was he? He was created Earl of Snowdon and then given a life peerage. It's simply not the same thing. He was born, and here she gave a little shudder of distaste, a commoner. But a British princess couldn't have had a child by a commoner, and they'd had to fix that up, toot sweet. So photography was all right for someone like Snowdon as a little hobby. Kept him busy, one supposes, but not out of trouble, if the rumours were true. And then there was Lester, her second son, second in more ways than one. She sighed, a long exhalation of disappointment. Lester's dealings always struck her as that little bit dodgy, a bit hole-in-corner and under the table, although she understood nothing about finance and could not have said why she felt that way. As for that wife of his, merciful heaven, an Australian, of all things to have married an Australian. Here she paused for a good snuffle into her handkerchief. No, it simply didn't bear thinking about. And as for Lamorna, the least said the better. Not a trace of Lear's graceful bearing, which one would think might have been inculcated somehow by example, even if her looks could not be passed on. Lear, who rode to hounds like a proper lady, for her to come home with this foundling, this creature, who looks like Rasputin, and who furthermore shows every sign of incipient religious mania. Well, breeding tells, and Laetitia couldn't ever quite forgive her daughter for adopting this mutt from nowhere and then dying, leaving them stuck with this whatever it was, sniff. Breeding tells. But here they all were, and worse, the blonde and her 2 urchins, Oscar's folly in the flesh, and that daughter of Oscar's and her husband from America. The husband is much too young for her. That's what comes of becoming an actress and surrounding oneself with all manner of people. Sneaking a glance over to the Joneses, who had managed to drape themselves all over one corner of the room, she saw that Simon's role as courtier to the great queen of Hollywood might be growing a bit thin, judging by his set expression, worn to a veneer from the days when the pair of them were, and very briefly, tabloid darlings. Lady Baynard had rudely ignored the hand Simon proffered to help her into her chair, ignored it without explanation, such as a sudden outbreak within the castle walls of the Ebola virus. She thought it best to do nothing to encourage any ideas they might have for extending their stay, any of them. What a medley they made! Well, one thing is certain, there is trouble brewing, but that's only to be expected. To bring them all together under one roof after so many years, I warned Oscar, the stubborn old goat, but would he listen? Has he ever listened? She sat bolt upright, a disdainful smirk on her lips. A small sherry had appeared like magic at her right hand. So Laetitia had sat at many a hunt ball, swatting away suitors. She was still youthful in appearance, with only her liver-spotted hands and the loosened skin at her neck to hint at her age. Back in the day, Oscar and Laetitia, twins like Alec and Amanda, had been the main attraction at these balls, their combination of youthful vitality, titles, and wealth being irresistible. If Laetitia missed those days of glory, she never let it be known. There was something to be said for the power that accumulated with age, after all. Now they were all wondering aloud what to give Oscar for Christmas, if they should pool their money to buy him something nice. Why, she thought, not throw their purses off the parapets and into the sea? Only Lamorna, in that idiot savant way she sometimes had, said, "He won't buy me anything. He never has. Why should I, why should any of us, bother with him?" "We're enjoying his hospitality, that's why." This was Lester. To Laetitia's certain knowledge, Lester had never given Oscar a present in his life. Too late now, she thought, to begin priming that pump. It would never occur to Oscar to reciprocate. Laetitia said, aware of spreading pearls of wisdom before swine, and in the talking-to-peasantry voice she adopted for these occasions, "I shouldn't bother if I were you. Oscar was always tight-fisted. He stinted little on his own pleasures, mind, but he wasn't one to share his treasure. He was like that even as a little boy. He gave me a rock for Christmas once." Lester, laughing, said, "You must have been just children at the time." "We were both in our 20s. You do see what I mean? He has always been miserly. Save your money. And abandon all hope of great expectations while you're at it, for I've seen Oscar's will." December 12, evening. Fast away the old year passes. "You're certain you didn't just leave the food out a little longer than you should have?" Milo Vladimirov asked his wife. It was the 6th time Milo had asked her that in 6 days, and this time Doris exploded. "I'd no sooner do that than leave you to follow the circus." For she was the cook at Chedrow Castle, and 6 days before, Lord Footrussell had fallen ill of something that seemed suspiciously like food poisoning. Not just a bit of tummy. It was a serious enough episode that he'd been laid up for 3 days, from the night of December 6. He was only now just beginning to recover, and able to drink a bit of chicken broth for his supper. "He fell ill from just about the time this family of his started collecting here," Doris said, reiterating the theory she had begun to champion with increasing intensity, the more the stress of these new arrivals began to tell. She looked about her, as if the answers to all her questions about that coincidence could be found written on the walls. It was a room where light bounced off the copper gleaming from every surface. Dozens of pots and pans hung suspended from hooks and racks, as shiny as if fresh from the box. An Aga cooker had pride of place against one wall. Nearby were racks of spices and aromatic fresh herbs gathered by their stems to dry. "Just 3 days after the last of them got here from Heathrow. Jocasta and her husband Simon. No sooner were they all under this roof together than the trouble started." Lord Footrussell had refused medical treatment. He was of that generation that believed in toughing things out and letting nature take its course. He was a big believer in homeopathic cures over the usual medicines, too. In this he had been proved right. He was a strong old bird, for all his complaining, and no mistake. But because he would allow no doctor to be called, there was no proving it wasn't ptomaine or something that originated with her cooking, and that was an insult Doris could hardly live with. "For the last time," she said, "we all ate what he had for dinner, the identical meal. It was nothing I cooked, whatever ailed him. Or is it his granola they think I poisoned?" "It might just have been a flu bug, too." "That's what I said at the time, but I don't like the timing of it." She gathered her rosy face into a little purse of worry. "Do you?" "No," said Milo, quietly and deliberately, as was his way. A good butler kept his emotions under control at all times, and he didn't want Doris upset any more than she was. Aloud she said, "He has all that homeopathic stuff up there, so conscious of his health he is, just like his sister." "Those are often the first to go," said Milo. "The health-conscious." She nodded glumly. "Still, there's nothing easier than for someone to tamper with his pills and potions. None of us would touch it, that's certain." "Not likely," he said, although whom she meant by us wasn't clear. He wouldn't put much past Lamorna Whitehall. "You know," Doris began and stopped, losing her nerve for the moment, for neither she nor her husband had ever said this aloud. "You know how we always talk about buying a small bed and breakfast somewhere? Wouldn't it be a wonder if Lord Footrussell or Lady Baynard left us money in their wills, just enough for a down payment?" Milo admonished her with a shake of his head for saying it. "Really, Dory, we shouldn't—" "And why not, I'd like to know?" she demanded. "It is no more than the rest of them are thinking, believe you me." "That's as may well be," he said. "We have to be better bred than they are." The irony of this statement was lost on both of them for a moment. Then Milo grinned. "Besides," he began. "Besides?" But he shrugged. It was a non-committal shrug, to all appearances, but Doris, who knew him well, looked at him shrewdly. "You know something, don't you?" she said. "Common sense only. Lord Footrussell must have a will, so must she. In fact, we know they both have wills, because of the solicitor's visit last year, remember? What he said? Almost a year ago now. As one was not asked to witness, one must suppose—" "That one is mentioned," she finished for him. Milo's English was impeccable, even if heavily accented, as befitted a butler of a famous house and family. She sometimes liked to tease him over it.
Of course you are mentioned. We are. Wouldn't it be lovely to know?
Yes, he said, abruptly cutting off the conversation. She'll be wanting her tea. It need not be explained who she was. She was always Letitia. Doris put the kettle on.
Do you really think it was just the flu?
She asked again hopefully. That was so much better than the alternate theory, a poisoner on the loose. That idea was almost as hard to live with as a careless mistake made in her kitchen. I am certain that was it, Milo said, in his measured English. Do not trouble yourself about it any longer, Doris. But he wished he were as certain as he sounded. We should have called in the doctor, if not the police. December 13, morning. Hail the new, ye lads and lasses. Milo, knowledge of butler etiquette and years of stiff upper lip training forgotten, stood on the threshold of Lord Footrussell's room. He could not take in what he was seeing in the half-light. The curtains were drawn, not quite shut, but there appeared to be a stain that covered the bedclothes, a dark stain, red, and the smell of blood, which he knew too well, was in the air. Suddenly the aroma of fried eggs, fresh-baked scones, and freshly brewed coffee wafting up from the tray he carried made him feel quite ill. In fact, he dropped the tray with a clatter of crockery and ran. He had lived through too much in this country. On the one hand, it had inured him to panic. On the other, it had conditioned him to run, not stand around at the first sign of trouble. And this was the worst sort of trouble. He ran for the kitchen, for the company of his wife, who was in her way as sensible an old soul as he. He knew she would calm him. She had to be the first to hear this news, before the family, before everyone. She had to help him make sense of the senseless, as she had done since the day they had first met. Throwing open the door with a crash that startled the potato and the peeler straight out of her hands, he came over to where she sat at the kitchen table, shouting the news. "It's Lord Footrussell! He's dead!" She understood his words, and was saddened, but not too shocked. Old man Footrussell was getting on in years, and old people died. At least no one could say now it was from her cooking. But she didn't understand the panic. How could she? "I think," said Milo, "I think he's been murdered." Part 2. Chapter 1. Ticket to Ride. December 13, morning. Max Tudor, returning to Nether Monkslip from a routine mission on a bitterly cold but beautiful December day, was not to know he would be pulled into the investigation of strange events at nearby Chedrow Castle, an investigation that would haunt many of his future nights. At the little self-service kiosk at Waterloo Station, Max's biggest concern was what to eat to fortify himself for his hours-long journey. He hesitated over a slice of marzipan cake tightly wrapped in cling film. It made him think of the Battenberg sold by Sainsbury's, a sponge cake with not so much icing as a thick slab of sweetened concrete which had not completely set. That cake had been one of his guilty pleasures ever since he was a child. This impostor of a cake had the concrete yellow icing, but not the pink and yellow checkered pattern to its layers. Reluctantly, Max passed it by. He scanned the display of food for something marginally more nutritious, but this particular outpost of British Rail offered the kind of sandwich that left you wondering if an ambulance couldn't bully its way through the crowded London streets in time to save you. He was returning from a symposium in London, where he delivered a short, well-received talk on the need to preserve Britain's churches. English Heritage had recently launched an initiative to save such Grade 1 and Grade 2 listed structures, and somehow Max's name had come up as someone having experience in these matters. Roofing and timber and masonry repairs to churches in Great Britain were endless and ongoing, and the skilled workmen needed to make the repairs dwindling in number. Worse, in some cases, the lead and copper from roofs were being stolen, so the venerable old edifices were being demolished piece by piece. As the vicar of a small church steeped in antiquity and unparalleled beauty, Max felt he would be negligent not to exploit every avenue to funds to pay for its upkeep. If becoming some sort of expert within the inner circle of preservationists would help, so be it. Although the symposium had gone well, he soon found himself longing to return to his isolated little village with its little frictions. Well, he thought, here hastily pushing aside the memory of a recent murder in the village, mostly little frictions. For London seemed to be slowly turning into a madhouse. Almost, it seemed, in honour of his first foray into the city in months, MI5 had raised the terror alert level to severe, which meant not a lot these days in the face of ongoing threats from more than one group in more than one part of the world. A general acceptance of the fact the world had forever changed on 9/11 seemed the best that could be hoped for from a public worn cynical and wearied by a stream of heightened precautions. Besides, a recommendation for extra alertness seemed de trop when Max by nature was seldom not alert, watching, waiting. For what, he could not have said. He had stayed at a London hotel booked for him by the diocese with an eye on the bottom line, very bottom, as if left to his own devices, Max might stop at Claridge's and order Jeroboams of champagne sent up to his suite. The place chosen for him did not even pretend to have once been a star in the galaxy of the hospitality industry. No deposed barons of even very minor baronetcies were to be found taking tea in the lobby. The place had always been shabby about the edges, and now was unapologetically shabby through and through. He had been greeted by the receptionist, a gum-chewing girl of surly disposition, obviously forced to work beneath her level of unrecognized genius. It may have been a job she held for the school break, although she had the look of an actress between jobs, all sparkly mascara and languorous studied movements. There had been a certain accretion of interest in her eyes as she took in the handsome features of her new guest. The gum-chewing stopped abruptly, only to be resumed as she cogitated the question he put to her. No, she didn't think they had a room with a view. She'd check. She began flapping her long painted nails about on a keyboard and came up with the expected answer. All the rooms with views were full up. At least, he reflected, the hotel had a plain, old-fashioned lift with deeply padded sides. None of these modern horrors made of glass, apparently conceived as a trial for people who were afraid of heights. The last time he'd had reason to stay in London, the hotel lift had been made of stainless steel with water cascading artistically down the sides. It was like being hoisted aloft in a high-tech colander. Max, on seeing his forlorn, seedy London hotel room, longed momentarily, in an all-too-human way, for something gilt-edged and dripping with crystal chandeliers. But in particular he longed for the cosy, if fussy and old-fashioned study of his vicarage, which he told himself now was at least rich in character. Instead, he was in an ancient London hotel whose lack of amenities in no way inhibited the management from charging an exorbitant amount for a doll-house-sized room with no view. It was an amount that should have lent itself to luxury terry-cloth robes and shower caps folded into little boxes and shampoos from the official shampooers to Her Majesty. And yet Max was grateful to have been provided a postage-stamp-sized bar of soap made from, apparently, tar and ground pepper. The room boasted a bed with a single thin mattress that might have been stuffed with straw, and a radio so old it had probably first been used by someone listening to King Edward VIII's abdication speech. It had dials as big as scones and speakers covered in a dusty open-weave fabric like burlap. The hot water in the bathroom was as close to non-existent as made no difference, and the breakfast the next morning made him long for the homey, calorie-laden canteen offerings of his housekeeper, Mrs. Hooser, a sure sign that something in his universe had gone badly awry. He'd had a further bad experience in London that made him eager to return to the shelter of his village. He could swear he'd seen, a man in the street who had been involved in the death of his MI5 colleague, Paul. At any rate, it was a man of roughly the same physical type, wearing the same weird blue sunglasses with white frames, that Max had seen hovering near the crime scene that day. He couldn't be certain, indeed couldn't be certain the man he'd seen the day of Paul's death was involved in the killing. But Max had been sure enough that he'd spun around in the push and shove of pedestrians to follow the man, thinking as he hustled after him that his clerical collar offered the perfect cover for tailing a suspect. He followed him for many blocks, thinking how well he'd retained his training from those old days. And then, somewhere a few streets away from Pall Mall, he lost him. He looked frantically left, right, and even overhead, and then he'd pounded his fist against a wall, scraping his knuckles in his rage. He called the sighting in directly to his old boss at MI5, dialing his private line, and ended up having dinner with George Greenhouse that evening. It was a bittersweet occasion. Max had always held the man in esteem, but he knew how disappointed George had been by Max's decision to leave the life behind for the priesthood. He learned a few things at that dinner in Covent Garden. One was that MI5 had decided someone besides Paul and Max had been injured by the car explosion that killed Paul. For the man with those strange glasses Max had described to investigators had been recorded on one of the ubiquitous London security cameras shortly after the explosion, and he was holding his arm as if injured. "But he didn't go to any hospital in London despite his injuries, and that's further evidence it's him," George told Max. Whether he was supposed to share this information was doubtful, but then George hadn't gotten where he was by being a company man. Nerveless, famous for his bravery, he also had more integrity than practically anyone Max had ever met. Midway through the main course, George had stunned him by saying, "She's married, you know. Sheila. She got married again recently." Sheila, Paul's wife. Max had barely known her. Hadn't seen her since the funeral, which she'd attended, against all advice, clutching their young son, hers and Paul's, grimly holding the blue swaddled bundle to her. She'd stumbled through the service looking as numb as Max had felt. Max was broken-hearted by the news of her remarriage, but struggled to hide it from George. What had he expected, though? That Sheila would go into some sort of purdah forever? Life had gone on. But something about this permanent move on Sheila's part made him realize how much he himself had stayed in the past of that terrible day. He wondered, idle, stupid thought, why he hadn't been invited to the wedding, and realized that in some completely mad, irrational way this bothered him, even though he barely had known Sheila, and his presence at her marriage would have been downright odd. Then he hoped, to heaven, that it wasn't because she blamed him, Max. For Max blamed himself, and a world of invitations wouldn't change that. Paul wouldn't have been the one killed that day if he hadn't switched places on the job with Max. Paul's death had changed Max's course in life completely, for it was not long afterward that he began training for the priesthood. It wasn't as if he believed, not really believed, that his life that day in London had been spared by divine providence. He refused to see Paul as some placeholder for himself, simply unluckier than he. They had exchanged schedules, he and Paul, as they often had done in the past, in the chaos of a crisis elsewhere, not seeing the danger in front of them. That the blast had happened that day, at that moment, was almost a coincidence. The next day would have worked as well, for the purposes of the thugs with whom they were dealing. And yet his escape had forced Max to slow down, to stop, and to think. It had led directly to the 180-degree change he had made in his life. Yet, in the furthest corner of his mind, wasn't there a voice, a small voice that might start to jabber if he granted it freedom? A voice that said he'd left his old life behind, not because of some high-flown need to serve his fellow man, but because otherwise he might die young, in the same senseless way his comrade Paul had died. This voice had a name, and it answered to either coward or reason, depending on the given day. So now Paul's wife had remarried. On the rebound, or so Max would always think, remarried to a man he would try hard to like, recognizing his instinctive dislike had little to do with Sean's, his name was Sean, with his shortcomings. It was that Sean was there only because Paul had gone. Later that night, as Max removed his clerical collar, he thought of a different collar, a collar with a stain on it, a pinprick of red against the white linen. He'd never been able to throw away that shirt, stained on that day with a small drop of Paul's blood. It sat now, undisturbed and wrapped in plastic, on the top shelf of his closet at the vicarage. So it was with a sense of relief that he began the first leg of his journey back to Nether Monksleep. He would take the Great Western from Waterloo, change trains, and eventually catch the short spur on the Swanton and Staincross Minster steam railway connecting to his village. He would not be travelling first class on initial stages of his journey, of course, but on the 7-mile home stretch to Nether Monksleep he would ride a gloriously restored train where all the seats were first class. This refurbished train, at one time for the village squire's private use, had been donated to the village in the squire's will, with a fund to keep it in good repair. It only went as far as Staincross Minster, where more modern connections could be made to the wider world. The train was seldom crowded, even though it was small and the service infrequent. There were easier ways for the general populace to travel to Staincross Minster without going via such an obscure place as his village. So difficult was it to get to and from Nether Monksleep, in fact, it was difficult to say quite what the village was doing there. Apart from the presence of the river, significant in terms of early commercial transport, how and why the village had evolved was lost in the mists of time. Since few people knew of Nether Monksleep's existence, which was how the villagers liked it, the little mahogany-panelled conveyance suited the villagers' purposes exactly. It had a tea trolley, dining cars being nearly a thing of the past, but service was intermittent, and the ride was too short to warrant much more than intermittent. Nothing was as it once had been, Max reflected sadly. Hotels, trains, and George had looked to be getting on in years, the movements of the old warrior now stiff, fraught with effort. Arthritis, probably. As Max stood in this brooding manner waiting to board at Waterloo, he failed to notice the woman who had actually stopped dead in her tracks to stare at him. Her expression seemed to say, "There must be a God if he's got vicars like you." Chapter 2. Upper Crust. The waiting area at Waterloo had been, for some reason, full of young parents with their caffeinated children. He might have been in Disney World. Now contentedly settled in for the longest stretch of his journey, all was blessed silence except for the soothingly mechanical noises of a train in motion, and he watched mesmerized as the winter-barren landscape rolled past. Max loved above all the wail of a train whistle, a mournful sound that still somehow lifted the heart with hope and anticipation. Anticipation of what, he could not say. Adventure, perhaps, of which he had not been in short supply, before and during his tenure as parish priest. Robert Louis Stevenson had written something about the heart being full of the stillness of the country, and that was what Max felt on a train. Even short delays en route didn't bother him. So long as he had something to read or something to gaze at out the window, he was renewed in spirit by the enforced stillness, even though his mind might be racing. They reached Staincross Minster, where the last part of his journey by steam engine would begin. There a group of 4 Japanese tourists walked by, 2 couples, part of the chaotic scrum of passengers sheltered by the wooden canopy. God only knew what they were doing in this part of the world. Nether Monksleep was a hidden treasure of south-west England, although more and more intrepid tourists seemed to find their way there. If these tourists were headed to Nether Monksleep, and there was little point in being on this obscure train route otherwise, then they were in luck. The horseshoe could just accommodate 2 couples in its cramped ancient rooms, provided the couples didn't take up much space. Max inadvertently tripped up one of the men in the group as he was getting on, and with the exquisite politeness of the Japanese the man apologized, presumably for walking where Max's foot should not have been. They exchanged little bows and so-sorries and forgiving smiles, and the man rejoined his group, now spilling down the corridor and into one of the antique compartments. Max walked on to the next compartment, which happened for the moment to be empty. He was soon followed by an elderly woman struggling with a string bag and an old-fashioned Gladstone large enough to secrete half the contents of the British Library. Max, jumping to offer his aid, discovered it was heavy enough to have actually been used for this purpose, and wondered how on earth the old lady had managed to drag it this far. It was becoming harder each day to find a porter, but once free of her burden she carried herself erectly, if stiffly, with the caution of one whose old bones were becoming fragile. "Thank you so much," she brayed in an upper-class accent from behind the netting of her rakishly tilted black hat, which matched the rest of what Max was sure she would call her travel costume. The hat was, in fact, recently back in style because of the fondness of royalty for these creations, particularly at weddings, a hat with a dotted veil attached to her head by an ebony hatpin. He'd seen a hat much like it on the head of one of the royals as he'd perused the magazine racks at the station's newsagent stand. This lady had just managed to avoid the Mad Hatter look the royal family went in for on formal occasions. She had a frilly woolen scarf knotted under her chin against the chill of the underheated compartment. Her jacket with matching skirt was a smart affair, smart for 60 years previous, of tailored wool cut close to the waist, flared at the hips, and slightly fraying at the cuffs. She carried a lamb's wool coat slung over one of her fine leather-gloved wrists. She was a woman tightly corseted and bound, whose visage brought unavoidably to mind the term battle-axe. Perhaps the corseting had something to do with her look of chronic dyspepsia, but she brightened visibly at the sight of Max, standing up a bit taller. She adjusted her round glasses for a closer inspection, and her blue-eyed glance as it alighted on him seemed to say, "What luck, a vicar!" "How wonderful!" she said aloud, settling in a seat opposite his with a nod in the direction of his collar. "To share my journey with a clergyman. It seems rather providential." Max, seeing the look, smiled politely, said hello, and seized his day-old newspaper with a show of rabid interest, as if it contained news of no less import than the Second Coming. He rustled it open to an inside page, a page which happened to hold the table tennis news. The rest of the paper seemed to be taken up with intelligence regarding the upcoming royal nuptials. The engagement had been announced mid-November. The new couple apparently were busily preparing for a shared life of ship-launchings, hand-wavings, sporting events, and tree-plantings, interspersed with wild nights at members-only nightclubs. An old friend of Max's from SO14, the Royalty Protection Group of the London Metropolitan Police, had told him watching over the royals was like watching a rugby scrum with carriages. But Max well knew the signs his companion was giving off, and although the journey in miles was short, the old train would creep along like a geriatric tortoise. The woman didn't take the message telegraphed by his own body language, of course. A young man came down the corridor and peered in the etched glass of the carriage window, a man with large earrings visible and a tattoo or two that wasn't, Max imagined. He wore a leatherette jacket, the thinning hair slicked back on his head, and the compensatory thick moustache gave him the look of a walrus with an addiction to television shopping. He had wires running from his ears into his music player. Max could see that the earplugs were a gumdrop design. Clever the toys young people had these days, he thought, and wondered exactly when he'd begun to think of himself as outside that group. The woman gave the young man a glare, and he moved briskly along, having changed his mind about entering the carriage. There are certain topics that inevitably arise when a clergyman is forced into close confinement with a member of the curious public for longer than 10 minutes. The tale of the multiplication of the loaves and fishes was one. The tangible existence of a hell for sinners in the afterlife was another. But most popular of all was the question of the place of household pets in God's grand design, invariably accompanied by tributes to a particular pet's beatific nature. So, expecting the woman to ask if her cat Fortescue Tiggy Boots might be waiting to one day reunite with his mistress in heaven, Max was surprised when she said, "I imagine it's quite difficult being in your line of work in this day and age." With a delicate cough, she raised a handkerchief to her nose. "So sorry. I seem to have come down with a dreadfully bad cold." "I don't know that my line of work was ever easy," said Max agreeably. "Certainly there's never a shortage of work for me to do." "Ooh," she said. She had a distinctly upper-class voice, full of trills and fruity exclamations and odd emphases on certain words. "I quite see what you mean.
Most amusing. Sin always simply multiplies around one, does it not?
Actually, I had poverty in mind, said Max.
Again the "ooh, quite." Max, reminded of Eddie Izzard imitating a puzzled Queen Elizabeth confronted by a plumber, half expected the obviously wealthy woman to say, "Poverty? What on earth is that?" Instead she said, "But where on earth are my manners? I should have introduced myself. I am Lady Baynard, and you would be Father—"
"Father Tudor," he replied. "Max Tudor. I am the vicar at St. Edward's in Nether Monkslip. At your service, Lady Baynard."
"Yes, of course. As you can see, I've been doing some Christmas shopping," she informed him, in the least festive, least Christmassy tones imaginable. "In Staincross Minster. Fast Freddy's Market has the best prices for fruit this time of year, and I had to pick up some things for my plants, you know, and visit the chemists. And you? You've been in London, perhaps?" It was not so much a question as a lucky guess, an opening, nosy sortie. Max suspected she felt it was her right to know where he'd been. In her universe, the local vicar was as much a subordinate as a lady's maid. One was in charge of her public communications with God, the other in charge of making sure her travel costume was kept in good repair. Both persons greased the wheels of her upper-class existence.
"Yes, just for a couple of days," he replied.
He summarized his participation in the symposium as briefly as he could, not expecting anyone not immediately involved to care about his roof. Still, she listened with polite interest, only occasionally stopping to snuffle genteelly into her lace handkerchief. "So sorry," she said again. "It's this frightful cold that's been going round." Again she coughed delicately, then blew her nose with a resounding and indelicate honk. She breathed deeply, and the flesh could be seen oozing to the top of her heavily corseted body. It must have been damnably uncomfortable in there. "I can't wait until it's time to think of plantings for the garden, come the spring, to start moving things out of the hothouse." Max, hoping the old dear was not contagious, nodded, smiled, and looked with deliberation at his sizzling with unread news paper. Her cold could only get worse, as the heating in the compartment was uncertain. While his feet, indeed the entire left side of his body, froze, his right forearm and elbow, near the vent that ran along one side of the compartment, felt as if they might ignite. He couldn't decide whether or not to remove his overcoat, and in the end decided to leave it on. He took a pen out of his pocket for the crossword and folded the broadsheet pages back with a sharp snap, again as if they contained a matter of some urgency awaiting his immediate attention. But he had abandoned all hope some minutes before. "I've bought some of my son's favourite chocolates," she told him. Randolph Viscount Nathersby. You may have heard of him, the photographer?"
"It sounds familiar to me, yes. What is the name of his business?"
She looked horrified. "It doesn't have a name. He's not in trade, you know." Max gathered that would be considered tacky, this whole working-for-a-living thing. "Well, not precisely in trade," she amended, clearly deciding it necessary to clarify this difficult point for him. "It's just that word gets round. Recommendations, a friend of a friend, you know the sort of thing."
"Not in trade, then," said Max, solemn and straight-faced.
"Oh, my dear man, no. No, indeed. The very idea. He was a Pootle Fitzbutton on his great-grandmother's side, you know."
"Quite."
He was not quite sure what was "quite" about it, but it was a good all-purpose word, and he couldn't think of what else to say. He wanted to sound agreeable without precisely agreeing with her, since he wasn't listening closely. The train was going over the Nine-Arch Viaduct, which meant they were about halfway to Nether Monkslip. Just then a series of musical notes erupted in the close carriage, the ring of a mobile phone. Max automatically reached for his jacket pocket, but almost instantly knew it wasn't his ring. With a flustered hoot of apology, Lady Baynard groped around in her capacious bag, finally locating and silencing the device. Max thought, does everyone have a mobile these days?
He had recognized the tune only because it was the ubiquitous Speak Now. He thought it a clever song to use for a ringtone, but was astonished someone of Lady Baynard's generation would choose it. She caught his look of faint surprise and said, exasperated, "One of the twins programmed it for me, and I don't know how to change it to something more suitable." And what would that be? Max wondered. Rule Britannia? Those twins have too much time on their hands. I knew that no good would come of their visit to the castle, of all their coming. She harumphed and snuffled a bit more into the handkerchief, then, with a swipe at her nose, carried on. Visit, indeed, more like a siege. The situation is positively brewing. I have had the most frightful sense of foreboding for weeks now. Someone is going to, I don't know, be hurt. First my brother is taken ill, he's never ill, and then— She talked for some time, and he listened with but half an ear. The news he'd had from George about Paul's wife still distracted him, and memories of Paul swirled in his mind like ghosts. The twins! I tell you, no good can come of it. He'd missed much of what she'd been saying. Twins? And how old are they? He asked politely, in truth more interested in deflecting the topic of Lady Baynard's foreboding, which topic he felt might be a lengthy one with many alleys and byways and shuddery detours. 14. They're my brother's children. You know how they're into everything at that age. And these two behave as if they were raised in a barn. I blame the mother. I don't believe in mixed marriages, never have. No good can come of it. The girl was a commoner, you see. A rackety upbringing, a father in trade. I think she said her mother was a shop clerk. I wonder sometimes if even that is true. It doesn't bear thinking about. Gwyneth wanted to be a grand lady, of course, but ladies are born, not made. Max struggled to conceal his wonder that someone at Lady Baynard's evident stage of life, he placed her roughly in her 70s, could be the aunt to children of 14. She didn't appear interested in enlightening him on this subject, instead saying, "Some days I'm just happy both of them are alive and breathing. On others, I have simply given up hope of their making a productive contribution to society. She may be all right, I suppose. Amanda. I'm not certain about him." "Early days, isn't it?" said Max mildly. 14 is so young, they just don't know how young it is. The train was lurching back and forth now, as if the driver were listening to samba music. Max returned his gaze to his newspaper, but still without much hope she would take the hint. People, particularly people of Lady Baynard's generation and background, tended to gravitate toward members of the clergy, regardless of the setting or circumstance, seeking advice much in the way people, on hearing one as a doctor, will launch into a vivid description of their recent bilious attack or their gallbladder surgery. Frequently, Max found himself called upon for similar ad hoc consultations. Presumably, anything having to do with mortality fell under his purview equally with that of Dr. Winship, the village doctor. But this time he was to be spared, after all. Lady Baynard merely said, "Early days? Why, when I was their age, I was practically running a household in my mother's stead. I was married soon after that. None of this business of putting my career first and delaying starting a family and so on. What nonsense! This is a coddled generation, father. Too coddled. Coddled to the point of uselessness." There was a bit more of this, and then, with a final "Harumph!" she began scrabbling in her Gladstone bag. As she did, some of her shopping fell out, and Max spent the next few moments collecting the apples and assorted other goods that rolled under the seats and to the far edges of the carriage. Somehow, in the confusion and fluster, one apple ended up in Max's pocket, a fact he didn't realize until he was back at the vicarage. Finally, she subsided into a fluffy white mass of knitting, and began furiously to ply large wooden needles. It looked like she was making a downy pup tent. Max returned to his reading, and the rest of the trip passed in relative and amiable silence. Chapter 3 at the Maharaja. Max was on his way to meet Owena Owen for a meal at the Maharaja restaurant and takeaway. It was a date he'd made to repay her for the many organic and wholesomely vegetarian meals she had cooked for him at her cottage, in order to spare him the depredations of Mrs. Hooser's cooking. Owena had again invited Max for dinner, shortly after his return from London. He'd asked her to meet him at the restaurant instead. Overall, he preferred taking a meal at the Maharaja, partly because of the Cavalier's gossip machine, which was even louder than its new espresso machine. Most villagers were willing to overlook the sometimes glacial service in favour of being at the centre of the village's social networking site. "My treat, for a change," he'd told Owena. "I insist." He had not long before put down the phone from speaking with his mother, who had called from Le Havre. She was on the Queen Mary too, continuing the almost completely peripatetic existence she'd led during her widowhood. She would be spending Christmas in the Caribbean. She sounded the same, lovely and otherworldly, but changed since his father died, more outgoing, more adventurous. Max didn't like putting it this way, but she seemed to have come into her own with his father's passing. Max regretted how little he saw of her, but realized there was little point to guilt. Her active social life made her hard to reach any more. On the phone, she mentioned, as she often did, how relieved she was to know he had a nice, safe job at last. She had understood vaguely that before he was involved in police work, but not that he had been MI5. After saying his goodbyes, he'd taken care of some accumulated paperwork, caught up with various emails, and then taken Thea for a long walk. She'd been cooped up with Luther during much of the time Max had been in London, and he felt it was the least he could do to make it up to her. Dogs are generally eager to please, but he sensed Thea might be close to a prolonged pout. As Max had sat down at his desk, the dog asleep beside him, an unholy yowl had emerged from the cushion at his back. Luther shot out from behind like toothpaste out of a tube and executed a stuck landing on Thea's back. As the dog began racing around the room, Luther reared up on his haunches, clawing the air for balance in a bronco-like effort as ill-conceived and doomed as some of the early Scottish border excursions into England. Fortunately, Thea, who rather tended to expect the best of everyone, remained more baffled than offended by these attacks. He walked with her until they came to a rest at the top of Hawk Crest, in the copse the villagers called Nunswood. This was Thea's favourite leisurely walk, full of exciting detours. They stood near the menhirs, all that remained of an ancient culture where human sacrifice may have played a role in appeasing whatever gods existed then. At least, that was what the innkeepers liked to tell the tourists, who listened, wide-eyed and gullible, like children being told a ghost story at bedtime. Beneath the crest ran the river Pudmill, which rambled by the cottages and ended in a splashy marriage with the English Channel at a scenic falling-off not far from where he stood. Today the sea was visible, and in the far distance he could see the dark outline of the towers of Chedrow Castle. Max was reminded of his recent travel companion, now tucked safely away in her stronghold. Man and dog stood in companionable silence, enjoying the changing landscape, the castle appearing and disappearing in the mist like something out of a grim brother's tale. The scent of snow, slightly chemical but clean as fresh linen, was in the air. The tang of winter was like a tonic, invigorating but also infusing Max with a dreamy nostalgia. It was his favourite time of year. Thea's too, apparently. With her long black and tan tresses ruffled by the wind, her eyes searching the horizon, head lifted high and backlit against the dying light, Thea reminded him, as she often did, of some film star posed for a movie still. Today it was Scarlett O'Hara, challenging God and nature and vowing never to be hungry again. Max ran a hand over the knobby silken smoothness of Thea's head. She was one of the most good-hearted of dogs in a kingdom full of good-hearted dogs. He had adopted her when he first came to the village, but soon realized the process was in fact mutual. Irrationally or not, he felt that Thea had chosen him. "Okay, girl, it's dinner time. I get it. Let's go." He returned home to feed both animals, which he had learned to do in separate rooms, Luther soon adding Food Bandit to his CV. Then he took a quick shower. As he was buttoning a clean shirt, he was reminded of his recent conversation with George Greenhouse. For the first time since he'd moved into the vicarage, he thought to look for Paul's shirt in the top of his closet. And he couldn't find it where he knew he had left it. He had moved house several times in the years since the tragedy, but he knew he wouldn't ever throw out that shirt. He went to find Mrs. Hooser. As usual, much like the cartoon character Pigpen, she could easily be located by the cloud of dirt and dust and racket she created wherever she happened to be. This time he followed the trail of hoovering noises interspersed with the crash of falling objects to his study. "Mrs. Hooser, have you seen the shirt that was tucked on the top shelf of my closet?" She knew right away what he meant.
"It needed tossing out, didn't it?"
she replied, proud of her proactive approach to housekeeping.
"But I figured I'd get some good use of it first. I used it a few days ago to polish the silver."
"To polish the—" he began, then said sharply, "Show me, please." She led him into the kitchen. There, under the sink, a fire hazard in the making, was what was left of Paul's shirt. It had been cut into bits, and some of those bits were dark with tarnished silver. Max was aghast. For the first time in their relationship, which consisted of many calamitous mishaps, much broken crockery and gallons of spilt milk, Max was angry, actually trembling with rage. He struggled to control himself, to conceal his anger. How could the woman be expected to know? Still, the collar was intact, the double layers of material too thick to be of use for her polishing job, but still. "Mrs. Hooser." He drew a deep breath, then tried again. "Did you not wonder why it was on the top shelf of my closet, wrapped in plastic and not stuffed into a drawer, or on a hanger? Why—" But he broke off. What was the use? Gently he took the garment from her.
"I thought it were to be throwed away.
Somehow he couldn't bear to listen. He said, "I'm putting what's left of this shirt in a plastic bag, and I'm putting it back on the shelf in my closet. It is never to be touched again, Mrs. Hooser, never for any reason. Do you understand?" Seeing her confusion, he added gently, "It's very important that this shirt not be touched again. Do you understand?" She nodded, still puzzled, but the message seemed to get through. He was her vicar, and she'd do whatever he said, no matter how balmy it seemed to her. He left early for his meeting with Awena, in part wanting to take a stroll around the serene village and use the time to collect himself. The memory of that shirt, horrid memento of his worst day, stayed with him. He knew he should get rid of it, but also knew he never could. To calm his mind, he breathed deeply of the winter air, fragrant with a mixed sense of leaden clouds and bread baking at the Cavalier tea-room and garden. A misty winter light spread across the village, puddling at the feet of passers-by, making them appear to float toward him. In its perfection, Max often thought there was something magical about Nether Monkslip. It soothed his spirit just to walk around the familiar streets and lanes, past the well-known shops, now alight against the encroaching dark. The other evening Max had walked by the village hall and heard familiar voices raised in song. "And did those feet in ancient time walk upon England's mountain green?" He had hummed along to the old hymn, pleased at this sign the village, and particularly the Women's Institute, had returned to some normalcy after what was delicately referred to as the recent unpleasantness. It had been the first time he'd felt the enchantment of the village reasserting itself. The recent demise of a villager by violent means had left a void in the spite and gossip categories, and Max, knowing that nature abhors a vacuum, had feared someone would rise up to seize the throne so recently vacated. But so far no one had. While the unsavoury episode had left the villagers in a state of shock for some time, there was no arguing that the village, despite the usual carefully nourished grievances and mild skirmishes, was now a friendlier place. Max stepped briefly into his jewel-like church, St. Edward's, which he imagined was what stepping into a large Fabergé egg would be like for a tiny harvest mouse in a children's tale. The sacred space beneath the vaulted ceiling and carved bosses shone with artistry and antiquity. It seemed to say men needled by doubt could be, if not won over to God's ways, at least seduced by the beauty of what mankind could create, swayed by the dedication of the stonemasons and craftsmen who had lived many centuries before. He stood in the nave, looking to his left, at the image that had appeared there on the wall. Mrs. Hooser's small son, Tom, had been the first to notice the face of a long-haired man, eyes closed, strongly resembling the face on the Shroud of Turin. The image was emerging through the whitewash again, and he'd have to get Morris on it yet again. He didn't need a load of miracle tourists and day-trippers pouring in to view what was surely no more than some weird byproduct of the perpetually leaking roof. Now, as he walked away from the church, the sound of its ringing bells counted out the hours of the village, as they had always done, even though now a recording was substituted for all but special occasions. He felt that something had been lost in the quality of the sound, but who, after all, would elect to have his own personal Quasimodo swinging from the bell tower? Nether Monkslip's economic and social life, like that of most villages in England, orbited around the sun of the shops of the High Street. Shopping for the day's supplies of food, drink, and home and kitchen accoutrements was largely a matter of popping in and out of the various establishments, although most villagers did their monthly big shopping in Staincross Minster or Monkslip-super-Mare. Over the centuries, various lanes and alleys and byways had sprouted off the High, footpaths and grooves in the grass hardening by use and tradition into appendages of the main route through the village. Since Nether Monkslip had remained remarkably free from pillage, raid, and plunder, it had not evolved, like many English villages, in a cluster around a large building for defence or even around a common green. Water, too, had been available in abundance, in the form of the River Pudmill. All of these factors affected how the village had grown. It seemed haphazard, even slapdash, but the logic was there once one knew where to look for it. The one universal rule was that the church had long occupied a central position, physically and psychically, in the lives of the villagers, as had the pubs. Nether Monkslip was anchored by the Hidden Fox on one end and the Horseshoe on the other. There was no flower shop. In Nether Monkslip nearly everyone grew and arranged their own flowers, and shared any excess with neighbours. Similarly, many cottages had a vegetable patch, and nothing that could be shared ever went to waste. Also central to village life was the post office, which had survived a wave of government closures even while hundreds throughout Britain had succumbed. Along with the church, this was where villagers met to deal in the coin of news and speculation. The red telephone kiosk, itself a throwback to an earlier time, sat like a beacon outside, and at night was lighted to cast a reassuring glow over passers-by. The village store, which contained the post office, even offered organic wine, milk, and cheeses, although faced with stiff competition from La Maison Bleue, which sold real cheese, according to proprietress Madame Cuthbert. Max's steps took him past the shop now, with its white ceramic pig with red collar which served as a doorstop. The pig was usually accompanied by Sadie, a fine-looking and real Bichon Frise. The store was operated by Madame Lucy Cuthbert, wife of local historian and aspiring author Frank Cuthbert. Madame Cuthbert viewed her husband's scribbling in his off-duty time with an amused Gallic detachment, as did most of the villagers, seeing it as a harmless hobby along the lines of stamp collecting or brass rubbing. Looking in the shop window as he passed, Max saw Madame Cuthbert was branching out into selling imported French oddments like dish towels, stationery, and artisan soaps and toiletries. Max knew she also sold many of her oils and soaps via Owena Owen's shop, Goddess Spell. Madame Cuthbert was from the Channel Islands, and was a frequent traveller to France, where she went to stock up on supplies. Tonight she was organising a wine tasting, according to a sign in the window of her shop. Seeing Max, she stepped outside to greet him. "A blizzard is on the way," she informed him. She pronounced it with the accent on the first syllable, blizzard.
I wonder how many will brave it tonight for a wine tasting." She shrugged. "If this were France, I would have no worries."
"A blizzard?" said Max. "How extraordinary. We rarely get much snow in this part of the world."
"I know," she said, an indefinably Gallic look of satisfied gloom on her face. Just then there came the sound of breaking glass from within, as Frank knocked over one of the little tables Madame had so charmingly dressed for the tasting with red-checkered tablecloths. He appeared at the door of the shop wearing his usual beret, now looking like a sheepish member of the French resistance. Madame Cuthbert's air of doom deepened. She was clearly holding her fire until Max had passed, which he hastily did now. Tara, the yoga instructor who rented space at Awena's goddess spell, came sprinting by on her daily run, copper-red ponytails swinging out behind her like a metronome. The chill in the air barely impeded her progress as she shot past, aiming a friendly wave in his direction. At the same moment, Mrs. Hooser's daughter Tildy Ann ran across the high, clearly on her way to lessons at Mademoiselle Chevalier's in a bouncing pink tutu and ballet slippers. Her younger brother, unusually, was not with her. She rarely let Tom out of her sight. Tildy Ann's ballet lessons were being paid for on a barter system. Mrs. Hooser swept out the studio on occasion, an open area more amenable to her havoc-wreaking housekeeping methods than was the crowded little vicarage. He turned off the high into River Lane, nearing the starting point of the yearly duck race, where the river slowly churned and eddied its way to the pastel pink and blue houses of Monkslip-super-Mare on the English Channel. Still early to meet Awena, he slowed his pace to walk by the river, frozen now at its edges. Eventually he doubled back toward the Maharaja, where he was politely shown a table to await her arrival. Awena always made rather an entrance. Part of the fascination of knowing her, Max thought, was that one never knew what blazingly jewel-like creation she'd show up wearing. The restaurant was a favourite of hers. She and the owner, Mr. Vijay, were friends. Awena had spent some time in his country on a spiritual sojourn and had a rudimentary grasp of the language. His English, however, was precise and idiomatic. "It remains to be seen," was his frequent cheerful reply to any queries about the state of his health, his business, or the world. "Namaste," she said as she entered, pressing her palms together and giving him a slight bow of respect, which he returned. Only Awena, thought Max, could do this sort of thing with unself-conscious grace. She then waved to him, sitting at a corner table by the fire, where a pile of heavy logs was being blackened by colourful flames. He was not disappointed in her costume. She came billowing over, draperies flying. She wore a long emerald velvet cloak over a gown of burgundy satin. The hood of the cloak glittered with semi-precious stones. She removed and carefully draped the cloak over a nearby chair. He saw that her thick dark hair, remarkable for the plume of white at her forehead, was caught up in some sort of jewelled clasp at the back of her neck. She might have been headed for a night at the opera, although this was pretty much Awena's usual attire. She had told him once she thought of adornment as a way of showing gratitude and pleasure for the gift of her life. Above the portrait neckline of her dress, her face shone, handsome and serene in profile, warm and animated as she turned from attending to her outer wrap. Max thought she looked rather like a queen awakened in a fairy tale, an image reinforced by the stately way she always carried herself. "How are you?" she asked, sitting across from him. She folded her hands on the table. "And how are you and Luther getting along?"
"Luther is getting along fine," Max told her. "I don't think he cares how I'm getting along."
"Luther," she said solemnly, "is a very old soul."
Said Max. "Well, the old soul has an odd habit of trying to climb the phone cord, especially when I'm talking on the phone. It is a very good thing he has 9 lives. I think he's on his 8th right now. It's Thea I'm worried about."
"Luther has always put the cat in catastrophe. Thea will be fine. She's an even older soul. If dogs could talk, I think Thea would be saying, 'The greatest prayer is patience.'"
"Do you? I think she'd also be asking when Luther is due to leave."
"May I offer you the white table wine if you're having a curry?" said a lilting voice at his side. "It's a new arrival recommended to us by La Maison Bleue." Mr. Vijay's wife having died some years before, his daughter Prima had moved to the village to help him with the restaurant. It was she who stood there, reed slim and attractive, to take their drinks order. She and Awena shared some discussion of the night's vegetarian specials. Awena always asked how things in the restaurant were prepared so she could try to duplicate the dishes at home. Once Prima had taken their drinks order, Awena turned back to him and said, "You collect strays, Max. Mrs. Hooser, Thea, now the cat. You're hopeless, thank heaven."
"Never hopeless. As soon as Luther leaves, all hope will return." The arch look from her fine eyes said as clearly as words, "It remains to be seen." "One more life for Luther, remember," he said, "and I promise it will be a long one once he can be returned to the church. I think he's really just bored." She smiled and looked around. The restaurant had been converted from one of the old houses on River Lane and resembled an old pub run by a former memsahib of colonial India, with statues, prints, and hangings in every bright or pale colour of the rainbow. In summer, each table would hold small vases of flowers from the garden in back of the restaurant. In this season, Mr. Vijay had artfully arranged twigs and branches in a winter arrangement. Prima returned with their wine, and they ordered fried pakoras to share. Awena chose a main course of grilled eggplant and tomato, Max the chicken tikka masala. They chatted a while, first talking about Mr. Whippet, an elderly parishioner who recently had defied the odds to rally yet again when doctors had placed him at death's door, giving him mere days to live.
"I brought some groceries round to his house the other day," Awena told him. "Made sure he had his medications and so on."
"And paid for it all from out of her own pocket," Max knew. "There are some church funds, not many," he began.
"Funds that are needed for a dozen other uses. It's all right, Max. It's a small amount. Now it's winter, it's mainly food in tins or jars from my larder, crops I grew from seed. The cost to me is negligible, and I'm happy to do it. Elka chips in with bread from the bakery. Lucy Cuthbert sends over cheese from the shop. Mr. Whippet may never have dined so well in all his life, and we all take turns driving him to his appointments. Lily, Susanna, everyone."
"You're all undoubtedly the reason he keeps rallying."
"He's a dear man," said Awena. "He reminds me very much of my father. He likes to talk about the old days in the village, and I enjoy listening."
"Still, what you're doing is a great kindness, providing the company as much as the sustenance."
"We're just doing unto others, a precept unsurpassed as a pithy ethical framework. I hope someone would do as much for me if I became ill."
"Karma," he said.
"Count on it."
Chapter 4. I See You. Max and Awena sat on happily in the soft glow of the small red silk-fringed lamp on their table. The milky, veined whiteness of Awena's skin shone above the neckline of her dress. Max watched as she turned her head at the approach of Prima, carrying their first course, with a light, graceful lift of her chin. The green gemstones of her earrings swung against the column of her neck, which gleamed like marble in the firelight. At that moment Miss Pitchford, who, with the postmistress, functioned as the village's breaking news organization, happened to be walking by the restaurant. She stopped to peer in the window. Snow had settled decoratively in each corner of its window panes, and Max and Awena, wrapped in conversation, didn't notice they were being observed. Miss Pitchford, face alight with her new information, carried on walking home with a renewed vigour. Gossip added years to her life. Meanwhile, Max and Awena had gotten the plates and silverware sorted, and had helped themselves to the fried vegetable delicacies and mint yogurt sauce. Then Awena said, "You are coming to my party, aren't you?" "December 21st, right? I don't think I'd miss it. Half the village plans to be there."
"I hope so," she said. "I've laid in enough food for 2 villages."
"Any special significance to the date?" he asked, with feigned innocence. He paid close attention to the patterns of the moon, noting with satisfaction the passing of time and seasons as the planets turned and the stars marked their passage. Max had taken to noticing moon phases and star movements even more since coming to Nether Monkslip, since there was so little interference from artificial light. The stars often shone like diamonds on a bed of black velvet. But this year there had been special notice paid by astronomers and newspapers to the solstice because of an unusual confluence of events. "It's the winter solstice, as you probably know," she said. "I'm celebrating the Yule, the shortest day of the year, symbolizing the sun's rebirth and the return of new life to the earth. But I'm billing it as a holiday party, which it is. There's no reason you or anyone else can't be there to celebrate." "I didn't think there was a reason. If there were, I'd simply incorporate your ceremony into mine, in the great tradition of assimilating pagan worship into something the Church could tolerate. Think, Christmas trees." "Neo-pagan, if you please." She crossed one leg over the other, and the small ornaments on her beaded anklet made a faint clicking sound. "Sorry, neo-pagan. This winter solstice is a bit unusual, did you know? There will be a full moon that night, and a total lunar eclipse, all quite uncommon, and we just had a blue moon in November." She nodded. "The moon will turn red, blood red, or at least pink. I hope the weather cooperates so we can see it." I wonder what early humans thought, seeing these events and having no rational explanation. It must have been terrifying with only a sky wizard or whatever they had to consult. She laughed. "Sky wizard, please. They were observant people, searching for meaning in the changing seasons because their lives depended on it, whereas all we need to do to know the weather is turn on the telly." "Well, not with 100% accuracy." "True. I wouldn't be at all surprised if what we call the pagans of Northern Europe didn't have a better grip on the predicting situation." She went on, her voice as melodious as falling water. "Every religion stresses the importance of nature in its own way. I hold with an integrated view that encompasses everything living, and from what I've seen of you, so do you, Max. Most religions regard the inventions of man, science, as part of religion, part of the universe's design for us. No one wants to go back to living in dark caves, but few stop to wonder if it isn't a beneficent force that led Edison to invent electricity." "Discover it, actually. And Faraday, among others, set the stage for the light bulb. But I do get your point. It's what man is doing with all his inventions, like strip mining, that worries me. Correction, frightens me." "The Druids, environmental awareness pioneers, every last one, working from home in Anglesey, would not have stood for it." "No question," he agreed. Rowena seldom referred to her past, except to say she was from Wales, and had had a hard-scrabble upbringing on the wild but beautiful west coast of Anglesey. She paused to take a sip of her wine. "I think the old Druids were the real thing, but their beliefs have been lost to us, partly because they don't seem to have been awfully interested in converting or eradicating other people. They were healers and seers who wanted to protect the sacred homes of the spirits, the plants, the trees, the running waters, the hills. I believe absolutely they had the gift of prophecy, too, and could read the signs of nature to reveal our true business on this planet. But that's a voice drowned out by the noise and bustle of our modern age." "Given where you're from, perhaps you have an affinity for the old beliefs." "I will say that where I'm from has revised my outlook on holiday gift-giving traditions. As a teenager, like most teenagers, I coveted stuff, all the things you see in magazines. Then I stood watching as my father headed out one freezing morning in his little fishing boat. I think that was the end of my wanting. Just keeping us in the basics was killing him." She dabbed a napkin at her lips, which were as usual innocent of makeup and as softly pink as rose petals. The remembrance appeared to have made her blush. Personal disclosure was uncommon for the self-contained Rowena. "Anyway, there's a lot of nonsense spouted about the Druids, whose religion, by the way, was recently recognized as a religion in Britain under charity law. Did you know?" He nodded. "I saw something about it in the paper a couple of months ago." "The fact is, they were eradicated so ruthlessly, fear, you know, that we don't know many specifics. What passes for Druidism now?
Who can say if it remotely resembles the original? Their shrines were destroyed, their vast knowledge was lost. But they worshipped the spirit, and the knowledge to be discovered in nature. That much is clear. I've often thought they were not so very different from the old contemplatives, the monks of Nether Monkslip. If only the abbey ruins here in the village could speak. I think they share the same energy as is found up on Hawk Crest, in the centre of the circle of menhirs there. Max nodded. In the stillness of Hawk Crest, he had felt the energy she described, but it was an eerie feeling, and he had kept it to himself. A vicar couldn't run about spouting that sort of thing, but he knew the crest had a special energy of its own. And who knows? Awena, fully engaged now, airily waved her empty fork. Maybe one day a cave in Anglesey will give up its hidden secrets. Anyway, there is more than one path, and there always has been. Max was recalled by her words to a much earlier time, when he had travelled to Maui, years before he had even thought of entering the priesthood. Maui in some ways resembled Awena's Anglesey, with its waves deafening during a storm and its unspoilt beaches. He suddenly recalled, sitting in Mr. Vijay's colourful little restaurant, in a village he had never known existed, talking to a woman he could not now imagine never having met, how mesmerized he had been by the spill of light tumbling down a hillside. He remembered thinking at the time he could see why the ancient Hawaiians worshipped more than one god. A single god could not account for the glorious variety of nature to be found in the islands. "But I doubt very much," she was saying, "that the ancients held the current view of heaven as some sort of exclusive men's club for white males only." Max said, "There is no point of view less Christian." "Pre-Protestant England adored the Virgin Mary," said Awena. "Literally. That was all stamped out. Fear was behind that campaign too, of course." They were in the middle of their main course when Max, in answer to her question of what he'd been doing lately, said, "Well, I have today been among the great and the good." "Oh? How is that?" He put down his fork and took a sip of wine. "I came in on the train from Staincross Minster with Lady Baynard of Chedrow Castle." "Ah, interesting. I was just at the castle a few months ago. A bit of a situation brewing there, if you ask me." Lady Baynard had used almost the same words. Max said so, and Awena replied, "I wonder what Oscar, that's Lord Foot Russell to you and me, I wonder what he's up to." "How did you come to be there at the castle?" Max asked her. "I was on the train to Staincross Minster. As I say, it was a few months ago. Late summer, or perhaps early fall. I remember the bees were a complete plague. I was going into town to do some shopping, and there she was, the most remarkable creature, like something out of Queen Victoria's court, swaddled in this old-fashioned jacket and skirt, and piercing one with that blue-eyed stare. But she seemed to know who I was, and we got to talking about herbal remedies and things." Max smiled behind the wine-glass he'd raised to his lips. Everyone for miles around knew who Awena was, and she was much in demand. People often wanted her to consult on their home or gardening projects, to lend her knowledge of feng shui and blessings for the home and the medicinal uses of herbs. She was likewise famous for her shop goddess spell, the place of one-stop shopping for every item designed to soothe or enchant. "She had a cold when I saw her," said Max. "Yes, I gather it's always something with Lady Baynard. Frightful hypochondriac, if you ask me. She seems to enjoy poor health, as the saying goes. And doesn't she love to natter on about pedigrees and so forth? But I was able to recommend a few herbal remedies. She said her stomach had been upset recently, and she seemed excited by the possibility of growing her own fresh ingredients. She invited me out to the castle to advise her on what to plant and where for the spring. As I had some free time, I drove over the following week." "Where you found a situation brewing?" "Only because of the planned addition of these new members of the family. I gather there was always a bit of a situation with Lamorna there, and poor Lamorna had been around for years." She caught herself up. "It's always poor Lamorna, which is rather a slight, isn't it?" "Lamorna? Lady Baynard didn't mention her." "I'm not surprised. I am surprised her grandmother remembers Lamorna exists most days, unless she wants her to do a job of unpleasant work. I gather Lamorna is rather stuck over there at the castle, financial reasons, or she let herself get stuck." He took a bite of his meal, which was accented by a wonderfully light, spicy sauce of tomato and, so Awena informed him, coriander. "So tell me, what's brewing?" "Well, I'll have to go back 25 or more years to Lamorna's childhood to put you in the picture. Lamorna is the Foot Russell's official poor relation. I gather every family has one. This is the common gossip. Her father, who loved beautiful things, detested poor Lamorna. All babies may be beautiful, but they grow in all sorts of unexpected ways, into all sorts of unexpected things." "Beautiful name, though." Awena nodded. "It's haunting, isn't it? She was named after the beauty spot in Cornwall where her parents met, so the story goes. Anyway, her grandmother pretended for a while to love her, sensing somehow that this was a basic requirement for grandmotherhood, but this fooled no one, especially Lamorna. The saving grace was her mother, Leah. She had delayed having children only to find, when she wanted to, she couldn't have them. Lamorna, adopted, was her most precious child, and in Leah's eyes uniquely beautiful. As I say, her mother really seems to have loved her, but she died along with her father when Lamorna was just a girl." "So she came into the care of her grandmother, Laetitia, Lady Baynard." "If you could call it that," said Awena. "The days of the personal maid having vanished, Lady Baynard seems to have latched on to Lamorna for the purpose." "Wasn't she sent away to school? That would be the norm for children at that level of society." "She was, if only briefly. It exposed her to things and people outside the castle, which might have been a good thing, but I gather she was teased a lot. Anyway, public school was said to have been a disaster, and she ended up attending a local day school in Monksleep-super-Mare." Awena's words were spoken with measured kindness, as were most of her opinions, but it was clear Lamorna was the original ugly duckling who had never made it to the beautiful swan stage. "So the grandmother, Lady Baynard, rejected the girl? Rather like an animal rejecting its young?" Awena nodded. "Something like that. After a few failed attempts to mould Lamorna into what she wanted in the way of a grandchild." She laid down her fork and said ruminatively, "This happened well before my time, but this was the scuttlebutt as it went round the village. Laetitia rode the girl day and night to try to get her to pay more attention to her appearance, to make her what she thought of as marriageable. When Laetitia's attempts to get Lamorna to stick to a slimming regime and to do something about her hair and makeup failed, backfired even, she finally gave it up as a lost cause. From that point on, she seemed to start looking for ways to make Lamorna useful, to herself." Max thought suddenly of a mother and daughter team he'd sat next to at Waterloo, bickering over their meal, engaged in a battle of wills that neither could win. He shook his head. "Her own granddaughter," he said. "What a shame." "I gather that was part of the problem where Laetitia was concerned. Lamorna wasn't her granddaughter by blood. She was adopted as a baby from— was it Serbia? No, Russia. That was it. Anyway, you know what these old families can be like. Blood will out and all that rot. Leo, the father, seems to have felt cheated, as if he'd paid for and planted a packet of honeysuckle seeds, but weeds had appeared instead. You can't demand your money back, can you? The poor tyke. You see, there were also emotional and developmental problems. There sometimes were with the children from some of the orphanages over there. Anyway, she seems finally to have withdrawn into herself and never re-emerged on the other side of adolescence. None of this endeared Lamorna to everyone in her new family." "Adopted," said Max. "Unfortunately, I've seen this type of reaction before. Tragic when it happens. A child is always a joyful thing, no matter how it arrives. So, you went to the castle and—" "I confess," said Awena, "I went as much out of curiosity as anything. The castle is famous, and the one time I'd tried to visit, most of the grounds were closed off. So I went. Randolph, that's Lady Baynard's son, met me at the door, gave me a quick tour, and then took me out to meet his mother in the garden." They lingered a long time over dessert, savouring the company and the bottle of wine.
One of the things Max had loved about Italy, where he'd spent a riotous gap year, was the way conversations expanded to fill the available time. Luncheons inched into late afternoon, afternoons painted in his memory in muted primary colours, reds and yellows and greens. Dinners ended when no one was left able to drive and were instead invited to spend the night. There was a possibility the cycle would repeat itself endlessly, with guests never leaving and no one caring if they did. Talking with a wiener was like that. She looked carefully at him after a long but comfortable silence, out of those extraordinary eyes of a pale, translucent purplish blue that mesmerized all who saw her. "Are you happy here, Max?" she asked him, "in Nether Monkslip?" "Yes," he said. "I find that I am. Ridiculously so. What is it the vicar says in the movie they made of Sense and Sensibility? Something about a small parish and keeping chickens?" She smiled, nodded, "And giving very short sermons. Hugh Grant was wonderful in that film." She didn't mention that she thought Max bore a striking resemblance to the devilishly handsome actor, but she did think so. Max returned her smile. "Well, I do try to keep the sermons short, but I'll have to get some chickens in as soon as Luther leaves." He spun his wine-glass in both his hands. He was attracted to a wiener, this he knew. What man would not want a woman as fine-looking as a wiener? But since it was also an attraction of like minds, somehow he felt the more dangerous territory could be, well, skirted, as it were. A man in his position couldn't just tear about the way he had done in his youth. There had been opportunities, and he had made the most of them. Even then, working for MI5 presented its own unique problems in this regard. Sleeping with someone outside the roster of available women in his own field was frowned upon. Counterfeiting, it was called, for the necessity of lying in these outsider relationships. There was a ruder term for it, of course. There always was. These mixed affairs were almost by definition doomed. There were a few young women among his cohorts with whom he'd had affairs of varying degrees of emotional attachment, especially in the hothouse atmosphere of working a case together. That type of situation brought with it its own problems, as it did in any profession. There were several outsiders to whom he'd been authentically attracted for the long haul. Beyond that short list, there were temporary attractions, and of course he had succumbed to some of them. All of his comrades had. But it was completely unfair on the women themselves. The situation was absurd, as well as occasionally dangerous. He could never confess what it was he really did for a living, and he never met anyone he could trust enough to confide in, putting aside the fact that such a confidence would have been a complete breach of the domestic spy agency's code. He was content now with his life, and yet Max only a few weeks before had found one of the acolytes reading a men's magazine in an off-duty moment. He recalled assuring the embarrassed Alfred that women were a miracle of engineering, and that the boy's pleasure in looking at them was part of nature's plan. "Just don't make the mistake of thinking the women in this magazine are real, in any sense. The publisher is selling fantasy, not hers, but yours. If you want a girl in your life, go find one to talk to. Then be sure you listen to what she has to say." Later, Max had reflected he might not be overqualified to speak on this subject. He wanted a woman in his own life, but living in Nether Monkslip, where everyone heard you sneeze before you even knew you had a cold, this was out of the question. Seeking out a life's partner somewhere outside the village, he had time for that exactly never. Content, busy, happy, and possibly wanting to avoid the whole issue, Max supposed God would take care of that in his own good time, as he did everything else. Now, looking at a wiener, he realized he was back in somewhat the same MI5-type situation he'd so recently escaped. He respected her completely. Her casual affair was unthinkable, even leaving aside what it would do to her reputation. About his own reputation he didn't much give a damn, but he wasn't going to be reckless on both their behalfs. He would have to venture outside the village for romance, he realized, if he didn't want to live alone forever. And yet he was strangely reluctant to join that search party. "More wine?" he asked a wiener, lifting the bottle. He walked her home that night. She invited him in for coffee and brandy, but as tempting as it was, it had been a long day's journey, and they had lingered for well over 2 hours over dinner. Walking back to the vicarage, he looked up and saw a white moon anointing the sky, waxing toward fullness. As he watched, it became shot through with clouds, nearly vanishing. Chapter 5. Many are called. As Max had walked Thea earlier that day, winding down the afternoon, DCI Cotton of the Monkslipp-Supermare Police had only just begun to gear up for one of the major cases of his career. He'd been at Chedrow Castle since mid-morning, when the call had come through about the finding of Lord Footrussell's body. He was barely on his way, Detective Sergeant Essex sitting at his side, when his mobile phone rang with a new announcement. The body of Lady Baynard had just been found as well. A twofer. Except in cases of a murder-suicide, which couldn't be ruled out yet, that sort of thing didn't happen often in a policeman's life. He'd spent the day either interviewing the residents of the castle or colluding with his colleagues on the forensics team, seeing what was to be seen. A lot of blood in the case of the old man, and a peaceful, if surprised-looking corpse in the case of the old woman, his sister. When the inhabitants of Chedrow had gone to look for her, she had at last been found surrounded by her pots of flowers and her bags of potting soil in a garden hothouse not far from the main building of the castle. The butler in both cases had found the corpses. The butler did it? Far too predictable, that solution, but always a possibility. Only in fiction did the butler not do it. They were the last of the put-upon employees, a dying breed, born forelock tuggers with a grudge. One final demand for a scone buttered just so might have sent the poor man right over the edge. Now, as Max and Awena were finishing their meal in Nether Monkslip, Cotton was in his office in nearby Monkslipp-Supermare, awaiting the first forensic results, and plotting his strategy. For with Nobbs dying all over the castle, they'd want Scotland Yard brought in. Someone from the castle was probably shouting down the wire already, most likely that Randolph, the lady's son, demanding special treatment from on high. Randolph, Viscount Nathersby, didn't look the sort not to throw his weight around at the first opportunity. Well, stuff the Yard. Cotton was not an overly ambitious man, certainly not in the self-important destructive way of some of his colleagues, but this was an important case, one that would be talked about and written about for decades. Who killed Lord Footrussell? And it had fallen straight into his lap. He'd go begging to the Yard for help as a last resort only, if and when it seemed there were no other way to solve the crime. It certainly beat the usual drug deal resulting in murder on a council estate. Cotton had just come from such a case. He couldn't say so aloud, but these manor murders were much more to his taste. Here we had this Viscount Nathersby and his assistant Scylla, and Lester and Felberta, Lester being Randolph's younger brother and a real piece of work. Lady Jocasta Jones, daughter of Lord Footrussell, and Simon, her husband. The stunning Gwyneth, ex-wife to Lord Footrussell. 2 teenagers, children of the deceased lord by said stunning Gwyneth. The Vladimirovs, cook and butler, and that oh-so-strange Lamorna person. Of course, the Rat Pack, also known as the gentlepersons of the press, would be all over this in a way they never were for a common garden-variety drug deal gone bad. One couldn't blame them, really, but they added nothing to the equation except in those rare instances when Cotton found a way to manipulate them to his and the department's own ends. Okay, so where to start? He would need to hand-pick a team. Surely they'd give him full latitude here, if only to stop the phone from ringing off the hook in the Gov's office. He'd want Detective Sergeant Essex beside him for certain, a woman terrier in appearance and terrier in mentality. She would worry a suspect until he gave up whatever he held most dear, including his freedom, just to be shut of her. He picked up his phone and punched in some numbers. Get everyone in here who isn't absolutely positively needed elsewhere. Meeting on the ground floor in the morning, the usual place, at 8 a.m. That's 8 sharp, tell Moynihan. Absurdly pleased by this one-sided exchange, Cotton rang off sharply, without a goodbye, just as they did in the action films. Why waste valuable time? The phone rang back almost immediately. It was Sergeant Essex, wanting to know what sort of AV equipment he might need. It rather spoiled the effect of immediacy and daring-do that Cotton had been striving for, but he asked her for a bulletin board and some markers, wishing it could be something more, well, dynamic, like bullets or blasting caps. Again, really pushing his luck this time, he rang off without saying goodbye. The phone obediently remained silent. Then he began furiously to think, pacing the office in a graceful swooping motion, back and forth, hands clasped beneath his coat-tails. He might have been an ice skater. By the time 9 o'clock rolled around that night, he at least had a positive ID on the body. Oscar Lord Foot-Russell was definitely the deceased. Cause of death, multiple stab wounds, although the initial fierce thrust of the knife was believed to have been fatal. It seemed a trivial and unnecessary step, this preliminary run-up, this identification. The man had been found in his own home, his own castle, by people who knew him well. But without that certain starting point, the case could blow up before it even got started. And he supposed stab wounds might be mistaken for something else, or used to disguise some other sort of injury. But this time, what looked like a stab wound was just that. They'd run tox scans, to be sure, but there you had it. The woman now, this Oscar's sister, Lady— he ruffled through his papers once again— Laetitia Lady Baynard, née Foot-Russell. An autopsy and tox scan for her, too, of course, given the circumstances, although the doctor was saying natural causes. As far as they knew now, the only possible connection to the murdered man's death was some sort of fatal shock coming over her at hearing of the finding of her brother's body. Otherwise, the timing was the purest coincidence. Well, they were twins, after all, thought Cotton, and shock might be exaggerated in such a close relationship. Their twinship was a bit of information contained in one of the reports, the statement of the butler, but Cotton had known that without needing to be reminded. For of course Cotton knew the family, or knew of them. They were the landed gentry of the area, well known to Cotton since he was busy learning his alphabet at school. He planned what to say when he would meet his team the next day. On a schematic of the castle and its grounds, which he'd obtained from the brochure they handed out to tourists, he carefully drew X's to approximate where the bodies had been found. Again, he worried that they were going to conduct this investigation with a fraction of the help Cotton knew he would need, which meant a lot of long days and sleepless nights ahead. A handful of CID officers, a few more uniforms to do the heavy lifting. Who would be a policeman? But Cotton did have an ace up his sleeve, and that ace, a compassionate man with the heart of a vicar and the soul of a detective, was named Father Max Tudor. Max wasn't back at the vicarage for a moment before the phone began to ring. The late hour didn't surprise him. Emergencies always seemed to happen at night, keeping company with dark nights of the soul. "Hello, Max." The two friends, policeman and vicar, had long since done away with using formal titles in private conversation. "We've got a situation over at Chedrow Castle." Wondering only briefly at the "we," Max said, "What an odd coincidence. I was just talking about the family with a friend over dinner. With a wiener, you know her. I shared a train compartment with Lady Baynard just this morning." "Holy— I'll certainly need to hear more about that." "Whatever I can recall, I'll tell you, of course. Lady Baynard gave me a brief rundown on the state of affairs at the castle, and she did indicate she was uneasy about the situation. She called it a situation brewing." Max thought. "She said she'd been shopping and had bought some chocolates for her son." "Which one?" "Randolph, I think it was. She has more than one son?" "Two, in fact." "That's interesting in itself. She seemed to have forgotten one. At least she didn't mention him. She told me Randolph's great-grandmother was a goof wattle or something. She also said her brother had been ill. Recently, I gather. I wasn't listening closely, sorry. It may come to me." Cotton sighed. It was the tag end of a long, long day. He needed a shower, and as much sleep as he could manage before the morning. He fought back the weariness and took a sip of some coffee that had been cold for half an hour. You said there was a situation, Max prompted him.
Yes, it's rather an odd situation. She's dead, Max, I'm afraid.
Dead? You don't mean—
Max knew they wouldn't be having this conversation if some criminal activity weren't at the heart of it. No, we think it was natural causes.
I am sorry to hear that. But why call me? And why, more to the point, are you involved? She wasn't murdered, you say?
No, not murdered. To all appearances, she died a natural, if unexpected, death. It's her brother who makes this a situation. That would be Lord Footrussell.
He was killed,
Max said flatly. He was, stabbed by someone determined to see him out of this world. Yes, her brother was murdered, apparently a short time before she herself succumbed.
Oh, my God. The shock, I suppose.
How was she when you saw her? Cotton asked. Her mood, her demeanour. Did she appear to be in good health?
Apart from a cold, and one doesn't normally die of a cold.
Actually, among the elderly, it's not uncommon to die of a cold.
Yes, of course, you're right about that.
As to her mood,
acerbic. Her demeanour, commanding. Nothing, I gathered, out of the ordinary. She was used to command.
We chatted a while, then she sat there knitting like Madame Defarge, until the train pulled into Nether Monkslip. I bundled her into a taxi headed toward Monkslip-super-Mare and her castle, and that was the last I saw of her.
I see. When did all this happen? Max asked him. As I say, I just was talking with her this very morning.
Cotton said, The rituals of the forensics team are as mystifying as those of the Masons. But they say, going greatly out on a limb, that he, Lord Footrussell, was killed around 8 a.m., give or take 2 hours. They can never be sure, and it depends on several factors, such as heat and damp and, no doubt, whether or not the moon was in the 7th house. But that is the long and short of what we have to work with. No useful prints that don't belong there. The killer did not helpfully leave behind his or her footprints in blood, nor did the victim scrawl the killer's name in blood on his headboard, although something dramatic like bloody footprints was just possible. The poor old man bled quite a bit. Blood was everywhere, but mainly soaked into the mattress of his bed. Max said,
But you say she wasn't killed, too? Lady Barnard?
No, and there's the odd thing. Natural causes. The doc swears it. More tests to run, of course, and in the fullness of time all will be revealed, but he's certain it was just her time to go.
Could Lord Footrussell's death have precipitated an event that caused her death? Heart attack or something?
Yes, they're certainly looking into that possibility and going on that assumption.
Oh, man, said Max. I really should have paid her more attention.
Cotton seized on this small opening. It was never hard to open a little crack of guilt in the Max facade. You could help us, Max. We need feet on the ground, ears at the doors. You know the sort of thing. And you know that's not my department anymore. My days with MI5 were 100 years ago. Besides, Chedrow Castle falls under the purview of Father Arthnot of Monkslip-super-Mare. There's a protocol, not unlike your own rules for rank and file. Actually, as it turns out, it is your department. The deceased, both of them, have asked in their wills to be buried out of St. Edward's, according to my recent conversation with the family solicitor. And a dodgy old reprobate he is, but more on that later. You'll no doubt get to meet him. Anyway, Nether Monkslip has been requested by both Lord Footrussell and Lady Baynard in their wills as their final resting place, far in advance of need, back in the days of your predecessor, in fact. I gather they had a special attachment to St. Edward's. Now I imagine it will be a double service when we can release the bodies. So I'll tell the people at Chedrow Castle you were there as a special adviser regarding the religious services to be held in Nether Monkslip, helping them choose the hymns and favourite bits of scripture and so on. I gather Lady Baynard's granddaughter Lamorna is keen to talk with you. She is a bit religious. You'll see.
Anyway, that will get you in for one night, just so you can get the lie of the land. Or is it lay? I can never remember. After that, we'll think of something if need be. The family's terribly upset, naturally. Your presence could have a calming effect," Cotton concluded. "You want me to snoop around," Max said flatly. "Only in a calming way," said Cotton. Max laughed, despite himself. Cotton on a case was relentless. There was no string he wouldn't pull, no angle he wouldn't try, no chit he wouldn't call in. Cotton said, "Just do what you do best, Max. Listen, sympathize, ingratiate. Above all, notice things." "I do not ingratiate. That sounds so calculating, like some corrupt salesman." "One thing you are not, Max, is calculating. You ingratiate because you are an ingratiating sort of person. I mean you're— oh, never mind. Will you go?" Cotton, who felt he knew his man by now, also felt sure he knew what the answer would be. So he sat through the hemmings and hawings, well, I'd have to get someone in to take over the services, examining his nails and scrabbling through his desk to find a nail file, the phone receiver tucked under his chin all the while. Max had reached the end of his recital of what-ifs and conditionals by the time Cotton had finished filing down the little snag on his left index fingernail. "Good, that's sorted then," he said. "I'll tell them to expect you. And here's the phone number for the castle. There's rather an elaborate open sesame routine you have to go through at the gate. The butler chap will talk you through it." "I'm really not—" Max began. "Anyway, nothing could be more natural than that you attend personally to advise on the arrangements," Cotton ran on. "Lamorna, as I say, has in fact asked specifically for guidance. I gather she's a poor relation of some kind." "Yes, I know. Again, funnily enough, I learned quite a bit about her over dinner tonight. Poor thing doesn't seem to have had much of a life." "So you will do it?" Cotton knew from Max's tone that he, Cotton, was winning now. Once Max met Lamorna, he might not be so filled with sympathy, but Cotton wasn't going to tell him that. "I'll be glad to talk to her and to all the family, certainly. I'll have to clear up a few things here, beginning with a call to Father Arthnot. But I don't want to be in the middle of your investigation. I'll simply muddy the waters for your people. They've all left, my people. The video teams, the photographer, the police doctor." The image came into his mind of the two bodies, each encircled by its own technicians wearing their all-enveloping blue coveralls with elastic at wrists and ankles, accessorized none too fashionably with the booties and hoods designed to protect the crime scene from contamination. They stooped and swayed, poked and prodded, shuffled about and chanted to one another in the ritual of violent death they had all come to know too well. "They've gone off to learn what they can from the scene photos and the bodies themselves," he told Max. "The areas where the bodies were found have been sealed off for the time being, of course. She was found in the hothouse, which is tucked into a corner of the garden, where I'm told she spent much of her time. He, as I've indicated, was found in his bedroom. The technical people have gone off to chortle over the blood-spatter patterns in which they take such delight, but we're left with the suspects, who still are the main source of clues. Even with forensics and all the modern gewgaws, it comes down to the people in the end, doesn't it?" agreed Max. Cotton nodded, as if Max were there to see him. "The police surgeons thought we should ask for a post-mortem on both bodies. Obviously there's foul play in the case of Lord Footrussell. We need to be quite sure there wasn't something suspicious about Lady Baynard's death as well. Poor woman. I'd never met him, but to have just parted from her, that is harsh. So you will help?" Now Max, unseen by Cotton, was nodding, but somehow Cotton knew this. "Then I'll see you there," said Cotton. "Hopefully tomorrow. Time is of the essence in these cases, as you are well aware. Just let me know when you're setting out." And he quickly rang off, again in a nod to all the film noir he'd ever seen in his life, and again not wishing to push his luck. Max could always change his mind, but somehow Cotton didn't think he would. A hound already set on the chase was Max. thoughtfully putting down the colossal Bakelite phone at his own end, unknowingly dislodging Luther from another of his death-defying acrobatic attempts. Max wondered what his bishop would think of the way his pastoral duties were starting to overlap with high crimes and misdemeanors. Overall, he felt it best to say the least possible, unless asked directly what in the world he thought he was doing. He could argue he was doing God's work in trying to bring criminals to justice, but would the Bishop of Monkslip agree? On the whole, Max thought, perhaps not. Softly, softly, then. So long as none of his pastoral duties suffered, there was no reason for the bishop to even learn of Max's involvement in the affair. Chapter 6. A Man's Home. Max had a rusting old Land Rover he used mainly for home visits to farms. In the village he could walk everywhere, often with Thea at his side. In such a small and compact area as Nether Monkslip, he seldom even used his bicycle. He powered up the ancient but reliable engine the next day for his visit to the castle. Despite Cotton's mild protests, the business of St. Edward's had to come first, and it took some time for him to arrange cover during his absence. Someone had to be available to administer the sacraments. His bishop was not consulted, nor need he have been, Max quickly added to the thought. If he had been, he might not have stamped his approval on the scheme insofar as the police investigation was concerned. But as it happened, the vicar of St. David's Church in Monkslip-super-Mare had declared himself glad to be relieved of the immediate need to make a condolence visit to Chedrow Castle. So much so that Max asked him, suspiciously, why that was so. "You mean apart from the fact a knife-wielding murderer is rampaging about the castle? Do I need another reason?" Father John Arthnett was a canny, no-nonsense cleric, nearing retirement, a prospect he viewed with quiet happiness. He and his wife had 3 grandchildren who had arrived in rapid succession, all of them living in Bradford, and all of them in need of babysitting services. "And the church," John had told him, "is not what it was. It's time for the old guard like me to leave the way clear for the youthful go-getter like yourself. You've worked miracles in Nether Monkslip, I hear. Attendance is off the charts." Max didn't want to go into the fact that the recent murder in the village, and his subsequent involvement in the investigation, had much to do with the religious revival that had gripped the village. For now, it was sufficient to know that his attendance on the castle would not be treading on the man's pastoral toes. "Besides," John added, "the family is barking. I'm happy to hand them off to you. Never was a condolence call less needed." "Surely not," said Max, somewhat shocked. 2 people dead, and no one in need of consolation? "You'll see," said John placidly. "It's sad, but they're probably all too busy counting the silverware and keeping an eye on one another to mourn the passing of either lord or lady." Max set out then, but not before making 6 additional phone calls, some to call in his chits with other priests in the vicinity. He wasn't certain how long he would be gone, but this was a busy time of year for the church, and his duties couldn't just be abandoned at any time. He also let Mrs. Hooser know he'd be gone to make sure the animals were fed in his absence. He admitted to himself that part of his motivation in heeding the call from Cotton was that Lady Baynard had told him of her misgivings or forebodings. He felt that he owed it to her to find out what had happened to her brother, whose violent death so spectacularly fulfilled her premonitions of trouble to come. The weather cooperated, but grudgingly. The southwest of England boasted a temperate climate that since time immemorial had drawn visitors to its shores, and this record for scenic hospitality was only now being threatened by the caprices of global warming. The area still enjoyed what the locals called rainfall on tap, rain when needed, sun when not, and the deep soil of the region meant not only good planting but good grazing for much of the year. Animals also could be bred earlier than in other parts of Britain. The region generally was spared the worst of winter, but this year's had been unusually bitter, unusually cold, with snow staying on the ground longer than any of the locals could recall. The snow brought chaos with it, as many were not used to driving in wintry conditions, nor did they have the kinds of heavy automobiles designed to safely navigate snow and ice. By this point the winter qualified as having been one of the most terrible in recent memory. From December 1st the country had been nearly paralysed by icy roads and snow. Elderly people, unaware and unused to the hazards, had been found frozen to death. Deliveries were halted as filling stations ran out of petrol, and people had been trapped on trains or unable to get public transport to work, further slowing the movement of goods and services. Max steered the Land Rover, which was a bit too wide for the Lilliputian lanes leading to Monksleep-super-Mare. Despite the need for hypervigilance in this needle-threading task, it was a pleasant drive of hedgerows, stone walls, sparkling snow, and blue sky. At one point he caught a glimpse of an old barn in the distance, its roof thatched. The voices of the popular Scandinavian group Trio Medieval issued from the dashboard, singing 13th-century church music. Owena had lent him the CD. The quiet otherwise was at a level beyond that of Nether Monksleep, as if he had slipped on noise-cancelling headphones. Mr. Whippet, the elderly parishioner Owena was watching out for, had told him the village once had been a noisy place, with the laments of animals being driven home at night, and carts rumbling down the high, and the shrieks of children at play. The village had had a school in those days, a building responsible for most of the clamour, and, along with the church, for the ringing of bells. These days, the few young children were sent into Monksleep-super-Mare for their schooling. A baby mewling during church services was a welcome novelty. Max, knowing full well that a flock of sheep would surely be around the next blind turn unless one pootled along at 20 kilometres per hour on the narrow road, resigned himself to a speed that in his pre-vicar days would have had him thrumming his fingertips against the steering wheel in barely controlled frustration. His caution was rewarded when, at the next turn, a small sheep appeared, as if from outer space, in the frame of his windscreen. It stood dead centre to the road, alone and staring with startled, frozen panic at the Land Rover's approaching grille. Max stood on the brakes, fishtailing madly, and after pulling over as far as he could to the left, which was still nearly in the middle of the road, he climbed down out of the vehicle, first trying a mild tap on the horn to move the animal, to no avail. Clearly not a very bright sheep. He wondered briefly if there were any smart sheep. Cautiously he approached the creature, making eye contact. It was not fully grown, still more lamb than sheep. Didn't it need a shepherdess or something? A flock? The creature eyed him back, complacent now, since the engine that had worried it so was stopped. Max made little shoo-shoo motions with his hands, also to no avail. Lily Iverson, who raised sheep outside the village and sold apparel made from their wool, became so attached to her creatures she had named each one. She claimed they knew and responded to their names. Knowing Lily and her meticulous care of the animals, that was likely true. Did this sheep have a name, he wondered? He sighed, looked about him. Privately he christened his sheep Noodlehead. They could be here all day, and the next car down the road would come and flatten them both. He had never held a sheep in his life, and never expected to, but holding out his arms he squared up to the animal and somehow scooped its legs together. They felt like large furry chopsticks, unwieldy in his arms. Beyond a token bleat, the creature made no protest as he lifted it, seeming to realize this mild indignity was fundamental to its well-being. Did sheep bite? Max had no idea. It was a soft, yes, soft as lamb's wool, and somewhat smelly bundle, and Max staggered up the road with it until a gap in the hedgerow revealed from whence it had come. Gently he pointed its head through the gap and gave it a shove, a mere suggestion, which the animal seemed to understand. It disappeared, bleating, to join its mates, immediately to be greeted by a fierce blue-eyed dog who stood stock-still, clearly saying, "There you are. I was worried. You might have rung." Max resumed his journey. A few cautious miles farther brought him to Monksleep-super-Mare, where he took the bypass which skirted the wanton, drunken architecture of the seaside town, with its ancient houses spilling down to the sea. He slotted the Land Rover into the traffic in the roundabout just outside the town, and joined the slipstream that would carry him toward Chedrow Castle. It was in the dying late afternoon sunlight that he first had an up-close view of the castle. It was an image that would remain with him a long time. He had made his approach via a long wooded drive, which seemed a veritable highway after the track from Nether Monkslip. Lined with sentinel trees on each side, the road rose at the last in a majestic sweep to the castle gates. Max imagined this road followed the same winding trail as the original, and was designed to ease descent while at the same time making a direct plunderous assault impossible. He came eventually to a lane lined with low stone walls, which in summer would drip with vegetation, and passed through an open gate flanked by stone pillars. He could now see the castle with the latticed grille of its gateway. The structure sat on an apron of land, fanning out over the ocean far below. He could hear and smell the sea, which beat at the back fringes of the compound, imagining stipples of light fighting the dark on the water's surface. The waist of this apron was narrow, a high stone wall joined at the middle by a gate of elaborate iron scrollwork. You could see how the land might erode over many centuries, narrowing that waistline, causing the wall to collapse stone by stone, and finally tipping the house and all its contents into the English Channel. It was a weighty structure of turrets and battlements, fortress-like and forbidding in aspect, even after centuries of peaceful occupation. Peaceful, Max reminded himself, until the events which had brought him to this place. The collection of buildings which comprised the compound crouched now behind defences clearly added later to the original manor house. Perhaps from its inception the place was intended as a retreat from a hostile world, even before reinforcements had been added to repel all invaders. Effectively grappled to the top of a rock, the castle was a perfect picture of stoic majesty in the face of the relentless tide of the ages. The sky was a grainy blue, like the nighttime sky in a photo taken with a cheap camera, but the graininess came from the snow that floated lazily in the distance. This near the sea, snow crystals tended to break apart almost as soon as they formed. He could not account for the odd luminescence of this sky, which looked like the first glimmerings of the aurora borealis. A large car park had presented itself to his right as the old Land Rover sputteringly gained the top of the hill. Max parked and walked over to the high stone wall with its wrought-iron gate. He found the buzzer and speaker on the right pillar and announced his presence, as instructed earlier by a heavily accented, impeccably polite male voice over the phone. He seemed to have anticipated Max's arrival either through the use of his good butler genes or, more likely, by peering through one of the tiny windows that dotted the front of the castle. No doubt Cotton had also given the man a heads-up on what to expect. Max was rewarded with an electronic buzz and the metallic ka-thunk of the gates unlatching. Max stood looking at the castle, waiting, as instructed by the voice. "Wait there for me, please." Unaware that his photo was being snapped by an enterprising young reporter from the Monkslip Supermare Globe and Bugle, who was staking out the castle entrance from behind one of the low stone walls. He was busy noticing there were openings between the supporting corbels, brackets helping to hold up the castle's upper floors. He'd had a teacher once who was keen on old styles of architecture, and some of her enthusiasm had rubbed off. But what was the name of those openings? He'd known it once. Starts with an M. "The machicolations are interesting, aren't they?" said a voice at his ear. Startled, he turned to see a squat, heavy woman, so short she had to tip her head far back to look up at him. She was not very old, but had the look of someone anticipating old age by many decades, as if anxious to get the aging process over with all at once. This must be Lamorna, thought Max, the orphaned young woman Owena told me about. Owena had told him Lamorna had been named optimistically after the romantic spot where her parents met, although there was little about Lamorna that spoke now of romance. Doughy and lumpen, her shoulders slouched inside a nappy old grey sweater that Max suspected she wore even on summer days, using its stretched and bulging pockets as a carry-all. She wore glasses in old-fashioned black plastic frames that might have been issued by the health organization of a failing socialist country. These fitted her poorly, and her every sentence seemed to be punctuated by her having to push the glasses the long way back up her nose. Her eyes were very slightly crossed and too close together. The sunlight caught the highlights in the thin moustache on her upper lip, and her fringed hair sprang wildly about the black Alice band she used in an attempt to tame it. He noticed that in an additional cruel twist of fate she wore a hearing aid.
she was saying now. The machicolations could be purely decorative, but of course they were used to drop things onto the enemy below. Stones, boiling oil, the contents of chamber pots, whatever was close to hand, presumably. She gave an exaggerated shudder. Horrid they were in those days, she said, but Max thought her smile unpleasant as she envisioned such fates for the victims. Yes, of course, said Max. Machicolations. I couldn't pull up the word. You would be Father Tudor. They said you'd be coming. It wasn't a question. The clerical collar saved so much time in terms of identifying himself and his mission. It was like being a fireman, thought Max. And you are? He asked, just in case he was wrong. Lamorna Whitehall. She pointed toward the castle, warming to her role. You see the lookouts? They're everywhere, really, at ground level and above. These let the defenders observe the approach of the enemy. From the sea, the place is impregnable. It was really only this approach they had to worry about. But originally it was a manor house, prompted Max. Unfortified. Yes, they had to get a special license from the king to castellate it and to surround it with protective walls. You seem to know a lot about it. This pleased her. We're open to the public 3 or 4 days a week in summer. Sometimes I take tours around. The family just administers the place, you know. The National Trust owns it. We live here on suffering. Presumably she meant sufferance, but he understood that her alternate word might sum up her own feelings more precisely. Max looked up, taking it all in. It really was a fine specimen of its type of building, crenellated and dour, yet romantic. The only jarring note was provided by the tubes running up the walls, carefully painted to match the stone, but tubes nonetheless, meant to conceal modern things like electrical wires. These old stone buildings had walls too thick to allow for drilling. Wires and tubes had to be dropped in from the roof. He said aloud, "It's stunning. You're lucky to live here." "Forsooth it is," she said oddly. But she was an odd woman. "I don't know about lucky, but the place is a beauty. You'll see soon enough. Behind the main portcullis is a small courtyard. The entry to the great hall is off of that." A sepulchral but youngish man now made his appearance. Tall and broad-shouldered, he gravely introduced himself as Milo. "Just Milo, sir. My last name is a difficult one for British peoples." Because of the formality of his dress, Max assumed he was some sort of factotum of the castle, an official greeter, butler. "If you could wait one moment, Father Tudor," Milo said. "I need to close the gate at the top of the drive. I should have done it earlier, but we have been in a turmoil, as you can imagine." He set off. A clanking sound was heard as he wrestled a gate into place. Lamorna took advantage of Milo's absence to whisper, "I'm so relieved you're here," stammering out the words so softly he had to turn his head to hear. Returning at a trot and taking Max's single bag, Milo led him under the portcullis which hung, incisor-like, over the central gateway into the main grounds. Turning to speak to Lamorna, Max saw she had beetled off without another word. He saw her round form under the enveloping grey sweater disappear beneath a stone archway into what appeared to be a garden, now dormant in its own winter grey. Presumably the hothouse where Lady Baynard had died would be somewhere in the vicinity. Lamorna had said not a word to him about her grandmother or her granduncle, or about Max's reasons for being at the castle, which was, according to Cotton, at her own request. Perhaps she was one of those who hid strong emotion behind a cool discussion of stone and machicolations and warfare. Protective walls, indeed. He gazed about him as he walked. The buildings of the castle compound were inviting in that gloomy, portentous way beloved of history buffs. Max, who was one, found it creepily atmospheric, satisfyingly so. The corridors would probably be draughty and the rooms chilly and prone to all the ills that befall extremely old buildings, but Max thought that a fair trade-off. If the place ran true to type, there would be a massive hall and a buttery or service room in the main part of the structure, along with living areas above. There would be a chapel, perhaps built into the curtain wall along with other buildings. The kitchen would by now have been moved into the main structure for modern convenience,
but the remains of the original building might still be around. He could see a watchtower that dominated at one side, an anchoring building of some 3 stories. Max had paused before the massive gates, calculating with reverence the man-hours required to construct them, then followed Milo into the small forecourt, where riders would once have entered, their horses stamping their hooves and their servants rushing to unsaddle the mounts. One could easily imagine the castle lord followed by his retinue as he strode, cape swooping out behind him, into the hall. He followed Milo through a heavy door that groaned on protesting wrought-iron hinges and into a small antechamber. They passed through a screen on the left and emerged into what could only be the great hall, a large shadowy space almost Venetian in aspect that made one think of whispered talk of treason by dark-robed men huddled in corners, of conspiracies and the muffled clink of bags of coins changing hands. It was a room of blackened oak beams with a timber arch-brace roof, its stone walls hung with paintings and tapestries depicting stag hunts and other tableaux that would put the sensitive viewer off his meal. The lofty ceiling, like that of a cathedral, seemed designed to intimidate and impress the visitor. There were a very few very high windows, so as not to compromise the solidity of the heavy stone walls. A small Chartres stained glass window floated high up in one wall, throwing shards of coloured light on the grey stone floor and the large dining table below. The one homey touch was an enormous hearth at one end of the room, with sofas and chairs ranged before it. His guide Milo swivelled suddenly to the left and disappeared, much as Lamorna had done. Scrambling to catch up, for Max again had dawdled to sightsee in the massive hall, he saw the concluding treads of a wide spiral staircase spilling into the room. The lighting was so poor Milo seemed to have been swallowed up by shadows. Max followed the sound of footsteps upstairs, worn slippy with age and smooth as butter, cupped in the middle by centuries of wear by hundreds of pairs of feet, stairs which grew progressively narrower as they ascended. At the top he found himself in a wood-panelled corridor, darkened by time and smoke. Other corridors led misleadingly away on either side. Misleadingly, because Max could see they quickly splintered off into little sub-corridors and other steep flights of stairs. The whole layout was a mare's nest, like something out of Hansel and Gretel, requiring breadcrumbs to navigate one's way around. Having rejoined Milo, he followed him down one narrow passageway that seemed chosen at random, a hallway with doors spaced unevenly along both sides. It was inadequately lit and uneven, as had been the stairs. There were no lifts, of course. The whole idea of blasting through rock to create a vertical channel was a non-starter, and like as not to end with the entire edifice tumbling into the sea. Milo turned to Max to say, "Watch your step," just as Max caught his foot against an uneven bit of paving and went flying, just catching his balance in time. By twists and turns, Milo reached a door, remarkably similar to every other door they had passed, and pushed it open. His back for the entire journey had remained ramrod straight. He might have been expressing disapproval, or nervousness. He went in, deposited Max's bag, and proceeded to explain the location of the nearest bathroom and also the heating system, which Max gathered might require him to call on all the experts at Los Alamos to operate. Milo then gave him the time and place for dinner, unnecessarily, thought Max, for surely dinner could only be in that massive hall downstairs. But Max declined. "I'm not really hungry, thank you. I'm meeting DCI Cotton in the morning, so I think I'll have an early night." "I'll let you know when Inspector Cotton arrives, shall I, sir? If you change your mind, Doris, my wife, can bring a tray up to you. The bell pull is over there." Following some further instruction from Milo as to the ins and outs of the castle, Max thanked him and said, "I'm sure I'll be most comfortable." Milo looked sceptical, so Max amended, "It should be a most interesting experience, staying in a castle," blithely unaware that this would prove to be an understatement for the ages. He stood at the door watching as the butler disappeared into a narrow service staircase near the main stairs. Back in the day it may have been a sort of bolt-hole or even a secret passageway between rooms, used for the occasional illicit rendezvous. Max nearly hugged himself. It was all so delightfully gloomy and picturesque. An intimate castle, if there were such a thing. It bore traces of homey domesticity from the days before it became a fortified manor-house, and vestiges of frippery from the days when defence of the realm was no longer the primary concern. Max felt as if he had wandered onto the set of an historical drama, or possibly a recreation of the early life of Robin Hood. Turning back into his room, Max took a moment to assess his surroundings before unpacking, the days of the under-butler who would do this sort of thing for him being long gone. He decided to wait for morning before beginning anything like an investigation. It was late, the sun practically in free fall to the horizon. The room had a casement window to which he was instantly drawn. His room overlooked a medieval-style knot garden with paths 3 feet wide, embraced by the castle's high curtain wall. In summer this would be a lovely walk. Now the intricate designs, like woven threads of Celtic knotwork, resembled white-on-white embroidery. Ornamental bushes were plump with snow and topped with sparkly white hats. He could glimpse a pergola showing the frozen arteries of the climbing vines that would provide a lush canopy in summer. Someone, probably Lady Baynard, had had a go at incorporating an Italianate garden into the grounds, complete with evergreen art topiary. By placing the top of his head against the glass and pivoting it to the right, Max had a glimpse of the sea, a narrow slice of sea, but there. What an estate agent would no doubt call a dazzling sea view. He could hear the waves far below pounding against the rocks, and also could hear, coming from somewhere, a faint rattle of tree branches, clicking like old bones. Nice. Very nice indeed. Max had never aspired to great wealth. To commute from a castle like some rock star by seaplane and helicopter, or to have a closet full of bespoke tailoring from Savile Row. Neither did he begrudge people who possessed these luxuries, unless they were gained by exploitation. Even before the world's economies started falling like dominoes, he'd had a healthy suspicion of get-rich-quick schemes, of money earned in too vast a quantity and too swiftly, or even at too young an age, of rapid rises which seemed always to be accompanied by faster, often drug-fueled falls. He himself once had had a spacious flat along the river, not far from Thames House, and plenty of spare money, if not plenty of time, to spend it in. Since joining the church, his income had slipped to precarious levels, but his needs were fewer, too. He could say he was happy to have left behind the heavy obligations of his former job, but of course his current job had more obligations. It was just that they no longer sat like a weight of metal on his soul. Turning and peering through the somewhat murky space, he saw that the room held a four-poster bed, so large it must have been assembled on site, a wardrobe, likewise, and a large full-length mirror. One corner held a straight-backed chair with an embroidered footrest that seemed to depict a drowning, but Max felt on the whole that couldn't be right. An historical event involving a body of water, certainly. And someone had placed an armchair, a small bookcase, and a side table by the fire, creating a cosy spot for reading. It was faced by a small love-seat upholstered in worn velvet. His eyes ranged over the books on the shelves. There were several novels of the heaving bosom variety. The room probably was let out to visitors in season, visitors who left behind the books from which they'd extracted all the needed wit and wisdom. A King James Bible, a Le Carre or two, and then, ah yes, the perfect Christmas read. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather chill him, no wind that blew was bitterer than he, no falling snow was more intent upon its purpose, no pelting rain less open to entreaty. One almost knew this was Dickens writing of Scrooge without needing to be told. Max read a few pages of A Christmas Carol and stopped to wonder how much like Scrooge Lord Footrussell might have been. And had it led to his death? A death that came for Lord Footrussell before he had time, unlike Scrooge, to repent. With a heaving sigh of his own, he decided to shower and turn in for the night. Chapter 7. A Curse on This House. A frozen mist hung over the castle as the next day dawned. The view out the windows was of cotton wool. What Max could see from his window of the water, yesterday a deep blue velvet, was in the early morning light showing its true colours, turquoise suspended in gold and silver. He decided before breakfasting to find Lamorna Whitehall, following Milo's directions of the night before. Milo had agreed to alert her to Max's plan to visit. "But she is early riser," Milo assured Father Max. "Reads Bible." This last, "reads Bible," was said with a careful, polite neutrality that seemed to be second nature to the man. Still, Max got the impression of a hidden message, even of a warning. Cotton had said Lamorna was the one keen to see him, a religious person, so he felt in good conscience he should speak with her first, before making his presence known to the others. That, after all, was in theory the reason for his visit, to comfort her in her loss, to comfort all of them. Her room was at the opposite end of his own long and winding corridor. He was later to learn it was close to the room Lady Baynard had occupied, and he suspected its location had to do with Lamorna's role as unofficial provider of free labour. She came to the door quickly in response to his knock and ushered him in. Then she stood about, nervously twirling the snarl of dark hair on her head. She wore the same grey sweater as the day before, but this time paired with a faded blue denim skirt. Hoping to put her at ease, he began to speak of that most neutral of topics, the weather, but she only nodded curtly in response to his theory that more snow might be on the way. Sensing the problem, he was invading her space after all, he asked if she'd prefer to speak with him downstairs. This nearly sent her into a panic. "No, no! I wanted to speak with you in private." Her eyes slid sideways to meet his, then as quickly looked away. "Apart from the others." So he settled into the worn armchair she indicated, and waited while she fussed with a paper handkerchief she'd drawn from one denim pocket, twisting it to shreds. The tissue did not appear to be an accessory of mourning. She was dry-eyed. He decided to skirt the topic of murder for now. "You've been living here at the castle how long?" he asked tranquilly. "Obviously long enough to be an expert on its history." Ignoring the blatant flattery, quite right too, thought Max, she said, "I was just 6 when my parents died. I'm 30 now. I came to live here with Lady Baynard." "Your grandmother?" "Lady Baynard, that's right." He looked about him, hoping for clues to the nature of the woman and the decor. He reasoned that her room and her mode of dress might be the only ways she could impose her personality in a place she'd been made to feel was not her real home. There were several reproduction paintings on the wall, a haphazard assortment of poor quality that suggested the room was a dumping ground for whatever could not find a place in the rest of the castle. The religious statuary, however, was clearly hers alone, representing a band of Christianity of the most mawkish sort. This was also true of the books on her bedside table, and on a row of shelves by the fireplace, which in all cases appeared to be collections of hymns or abridged tales from the Bible. Max was reminded of the simple tomes aimed at children, short and punchy, easy to memorize, and of questionable theology, the Bible according to the Apostle Barney. Illustrations were tacked on the wall that appeared to have been torn from religious magazines. Most of these were curling at the corners and hung crookedly, but Max could discern a trend involving the heavenly host of angels, free-floating and unnaturally backlit. In one, an angel smiled coyly as it embraced a human child, carrying it aloft. Max thought personally any child would be terrified witless on such an occasion, but she seemed delighted, torn from her mundane tasks, which for some reason involved pails of milk and a pitchfork, to be lifted bodily into heaven. A maudlin Jesus gazed at him with blue-eyed concern from the front cover of one book, looking like a parody of every tent revivalist preacher who'd ever come along to distort for profit the original message of the Testaments. Max studied Lamorna as he waited for her to start unpacking whatever burden she was carrying. There were few angles to her face to give it definition or distinction. It was mainly her nose that spoiled her chance at conventional good looks, for she had a firm, round chin and eyes of a pretty colour, even if they did protrude goldfish-like from behind her glasses. But Max knew beauty came in all guises. Mother Teresa, with her beetle-nut face, had been such an authentic personality, she became more beautiful as she became more wizened with each passing year. It was difficult to predict such a transformation happening here. Max thought Lamorna was like a character from a 19th-century novel, what at one time would have been called the poor relation, the spinster of the house, reliant on the largesse of wealthier relatives. She struck him as being a throwback to the days, not long past, when an unmarried woman's choices of work outside the home, in this case outside the castle, were limited. Someone belonging to the upper levels of society, however tangentially, might not recognize or take the few options available to her. As if following his thoughts, she said, "Lady Baynard encouraged me to stay, you know. She would look at me out of those icy blue eyes of hers and say, 'No one would hire you. You may as well stay on.'" "Well," said Max, "that was hardly flattering, was it?" "I got used to it." She further struck him as the type of individual who was compelled to tell the truth, even when telling the truth was neither wise nor kind. Odd as it might sound from a priest, Max knew that the type of person who couldn't dissimulate, who could not tell a lie if only to spare feelings, her own or another's, could be a dangerous type of personality. "Why don't you tell me a bit about the others?" he said. "It would help me understand some of the dynamics here." There was an intensity in her expression as she listened that suggested someone hard of hearing or slow to understand. Max, remembering she wore a hearing aid, began to enunciate more slowly. "I'm not sure what to tell you. I don't notice much. I stick to myself." Well, that is a lie, thought Max. He would be willing to bet she noticed everything, if only because nobody noticed her watching them. There was a stillness, a quiet but alert watchfulness to her manner. He actually recognized some measure of that quality in himself. In another life, with a personality less strange and less riddled with odd religiosity, she might have made a good candidate for MI5. He said aloud some version of what he'd been thinking. "I think, Lamorna, that in fact very little gets past you." She sniffed and gave him that odd sideways look, but with a shade of a smile this time. Max thought she might be beginning to thaw toward him. "Well, there's Gwyneth, for a start," she said. "Her proper name is Gwyneth Lady Footrussell. Despite the divorce, she gets to keep the lady, you know. Gwyn and the twins, we call them. That's TWY. Oh, never mind. Anyway, they came to stay, and stay, and stay. Somehow they seem to be becoming a part of the household." Her voice was suddenly neutral, but her eyes were burning with ill will. "I don't mind the twins. I practically raised them, you know. When I remember them as cute babies, well, it's different. But not her." "They were invited?" "So Gwyneth says." Lamorna might have been sucking on lemons, so pinched with disapproval was her expression. "Now why would he invite her here, Lord Footrussell? He couldn't stand the sight of her before. But I guess he couldn't invite the children to stay without their mother dragging herself along. I don't hold with divorce, and I'm certain you don't either, Father, but in this case I saw it was necessary. She was in show business when he met her, you know. Lady Baynard was outraged, and for once I could only agree." It was as if she collected her grievances in a bowl and would pour through them, turning first one, then another to the light. He wondered how much of her time was spent in this manner. With Lady Baynard gone, she would have too much time for that sort of thing. "Gwyneth kept leaving the twins with us when they were little," she said now. "With me, that is. Whenever the last nanny quit. So she got free babysitting, too. I never got a word of thanks for it." "I see," he said neutrally, trying and failing to imagine a worse caretaker for small children than this bitter woman. "Then there are the Americans," said Lamorna. "Lord Footrussell's daughter Jocasta and her husband Simon." She paused dramatically and actually tapped her index finger against the side of her nose. "From California. And you of all people must know what that place is like. Sodom and Gomorrah." Max decided to breeze right past that one. "Surely Jocasta is British." "Her mother was American, and Simon is American. And Jocasta's been there so long the taint of sin is upon her now, never to be washed away.
But what you should know is this. I've seen them wandering about at all hours, up to no good at 3 a.m.
What were they doing? Asked Max.
They were looking very suspicious, said Lamorna.
With a significant nod, she parted her lips in a wintry smile. Quite likely they're jet-lagged, said Max. I well remember how upsetting long-distance travel is to the eat-and-sleep cycles. At 3 a.m. here, they would be expecting their dinner back home, or their stomachs would be expecting it. While he thought this was likely true, he made a mental note to have Cotton ask about these nocturnal wanderings. They, or one of them, might have seen something the rest of the house had not.
You don't find their behaviour suspicious? Lamorna demanded.
Clearly he had lost points with her for being such a thick nincompoop.
Given what's happened? Given that just days after their arrival, 3 days in fact, Lord Footrussell was poisoned?
Cotton had told Max what little he knew of this episode. I'm not sure that's significant, said Max aloud. The timing of their arrival. In fact, he thought it as likely the poisoner, if poisoner there were, waited until the entire family had gathered so as to throw the net of suspicion as wide as possible.
It is significant, she pronounced. There was no love lost between Jocasta and her father. To become an actress! It's as if she chose the one profession most likely to upset him.
That Lord Footrussell had himself later married a woman in show business seemed to have escaped her for the moment. I gather you were here when he married Gwyneth. How did Jocasta take that? He expected a rebuke for asking such a nosy question. In fact, he couldn't have said why he asked it, but it seemed to release a flood of pent-up emotion.
Ha! She said. How did she take it? I'll tell you how she took it. She didn't like it any better than I did, but my dislike was based on moral reasons, as you shall hear. The pair of them weren't married 2 minutes before those twins came along. Not 2 minutes. If you ask me, Alec and Amanda escaped the curse of illegitimacy by a hair's breadth. Never doubt, and here she raised a finger heavenward, never doubt Lord Footrussell was shanghaied into that marriage. Gwyneth is nothing but a brazen hussy.
Sniff.
No better than she should be.
She was reminding him an awful lot of her grandmother by this point. He wondered if there were a gene marker for blatant snobbery. At least Lady Baynard seemed to have missed the religious nutter gene. But here Max pulled himself up short, for he'd been forgetting Lamorna was adopted.
But as to how they all came to be here, she said, I'm afraid they don't share that kind of thing with me. As I told you, I'm here on suffering.
The truth of that was becoming undeniable. She was a member of the family, in fact, but also an outsider. This could be useful to the police. She might see an angle the others might miss. That this angle might be skewed and distorted, however, he didn't doubt for a moment. Tell me about your grandmother. How did you get on?
Lady Baynard? She came back to the castle when her husband died.
He noticed she'd ignored the second half of his question. Lord Baynard?
Yes.
She seemed strangely reluctant to pursue this topic. She began worrying a button on her sweater. The thread holding it had begun to shred. Wouldn't, he said, wouldn't it be more usual for a widow of her station in life to have remained living at her husband's ancestral home? He reached for the old-fashioned word. In a dower house, perhaps?
Usual, she mused. Yes, except that her husband was a rotter.
The really old-fashioned word surprised him so he struggled not to laugh.
He gambled, she went on. They had to sell his ancestral pile to some American actress and her husband, and he was some sort of singer.
Well, the disgrace of it all. She said this the way others might mention a drug dealer and her consort.
It was her own fault, of course, for choosing him, said Lamorna now.
What do you plan to do?
I plan to do what I've always done, she said, a look of faint surprise on her face. I'll stay on, look after things, lead the occasional group through on tour.
Will Viscount Nathersby, will he need help, do you think?
Randolph? He won't want to live here, and he never has. Why wouldn't he want me to stay on and help? Besides, it's Alec who inherits the title from Lord Footrussell. It's not really Randolph's business.
Max thought he was beginning to see the situation from her side. There would be free room and board, as there always was, but without the fetch and carry that her grandmother had subjected her to, and the contempt her granduncle had subjected her to. It was a motive for murder, certainly, and a powerful one. People had killed before to ensure their own safety and security, keeping a roof over their heads. "He may have other plans," said Max carefully. "You should ask him. Ask them both, once things are a bit quieter." At the thought of leaving, or being cast out, fear stretched across Lamorna's face, pulling the skin tight around her eyes. She suddenly burst out, "Lady B was a manipulative liar. She told people stories about how much they would inherit from her, thinking it would make them be nice to her. But I didn't care. I have no use for money." Then she diluted the impact of this righteous statement by adding, "Besides, her husband ran through so much of it before he died." "I see," said Max. "Randolph has a brother, as I understand it, Lester, and Lester has a wife." This immediately brought down her scorn. "The Australians," she said. "I hadn't seen either of them in years. You can be sure they're interested only in money. Lester does something in finance, or so I was told. Again, why would Lord Footrussell do this? Bring all these people here, strangers really, upsetting everything." "It may have been simple loneliness," said Max. "The castle is isolated, and I don't know how many social outlets he had left. Don't you think it may have been a desire for companionship?" "No, I don't. He had me and Lady Baynard for company. He never could stand any of the rest of them, so far as I could tell. That's not surprising, is it?" She began to speak with a nervous and erratic intensity. "Heathen!" she cried. "That's what they are! It's what they all are!" "He was getting older, Lord Footrussell," said Max. "It makes a difference, and they are his family." Too late he saw the trap he'd sauntered into. "And I'm not?" she snapped. "Of course you are," he said quickly, placatingly. "Yes, of course. Every bit as much as they are." She didn't look convinced, because he wasn't convinced himself. Everything he knew of her situation, and he trusted Awena's version in particular, painted her as an unwanted outcast. Family by law, but not by love. "It couldn't have been easy for you," he said, "after your parents died." "A motherless orphan, that was me," she said, "like Jane Eyre, that show on the telly last year. Handouts, hand-me-downs." She adjusted her glasses, pinching the frames on both sides to push them to the bridge of her nose, where they promptly slid down again. Sisyphus glasses. No mention of being fatherless as well. Max reflected that Lamorna's view of herself, labels like orphan and hand-me-downs, however accurate, said much of what he needed to know of her personality. Self-pity was easier than trying to change her fate, and was a trap Bronte would never have allowed her heroine to fall into. "I used to hear them talking, Lord Footrussell and Lady Baynard," Lamorna said now. Max wondered, not for the first time, at this insistence on using their formal names. "I wasn't eavesdropping," she said, with an emphasis that suggested that was precisely what she had been doing. "But I heard them. If there's money involved, you'll find them perfectly polite, even sober. Lord Footrussell said that." Max nodded encouragingly. The recent deaths seemed to have loosened her tongue. He doubted very much she'd have felt as free to share with him her views even a week before. Anything that could add to his store of knowledge of what had happened in the days and weeks leading up to the murder would be helpful. "He said that, you see, because Lady Baynard was worried about spiteful goings-on with all of them here, fights and quarrels, you see." Max did see. Was she worried about any one of them in particular? Did he imagine it, or was she tempted to mention a particular name? After a pause, she just shrugged and said, "She was worried about all of them." "That's very helpful," said Max, smiling. No, it wasn't. "Anything like that you can think of to tell me, please do so, right away." "It's all just frightfully inconvenient," pouted Lamorna, sounding more than ever like her grandmother. "We had all these strangers in the house, that was bad enough, and now we have dozens more snooping and prying and asking questions." Yes, that is the worst of an unpleasant incident such as this.
What happens now?
She asked worriedly. The DCI from Monkslip-super-Mare will want to talk with everyone, sometimes more than once. You must be patient. You do want to find out what happened to your grandmother and to your granduncle, don't you?
Not really.
Clearly realizing how cold that sounded, she adopted a look of simpering piety, in imitation of one of the angels adorning her walls, and added the platitude,
"It won't bring them back, will it?"
She was hapless, thought Max, listening to Lamorna. Without hap, whatever that meant. Without happiness, presumably. Now she pressed the edge of one fist against her mouth in a sudden paroxysm of worry.
"They're all jealous of each other, you know. It reminds me of Jacob and Esau, the envy. That's a venial sin, isn't it? But it seems so much worse."
Then she added,
"Please stay until this is sorted. I don't feel safe around the others."
"I can't promise you it will be sorted," he said. "I can promise to learn what I can, to try to set things right, and you couldn't be safer with a house full of policemen." That earned him a baleful glance.
"They'll only make things worse, you know. They couldn't possibly begin to understand."
One glance at her, at the stubborn set of her mouth, convinced him that mere logic would likely confuse her. Much better to approach any subject obliquely.
"It's a judgment on this castle, I tell you,"
she said now, which Max found more than slightly absurd. This castle had been the scene of so much mayhem, betrayal, surely, yes, even murder, over the years, that if God had not reduced it to rubble long before now, then God never was going to take an active interest in the goings-on at Chedrow Castle. As she droned on in this vein, literally quoting chapter and verse, Max, smiling amiably, wondered if he could make his escape unnoticed by plunging out the window into the bare flower-beds below. He thought Lamorna would have been a fitting companion for Savonarola with his apocalyptic messages and his bonfire of the vanities burnings. Dealing with the intense yet boring fanatic was another hazard of his profession, like the fawning attentions of elderly ladies. He felt a barrier had come up between them now, so he said, in his most soothing voice, "I absolutely promise you no harm will come to you." And because he felt she was keeping something from him, hiding it in all these cries to heaven, he added, "So long as you tell me whatever it is you know that is worrying you so."
"As I have said," she intoned with heavy emphasis, "there is a curse on this house. It will fall like the Tower of Babel."
"There's actually some debate about that, whether it actually fell," Max began, and caught himself up. The last thing he wanted was to enter into that sort of conversation with someone like Lamorna. She was such a poster child for the twisted result of clinging to a joyless, punitive religion, a religion that sapped all the joy from life and led, in its final stages, to the extremism that poisoned the well of sane discourse.
"After all, what goes around comes around," she said now.
A smile of deep, anticipatory satisfaction settled on her lips. Max felt he had heard as much of the collected philosophical wisdom of Lamorna Whitehall as he could take in one sitting. With the repeated assurance that she need not worry and should feel free to come to him with any information or concerns, Max took his leave of her. He thought perhaps the castle staff could give him a more detached account. Chapter 8. In the Kitchen. He could smell coffee and hear laughter coming from the kitchen as he walked down the dark-panelled passage leading from the great hall. It was an incongruous sound for a house in mourning. He recognized one voice. Milo's deep boom was unmistakable. The other voice was a woman's. The door was ajar, and the woman, seeing Max, stood up from the wooden kitchen table and introduced herself as Mrs. Vladimirov.
"Call me Doris."
Max could understand why her husband stuck to the simpler Milo. She was a sturdy British woman with a wide smile and open expression. At the moment her hands were covered to the elbows in flour.
"Isn't this a fine mess?"
she said. Max assumed she didn't mean the flour.
"A murder investigation at Chedrow Castle. My parents can talk of nothing else. No one will be talking of anything else for years to come."
Despite the scowl caused by her stated exasperation with the situation, Max thought she had a kind face. Certainly she viewed Max with ill-concealed friendliness and warmth, but then most women did. As she resumed her seat to continue her flowery task, she sized him up. He was a prepossessing figure, but the words that came into her mind were simpler ones from her magazine reading at the hairdresser's, words like haughty and dreamy, with dark grey eyes of a peculiar intensity that made Doris feel she was the one person in the world this man had been hoping to meet. "Good morning to you, sir." Milo, sitting across from his wife, thundered in his deep bass voice, aware of and unaffected by his wife's evident interest in Max. He had had Doris at hello, as the saying went, and she him, and their trust in one another had never faltered. "Would you care for some coffee, Father Tudor?" Milo asked him. "I would like that very much."
"Get him some breakfast cake to go with that," directed Doris.
She was punching at some dough on a cutting board like a boxer keeping an opponent against the rails. She planned to serve the castle guests a lunch that she explained was en croûte. It looked to Milo like plain old Cornish pasties, and he made the mistake of saying so. En croûte, she said. She stood to refill her own cup and to check on something in the oven, thumping about the kitchen as she did so. "I would know what a Cornish pasty is, now wouldn't I?" Soon Max was holding a warming cup of coffee in both hands. Milo sat down next to him, having served him a pastry made with blueberries, nuts, and oatmeal. Max had been fed similar confections by Mrs. Hooser that he would not have offered to a horse. This was sublimely crunchy but moist, made with buttermilk, Doris told him, when he complimented her on it. The kitchen was the epitome of a cosy place that invited one to settle in for long sessions of talk and the exchange of confidences. It had a small fireplace, size being relative, smaller than the fireplace in the great hall, yet large enough to roast a good-sized specimen of livestock. The murmur of the sea against the rocks could be heard from a window opened to release some of the cooking heat of the room. The soothing hum served as a counterpoint to the crackle of the hearth. "I have just been talking with Lamorna Whitehead," Max told them. Doris, who had resumed pummeling her dough, looked up briefly from her task. "Poor you," said her expression, but she merely waited for him to continue. "How well do you both get along with her?" Max asked. "With Lamorna." There was little point in asking if they got along with her. Milo said, "As well as can be expected. She does not have any, what do you call it, the skull? The brain? That's right, any brain. She is full of doom and does not have the brain of a boiled egg." Doris nodded. Delivered of that somewhat gastronomic opinion, Milo crossed his arms and waited for the next question. But Doris added, "Mind, she's got her reasons. The life they lead her, it's not a fit life for a mule. Surely not a good situation for a young woman. But she puts up with it. Hasn't the gumption to leave, or to get some training, or to strike out on her own, or even to spruce herself up, lose that horse blanket she always wears, for one thing, and go looking for a bloke. Puts up with all manner of rudeness just for room and board in a draughty castle. So it's hard to feel too sorry for her, even given the cards she's been dealt." Her manner as she spoke was down to earth. Max felt her beliefs as well as her loyalties would be unshakable, founded as they were on common sense mixed with a splash of sympathy. "Her parents left Lamorna some little money," said Milo. "Of course, there wasn't a lot to leave, or so we hear. It is not our business, is it? But it stands to reason, so we don't know why she stays." Doris turned her dough over and gave it a good thwack. Milo said, "She is the type of person full of rules." "Dogmatic," said Max. "No, more cat-like, I think. She creeps about. Well, we have seen her." "She sneaks around the place," Doris finished for him, "especially now with all of them here, trying to find out what they're all up to. She's not happy about the situation, you can be sure." "I gather Lady Baynard felt the same way," said Max. "Or did you gain the impression she had in any way instigated this family get-together over the holidays?" Doris Vladimiroff threw back her head, laughing. The dough took a hit to the solar plexus.
Of course Lady B didn't agree to having them all come here. She'd rather be shot, I'd have said. She did what Lord Footrussell wanted in the end, whenever she couldn't talk him out of whatever it was. She was very old-fashioned in that and other respects, was Lady Baynard. In most respects.
The male ruled.
He was Lord Footrussell, and that was that. Unless, as I say, she couldn't first talk him out of whatever it was, using whatever means. She had her little bag of tricks, did Lady B.
Milo nodded in agreement.
He's one peculiar old duck, always was, Lord Footrussell.
She paused to fork in some cake and to take a sip of coffee.
Of course, I don't call him that to his face. A duck. Didn't call him, I mean. Didn't.
Suddenly caught up by the memory of what had happened, she blanched, all the colour draining from her hectic complexion. Putting down her cup, she took a moment to dab at one eye with a corner of her apron. Milo stood and gave her an encouraging thump between her shoulder blades, as though she were choking. Finally she heaved a mighty sigh and said,
"Still no cause to kill the man in that horrible way. Mostly what was wrong with him, he was lonesome. It made him crotchety."
She tried for another sip of her coffee, but her hand trembled too much. "And Lady Baynard," Max asked gently, "how did you get along with her? Was she, crotchety sometimes, too?" Distractedly, Doris made a production of dusting flour off her fingertips, with a linen dish-towel that commemorated one of the royal weddings. Her mouth set in a firm line that plainly said, "If you can't say something nice, say nothing at all." Max waited. Then, after a moment's internal struggle,
"She was horrid, horrid."
The dam breached, Doris poured forth some further opinions which were apparently of long standing.
"It seemed to me all she cared about was her garden and her flowers. It was as if she thought we were all living in some daft production of Upstairs, Downstairs, or Downton Abbey. As if there'd never been a war, first or second, and all the changes that came with it."
Anticipating his question, she said,
"I put up with it because it was a job, and she saw to it we were paid well, I'll say that for her. There isn't much call for a cook in this type of set-up these days, and I never trained as a restaurant-type chef, never wanted that kind of high-pressure environment. So this job was what was here and what was available, in the back of beyond as we are."
Max glanced at her husband. His grave manner seemed to overlay an impish intelligence that missed nothing but held its own counsel. There might just have been a spark of humour glancing off the eyes, which otherwise looked iced over, and while his stiff comportment seemed to convey disapproval, Max felt somehow that Milo was thoroughly enjoying all the palaver. It must have made a break from his usual routine. "Were there often visitors to the castle, apart from the family, I mean?"
"Oh, yes. Lady Baynard had the nobs down from London sometimes. She really put on the dog when it was someone she thought was important. She didn't truck with mixing with the lower orders of people, her words. Like the rest of us was bacteria. We had to ship folk in so she could have someone good enough to dine with. That it cost me no end of extra work was beside the point."
Suddenly her hands, square as the spade one might use to turn over a garden plot, cut the air with a decisive slice.
"Enough of that," she said. "What must you think of me, father?"
"Not at all," said Max. Actually, more of the same was what was needed. He would never arrive at the truth of the matter if everyone went around speaking no ill of the dead. It was their ills that led directly to murder, in nearly every case with which he was familiar. He decided to give Doris the abridged version of this truth, ending with, "I really need to know what you know about the family. Your perspective is invaluable, since you are on the outside looking in. For example, I gather Randolph, Viscount Nathersby, was Lady Baynard's eldest son."
"Yes. Then there was Leah, her daughter. She came after Randolph. She died in a plane crash with her husband, Leo. That's how we come to have Lamorna living here."
She sprinkled more flour over her dough. Flipping it over, she sprinkled flour on the other side and began kneading. The ropey veins of her strong hands stood out against the freckled skin.
"Then there's Lady B's youngest, Lester. His given name is Lester, but I gather no one in Australia could spell that." His wife is Felberta, but we call her Fester. Lester and Fester. Hang about them for a day and you'll see why. Any rumour or bad news or bit of snarkiness seems to start with one or both of them. Max took a guess. There was a rumour when Lord Footrussell fell ill, wasn't there? They think I don't know! Doris fairly exploded. She stopped to push a strand of hair away from one eye, leaving a streak of flour across her forehead. They're saying Lord Footrussell took ill because of my cooking. And don't I know where that idea got started? What a pother that created with all them police. There's nothing wrong with my cooking. I'm ever so careful about ptomaine and such. She pronounced the P in ptomaine, a spitting sound. For all I have to trek some of the food from where it's stored in the old kitchen, now we've all these extra mouths to feed. She picked up a brochure that sat on the table, held it at arm's length, and with exaggerated pomposity read aloud. The old kitchen of the castle is popular with tourists, giving insight into domestic life of the Middle Ages. Don't it just? They don't bloody have to cook in this museum, do they? Or they wouldn't find it all so bleeding thrilling. Still, there's no time for anything to spoil. The very idea— No, no, said her husband, standing again to retrieve the coffee-pot. The impeccably tailored, if well-worn clothes could not conceal the toughened body beneath. Max had the sense Milo was a survivor. Of what, Max could not have said. But the broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist spoke of someone used either to hard work or weights training. Somehow he didn't think the castle ran to a weight-room, although one never knew in these days of the five-star accommodation. "It is for best we ignore this," said Milo Vladimirov in his impeccable, if gappy, English. He tended to use several words while searching for the right one, even if he did leave out the occasional article. Max thought it was his way of buying time while his brain was busy translating. Doris said, "What was odd was this. People thought Lord Footrussell, the sickly one always worried about his health, would go before Letitia. If they thought about it at all, of course. Men do tend to go first, and he'd had a couple of little scares, but that's why he was so particular about his health, all them potions he had." Her hand had begun to shake again, and she set down her cup with a clatter. Her cheeks flooded with colour. It was like watching a video of a sunrise play out in fast-forward motion. "It's been that big a shock. In all my days I never thought to see the like," she said. Max reached over to mop at her saucer where the coffee had breached the lip of the cup, then sat back in the creaking rush-seat chair to listen. He was quite certain she wasn't done yet, might never be done. She might compulsively talk of the goings-on at Chedrow Castle for the rest of her days. "How kind you are," she said, lifting the cup with a somewhat steadier hand. Max looked about and noticed a display of house bells ranged across one wall. Each would ring with a different pitch so the staff would know who was in what room wanting something. As Doris had said, it was all frightfully Downton Abbey. Doris turned to follow his gaze. "They're not much used except the ones connected to Lord Footrussell's room and Lady Baynard's. We've only got 2 hands apiece, Milo and me. Even they recognised the fact." "Did his bell ring on the morning that he died?" "No." Max didn't suppose it had. Cotton had told him the old gentleman had been surprised in his sleep, in all likelihood had never awoken from sleep. A sneaky crime, the calling card left by a coward. "But I'm not always here in the kitchen, you know," she continued. "Ah, you have rooms elsewhere in the castle?" "That we do, in what we call the West Wing." Milo said, "I did not discover a body until later in morning, because he sleeps in late. He slept in late, and I had been instructed not to wake him until 10. He was a night owl who stayed up late but also woke up late, unlike most gentlemen his age," said Milo. "He was like a vampire, actually," said Doris. "Really, Doris," said her husband. "Lord Footrussell never came down early," Doris said. "He liked to stay in bed and read, and take his time getting dressed," confirmed her husband. "You have outside help?" Max asked them. "Well, you must. The place is enormous." Doris said, "We have a girl from the village to help with the prep for dinner, and 2 more to act as daily help. act being the operative word most days. Those two go home well before the sun sets, no doubt worn out from their efforts, which seem to consist of sipping tea in between jabbing feather dusters at the tops of the picture frames.
"The police will have to interview them, of course," said Max.
"They'll have their work cut out for them to try and get some sense out of Lottie. Dotty Lottie, we call her. Interviewing the other two will be like talking to a bowl of goldfish. Good luck to that Inspector Cotton. He's rather a nervy fellow, isn't he?"
Max smiled. Cotton was a perpetual motion machine. If they could harness that energy, nations could put an end to wars over oil. Milo added, in the interest of thoroughness, apparently, "Iris sometimes also comes in with her mother to do for the castle. Doris can't manage at all, of course, and neither can I, although I turn my hand to whatever is needed, including some of the gardening." "You act as a chauffeur sometimes, I would imagine." "Not very often. There simply is not time, even in off-season." "How did Lady Baynard get around? Did she drive?" Milo seemed to find this a ludicrous suggestion. People like Lady B did not drive themselves anywhere. "I put her into a taxi that came to take her to station. This was December 13th. The family have car, but they let the chauffeur go long ago, as full-time persons were not needed. I fill in as chauffeur on the special occasion, but it is not practical for me to drive car and keep in good repair along with everything else I do." It was the first hint Max had heard of complaint, and it may not even have been that. He noticed the trellis of permanent worry lines that crisscrossed the man's forehead. "How did she seem that morning?" Max asked him. "The same person she always was, grumpy. Maybe little worse because she had cold." Doris stood to attend to a dish simmering on the stove. From there she stomped her sure-footed way around the kitchen from pot to plate and back again, not a motion wasted. At one point she balanced several plates on one arm, as easily as if they'd been glued on. Max turned to Milo and asked him how he came to be here. "I met Doris and we married," he said simply, adding, "I wanted to live in the outer skirts of the city." "Have you been happy here?" Max asked. "I gather from what your wife has said, Lord Footrussell and Lady Baynard were not always easy employers."
"Too right!"
Doris exclaimed, in the midst of one of her room crossings. Milo visibly expanded at being the centre of attention, the repository of insider knowledge regarding the doings of what he thought of as the upper crusts. What didn't he know about what these knobs got up to? His career working on a cruise line had removed any trace of innocence he may have had on that score. The problem was how he came by that knowledge, which was a matter of, well, not spying exactly. One could say of simply being in the right place with ears unstoppered. "Their checks always cleared the bank," he said now. "It is all one can ask of an employer in these economic times. I have no complaints." "Huh." This from Doris. A glance from her husband silenced her. "I do not think retirement suited Lord Footrussell. He was a dynamic person, always. I think he grew, how you say, downtrodden in retirement." "Depressed," corrected Max automatically. "Or despondent." Max was a bit sceptical about anything the butler might tell him. He had the sense the man knew things. What was the saying? No man is a hero to his valet. But how accurate would be his interpretation of what he saw and knew? The trouble with eyewitnesses generally was a tendency to embellish. He thought the butler might have that tendency in spades, but the embellishment would be so subtly done it would be hard to see the truth behind it. "As for Lady B, she was, as I tell you, the same as always. But I think she worried that new arrivals might upset pushcart." "Apple cart," said Max and Doris simultaneously. "You are talking of Lord Footrussell's estate?" "Yes," said Milo. He seemed happily willing to offer what information he had to buy a few more minutes in the public eye, as it were. Perhaps life with Doris was like that. He had changed his will not a year before. But who knows if that change was to Lady Baynard's benefit, or to the benefit of any or all of them?" "I suppose we'll soon know," said Max. Doris had stopped dead in her tracks and stood worrying the tea-towel. Lowering her voice, she said, "I've had a bad feeling since they all came here." The phrase déjà vu all over again flashed through Max's mind. Laetitia, Lady Baynard, on the train, and now this. "A feeling," she went on. "Of course, an old place like this is full of atmospherics, old murders and betrayals unavenged and such." "And such, quite," said Max, smiling, hoping this was not the prelude to some long tale of headless maidens and drowned sailors, or even of speckled bands and silent dogs. "Atmospherics," she repeated with relish. "There's been that, all right." "Do you think you could be more specific, Mrs. Vladimirov?" Max asked, and the floodgates again opened. "Well," she began, "well." She smoothed her apron several times over her lap, tugging and pulling at imaginary wrinkles in the floral-patterned fabric. It was a pretty compendium of butterflies and flowers that Max was nearly certain did not all bloom at the same time, except in the apron manufacturer's imagination. "You want to talk about people creeping about?" This phrase was aimed at her husband. Max averred that he did want to talk about precisely that. "The whole family is greedy, but you ask me, Lester and Fester have the most to worry about in that department. He being the younger son. The pair of them have been on a scavenger hunt since they got here, weighing up the value of this and that. It's not right. The folk at the National Trust would be bothered if they knew, and I've half a mind to tell them to look inside the suitcases before the pair of them leave here. This castle has been home for generations to lords and ladies, and my family has been in service to them since the year aught. To treat the place as a jumble sale, well—" She seemed to include herself in this pride in the family tree. Of course, Max supposed it was even possible she was descended from those who had served here at the castle in its early days, from someone exercising his droit du seigneur. "As to Jocasta and Simon, let me give you a for example. Let's say character A is good-looking, but B has more of a personality. Put them together, you'd have a whole person. Don't you find that true of so many married couples? I don't think she'd last a minute without him. Weak, Jocasta. Always has been since I've known her. Borderline." Now Doris was removing a baking pan, fragrant with cinnamon rolls from the oven, and placing it on a trivet to cool. Then she went to fetch milk and butter from the refrigerator. She moved in short, sturdy steps, a little tugboat ploughing through choppy waves. "Problem is, you see," she went on, closing the refrigerator door with her hip, "he'd been generous with them always, and they'd come to rely on it. Lord Footrussell, that is. Then he met Gwyneth and the twins came along. Some of the family had their noses out of joint for a while, you can bet. And it did change things. He never went back to supporting them all the way he once had. Gwyneth spoiled it for them, you might say. Opened his eyes like. Mind, I'm no fan of their being here either. Millie, that's one of the girls besides Lottie, what comes from Monkslip-super-Mare to help do for us. Millie says they leave the bathroom in the tower looking like somebody washed a pig in there." "She is not used to children," said Milo. "Who said it was the twins?" demanded Doris. "Was Jocasta particularly affected by Lord Footrussell's remarriage?" Max asked. This was so important a point she stopped mid-stride and turned to face him. "I should say so. Thing is, he wanted a son, Lord Footrussell, and his first wife could have no more children after Jocasta. When he took up with Gwyneth and produced Alec and Amanda in short order, well, it was all like something out of Henry VIII. Jocasta hides it. She's an actress, but there's no denying she felt pushed aside." "Lord Footrussell was very old-fashioned, you see," put in Milo. "There was the title to think about." But for Doris that ship had sailed, and she was on to another topic. "I will tell you something else for free. There have been ghosts here since I was a girl, and my mother before me, and going back who knows how far. Because there have been horrible murders in the past. Don't doubt for a moment the ghosts here, Father Max. There was that business of the wife of the third Earl up to something or other in the garden. She was seen by her husband through one of the squints in the solar being flirtatious and worse with one of her husband's knights. Or perhaps it was one of the gardeners. The whole thing, it was like a story out of a Harlequin romance." "Or out of Lady Chatterley," said Max,
But he killed her. The husband, you see. He had her killed. It was easy to organise such goings-on back then. And now she seeks her revenge. I wonder what they make of this mess, concluded Doris gloomily. The ghosts.
Milo seemed to feel a change of subject was in order. You may want to walk this morning in the garden. The forecast later is for snow. Max started to correct him and then decided forecoast was much the better word, considering how near they were to the sea. However, what Doris says is true, Milo added. I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe in atmosphere. And there has been a crackle in the air since they all came here. Again he spoke in his measured, precise way, each thought carefully examined before release. You will be wanting to meet the others, and now would be good time. They will just be coming down wanting their breakfast. We serve buffet in Great Hall every morning.
We do since they started arriving by the hundreds, put in Doris. I can't serve sit-down meals 3 times a day, not with a lot of them here.
Well, said Max, standing, I thank you for your time. That is an excellent suggestion. I'll go and see who's there.
But Doris was not yet finished. The trouble's just starting, she called to Max's retreating figure. You mark my words, Father.
Chapter 9. A Small Repast. In the great hall, dust motes drifted in the weak sunlight streaming through the high stained-glass window. The light didn't seem to penetrate much below the arches of the ceiling, leaving the room below in murky shadow. The room's corners were marked by 4 white marble statues on pedestals, all Greco-Roman in theme and depicting the 4 seasons. A heavy medieval-era table ran down the centre of the room that could easily seat 30. It was dotted at intervals with massive candelabra, unlighted now but dripping picturesquely with wax. The table overall looked suitable for a 12th-century monastery, but ranged before it were comfortably padded dining chairs rather than wooden benches. Max was, for some reason, surprised to notice an elaborately decorated Christmas tree tucked near the cosy seating group arranged before the massive stone fireplace. A few presents wrapped in glitter and gold were scattered underneath the tree, which itself bore gaudy bows of deep purple on its branches. The presents had the impractical, matchy-matchy look of something there only for show, like a tree in the window of Harrods. He was tempted to pick up a box and rattle it to see if his guess was right, that it would be empty. On one wall hung family portraits, a large one flanked by 2 smaller. The large portrait of a man whose moustaches deserved a painting all to themselves was inscribed with a motto. Max stood closer and translated it as meaning, "Move faster." He thought it was either that or something along the lines of, "Don't just stand there, do something." Good advice. The family's coat of arms, stags and sea lions rampant, hung on the screen below the minstrel's gallery, and on the adjoining wall were more paintings of ancestors. One of these, of a woman in a bejewelled headdress and outer coat of the 16th century, had been drawn by someone with a tenuous grasp of the laws of perspective, but possibly possessed of a sense of humour. The artist caught the surely unintended look of fatuous self-importance in the tilted angle of the chin, the raised eyebrows, the reproving clamp of the narrow lips. All in all, it looked to Max like the portrait of a woman who would not hesitate to have a servant flogged over a minor infraction of the household rules. "One of our ancestors," said a voice at his elbow. "I call her the Dragon Lady, although she had a name, which I somehow always forget." Max turned to acknowledge the speaker with a smile, then squinted at the brass label affixed to the bottom of the picture's ornate wooden frame. "Lady Lavinia Delamava Foot-Russell," he read aloud. "That's right. And of course over there is Letitia, Lady Baynard, now sadly deceased." Max now saw that a painting of Lady Baynard hung over the mantelpiece. It looked like it might even be a Hockney. Certainly it was in his style, at once cartoonish and realistic, capturing the essence of a personality in practised brushstrokes. It pictured Letitia as a young woman. Her hair was a thick mass of auburn swirls and curlicues, and she glared from the canvas with a determined gaze, her firm jaw set in a pugnacious line. Max had not felt she would be a woman to cross, and the painting confirmed his impressions of the living woman. "And you are?" he asked politely. "I'm Felberta Oliver Baynard, Leicester's wife." She was a round woman in a sweater, lettuce green in colour, and unfortunately of a lacy knit that resembled the yuppier sort of lettuce. Max thought perhaps arugula. It had stray, fringy bits of yarn around the hem and sleeves, and those might have been curly endive. She had masses of curly brown hair, parted in the centre, which stood out about her head in a solid wedge. The hair made her look as if she were wearing an Egyptian headdress, or were peering out from the centre of a pyramid. This, with her long face and nose and large bright eyes, gave her somewhat the appearance of a standard poodle. A red-eyed crustacean appeared to be clawing its way up her blouse. She saw him trying not to stare at it. "I designed it myself," she said with some pride. "The sweater and the jewellery." There was a large painting on the wall directly behind her, this time a landscape, all stormy sea and foamy white water and billowing black clouds. Max walked closer and stared up. It was— could it be? Not a Winslow Homer, surely. She came up to stand beside him. "Oh, yes," she said dismissively. "Oh, that old thing. We've had that ages." He noted the we and said nothing, but remembered the role of the National Trust in all their lives. A doom-laden voice from behind them seemed to echo his thoughts. "The house owns that painting," the voice said. "Not you." It could only be Lamorna. He turned and saw her surveying the breakfast offerings, which to Max's eye were more than generous, and were being added to even then by Milo, who had hefted in various chafing dishes and platters from the kitchen. Back in Nether Monkslip, Mrs. Hooser liked to present Max with similar large breakfasts, including those English standbys of black pudding, baked beans, and fried bread, over his repeated protests that no man not training for a triathlon could eat so much. Here at least he could exercise freedom of choice. But Lamorna pressed her lips together in unconscious imitation of Lady Davinia Delamava Foot-Russell. Her vinegary expression suggested that things were not managed thus in the old days. "We used to have sit-down service for breakfast," she told him, catching Max's eye on her, "but we are tightening our belts now." "Not by the look of things, you aren't." This from a young, high male voice. "You look like you've put on half a stone in the run-up to Christmas." A boy and girl of a startling beauty, obviously twins, had come slouching in, using the louche, sloping stride of the runway. They were very slender. Turn them sideways and they'd disappear. Both were fair in a white-blonde Nordic children-of-the-corn way, children who, with their pale blue eyes, could bend adults to their wills. Max's train of thought carried him to Children of the Stones, with its villagers known as the Happy Ones. He had watched a recording of that old series from the 70s with Mattie, his girlfriend at the time, the pair of them screeching with laughter at the cheesy clothing and stage sets, shouting warnings at the ill-fated actors of the too evident danger, which tended to be telegraphed by a rise in the noise level of the ubiquitous chanting in the background. Mattie, as fair as these children, had long since disappeared into Majorca, where he'd heard she'd found happiness living in a house along the coast with her Spanish husband and their 2 cherubic children. This blonde pair seemed anxious to avoid rather than to control the adults. Knowing the sort of conversation adults tended to aim at young people, almost always on the topic of how they liked school, Max could hardly blame them. The boy and girl grabbed napkins from the buffet and stuffed them with whatever food was portable, then tied the napkins into a hobo's valise and bustled off together. Called to account for their rudeness by Lamorna, they merely mumbled goodbyes, but the boy added their intention of enjoying the sun while it lasted out in the garden. Felberta started in on what Max imagined was a recurring theme as soon as the door into the courtyard was closed behind them. "What brats they are! Completely unsupervised." Felberta had a tendency to bob her head as she talked, a head that with its massive hair appeared too big even for the generous proportions of her body. "Such an ill-considered liaison, Oscar and Gwyneth. And twins, the downside of fertility treatments if you ask me. Breeding tells, my mother-in-law was right about that. The Middleton misalliance reduced her to sobs. Her family is in trade, Letitia would say.
She called their business party poopers, refusing to get the name right. It was quite funny, actually. Such a dreadful snob Letitia was. Max had chosen a plate and was ladling a portion of scrambled eggs, bacon, and mushrooms onto it. Lamorna, the early riser, had already come back for seconds of the reviled offerings. She stood piling food on a plate in a way that would have won the delighted admiration of Mrs. Hooser. So absorbed was she in her task, he was surprised when she proved to be hanging on Felberta's every word and composing a response. "I think you're horrid," she burst out suddenly, turning. A slice of bread flew off her plate and hit the floor, landing butter side down in the long tradition of fallen buttered bread. "Kate Middleton at least will have a palace full of advisers and etiquette coaches at her fingertips. Gwyneth was thrown in with a lot of folk who sneered at her, not so much for the way she earned her living, but for the fact she was forced to earn a living at all. She was surrounded by people who had inherited wealth and sat on their asses, and on their horses, all day making fun of her. If you ask me, she was taken advantage of from the start, and she more than deserves a fairer shake than she was given." This outburst was greeted by Felberta with something like stunned disbelief, at both its boldness and at the uncharacteristic use of the word arses. It was also met by a small twinkle of appreciation, this from Milo, who had appeared on yet another mission to replenish supplies. It was clear neither of them had seen the case pro-Gwyneth in quite those terms before. It was also clear that the removal of Oscar, and in particular Letitia, had gone a long way toward loosening Lamorna's tongue. As was his way, Max countered anger with mildness. In a voice that was almost a croon, he said, "Your defence of those absent does you proud, Lamorna." Her shoulders, which had hunched nearly to her ears with tension during her outburst, dropped into a more relaxed posture. Max always found it remarkable. The most effective weapon against anger, praise, was the most easily forgotten, especially in the heat of the moment. But he had underestimated the depth of the well that held Lamorna's grievances. She stood abruptly and swept out of the room in a manner meant to suggest she had said all she had to say on that particular topic. But she paused dramatically at the door and swung round to deliver one parting shot. "I tell you it's a judgment on this house." A typical Lamorna remark, washed in the blood and alive with retribution. In an eerie echo of what Doris had said earlier, had Lamorna been listening at doors again? Lamorna added, "The trouble's just starting." And with this Book of Revelation verdict on the situation, she rumbled off, her hips like panniers beneath the blanket of her grey sweater. "Crikey," breathed Felberta, giving Lamorna's back a look that could freeze a waterfall, as Max's grandmother used to say. "She was a missionary at one time," Felberta said to Max, in the same tone she might use to say she was a prostitute. "She even begged for money on the street at one point, lived as and where she could in various god-forsaken parts of the world, and relied on churches to help her wherever she went. Is it any wonder Letitia was horrified by her? In the end, it seems to have been decided it was better to keep her living here, close to home, rather than have her roaming about trying to convert people." Max murmured that there was a long tradition of that sort of thing in the early church. Nothing new there. It was how the apostles had spread the word, relying on the kindness of strangers. He didn't find Felberta receptive to this theory, so he took his plate to a place at the table and sat down. But Felberta wasn't finished with her background on Lamorna. She sat down next to him. "I remember she was a cute child, but then she began to grow," Felberta recalled, almost wistfully. "Chubby knees, so adorable on a baby, were simply fat deposits on a 10-year-old. The onset of adolescence, of course, was catastrophic. It became clear that Lamorna was going to curve out in the wrong places and curve in at others. Her complexion turned bad. About the time she began to sport a moustache and unibrow, Lady Baynard lost interest. It's a hellish time for most people, but particularly for Lamorna. This was also when she cultivated that stoop, almost like a dowager's hump. She's only 30, for God's sake. When I first saw her again this November, I thought she was middle-aged." Max tried to deflect this outpouring with a question. "Do you and your husband have children of your own?" "It was not to be," she said sadly. "Letitia longed for a grandchild so."
Max was thinking Lady Baynard hadn't appreciated the one she did have very much, but he kept his head down and kept busy with his scrambled eggs.
"Letitia doted on my husband," she said brightly. "Of course, she kept Lester from realizing his true potential. She could be a terrifying old trout. Just ask Lamorna."
"So I've been given to understand," said Max.
"He's ever so good with people, is Lester. He could have been something in sales, you know. But Letitia wouldn't hear of that. In the end, he had to migrate to Australia for the freedom he needed to grow."
Said Max. The scrambled eggs really had been delicious. He was rising to get himself another serving when—
"Ah, and here comes dear, dear Jocasta," said Felberta,
waving her napkin in case she might not otherwise be noticed. In the gloomy lighting of the great hall, that wasn't entirely impossible.
"I don't suppose you met my husband's cousin?" she went on, in a way that managed to imply he hadn't been missing much. "Jocasta Jones?"
An intensely well-preserved woman of middle years with auburn hair, dressed flamboyantly in flouncy neon blue, stuck out her hand in greeting.
"Oh, a priest," she said breathlessly, "just like in the Song of Bernadette. Wasn't Jennifer Jones, no relation, alas, wonderful in that part?"
"Actually," replied Max, who was soon to learn most of Jocasta's references were cinematic, "wrong religion."
"Jocasta and her husband Simon got here just before Lord Footrussell took ill," said Felberta with pointed emphasis. "Didn't you, dear?"
If Jocasta was meant to take offence, Felberta's aim had missed the target. Jocasta, completely taken with Max, merely flashed her shiny, practised smile and said,
"We'd have been here sooner, but we got behind some thickie in security trying to board with full-size bottles of shampoo and conditioner and a metal nail file. You wonder what planet some people have been living on. Anyway, it's jolly good to see the family digs again. And what have we here?" she asked, lifting the lid of one of the copper serving dishes. "Kippers! We can't get these back home, really. Or not nearly as good. Marvellous."
Then she seemed to remember this was too much enthusiasm, considering the events that had befallen the house.
"What a shame all this had to happen at Christmas time."
She waved vaguely in the direction of the upstairs room where Lord Footrussell's body had been found.
"I don't think he deliberately got himself stabbed," pointed out Felberta. "Do you? He was a disagreeable sort, and most unkind to me and my husband, but nothing that would warrant a frenzy of stab wounds."
"Nonetheless," Jocasta swooped on, "nonetheless, he was my own flesh and blood, Felberta. I would thank you to speak no ill, at least until we've chosen the hymns for the service. That's why the Padre is here, aren't you?" Max was wondering how much the women knew about the crime scene. "I'm sorry if this is upsetting in any way, but did you happen to see the body following the attack?" Jocasta's hand fluttered, as if she might fly away from the memory. "The blood! The blood!" Max was not to know it, but this was a line from a mid-career Jocasta film called Did You Hear That? She had played Rondella Rosemont to loud gasps of laughter and disbelief from the audience. "But did I see him? Why, no, of course not. No, but anyone with a shred of imagination can just picture the scene." "Have you actually watched yourself in any of your own films, Jocasta?" Felberta asked with studied casualness. "Some of us were wondering the other night." "Of course not," Jocasta said again. "It is best not to look back. When one is a true professional such as I, one only sees where one could have done better." "Sometimes one would have done better to appear only on the cutting-room floor," said Felberta quietly, but not quietly enough. "What precisely do you mean?" Jocasta asked, ice dripping from each word. Max thought it might be time to intervene. "I can think of few professions requiring more courage," said Max. "You really have to put yourself on the line every time, don't you?" This earned him a brave, the-show-must-go-on smile. "Live theatre especially is such a torment, but it is and remains my first love." Her lower lip trembled in a nicely gauged show of emotion. It was certainly more emotion than she had shown at the thought of her father's death, or her aunt's. Max wanted to ask the question that had been in his mind since yesterday. He had heard of Lord Footrussell, No one could read the Financial Times without spotting that distinctive name in its columns, but it was not clear how he'd come by his fortune, which was said to be vast. He broached this question with the delicacy required of such monetary questions. Felberta answered readily enough. Uncle Oscar had inherited wealth, and then he did something in electronics, invented some gizmo and held the patent for it. Or was it telecommunications? Anyway, the patent set him up nicely. He used the money to buy a few newspapers that were going for a song, and that was the start of his Fleet Street career, the career for which he's best known. Then, well, he didn't invent the internet, but he was one of 30 people on the planet who didn't positively gush money during the dot-com bust. He didn't trust any company run by puppies, he told me. He was canny in his way, was Oscar. Excuse me, Lord Footrussell. He had noticed that it generally was plain Letitia and Oscar as far as Felberta was concerned. Australians tended to take a more relaxed view when it came to titles. He was also cheap, put in Jocasta. That helped. I prefer to put my money to use. Yes, you really should think about changing the family motto to spend faster. I would if it were up to me, said Jocasta. Her voice held more than a trace of bitterness. Max realized that Alec, although decades younger, would likely be the one in charge of the family fortunes. He made a mental note to get what he could out of Cotton and the solicitor he'd mentioned on that score. It's certainly a thought, he said neutrally, treating their conversation as playful banter, in a diplomatic voice and bearing honed to a knife edge during many hours with the more fractious of his parishioners. So tell me, said Jocasta, and please don't take this the wrong way, but how long are you planning to stay? Max at first thought this was aimed at her evident nemesis Felberta, but as he looked up from buttering his toast, he saw she meant him. I honestly couldn't say, said Max vaguely. I need a word or two with Inspector Cotton. It's rather up to him. This was patent nonsense, but it seemed to mollify her. He realized she was hoping he would extend his stay, a fancy that was confirmed when she fluttered her false eyelashes and said, I do feel so much safer now you are here. Chapter 10. Down the Garden Path. Max decided he'd like a talk with the twins, if he could still find them. They seemed very much alone, and while that may have been their choice, they surely, under the circumstances, were in need of reassurance, or at least acknowledgment, from the adult world. The day had dawned mild, and a fitful sun had begun holding its own against the overcast sky, although clouds in a leaden horizon sagged with the weight of snow. As he opened the door to the winter air in the garden, he was remembering what Doris had said of Lady Baynard's devotion to her plants. It all reminded him of Dmitri, a man from his MI5 past he hadn't thought of in years. Max once had been pretending to broker a deal for a sailboat with a terrorist named Dmitri. MI5 had started tracking people wanting to buy sailboats once they'd learned how explosives were being brought into Great Britain away from the watchful eye of customs officials. Dmitri's old sailboat had run aground in a storm, and MI5 knew someone would be looking to buy, and fast, with money being no object. Many of the lies Max had told in the course of his career had led people to their deaths, people who had come to trust him. This was what Max had in the end found among the hardest of things to bear, this view of himself as the insinuating, smiling fraud. He had tried to relay some of this to George Greenhouse at the time. He, a commonsensical sort hardened by decades in MI5, had said, "Max, the guy was a complete scumbag. I shouldn't worry about it if I were you. The world's a better place without him." Max had almost said, "But he was my scumbag," which would never have been understood. What he meant was he had spent months trying to find some trait in the man that made it possible for him, Max, to deal with him at all. Often his target would have children, a family, something normal that Max could cling to. But this particular man was famously a loner who trusted no one enough to form a human attachment. In the end, what good quality Max had been able to discover was the man's passion for orchids, of all things, a Nero Wolfe-like obsession with the rare, the strange, the compellingly beautiful, the jolie laide of the plant kingdom. with a focus, of course, on the most expensive plants available. The man was close to being a billionaire from his illegal trafficking and could demand the best of everything. Max had seen Dmitri croon over these plants as they emerged from their bulbs like a mother with a newborn. This same man who devoted his days to smuggling in uranium, thorium, explosives, wiring, and other components of the dirty bombs with which he hoped to blow up central London. Or rather, which materials he was content to sell to others so they could pursue their warped ideology to its bloody conclusion. Dmitri also did a brisk business in phenol and in sulfuric and other acids used to make explosives. The man himself never touched the stuff. It was offloaded from sailboats onto private land near Cromer, just up the coast from Great Yarmouth, often by men with no idea of the true nature of the materials they were handling. From there it would be unloaded into a small van, then transported to waiting barges headed inland into fen country. Max, dealing with Dmitri, had only been able to smile, to laugh, to look this monster in the eye by focusing on the one area of the man's life devoted to, well, life. To growth and beauty and the love of creation. Max had cultivated Dmitri's trust the way Dmitri cultivated his precious orchids. Max found it unconscionably hard at the end to separate himself from the investment he'd made in finding something, anything, lovable in Dmitri. For Dmitri was the kind of man to send back pieces of an enemy or a hostage until he got what he wanted. But how his eyes would light up as he was crooning over orchids! He would tell Max about how to raise the plants, sun, exposure, etc., how they liked strong light, but not too strong, how they liked water, but not too much, how air must be allowed to flow around the roots. It all sounded to Max as if they were the princess and the pea of the plant world. When surrounded at the end, Dmitri committed suicide with one of his imported grenades. Max entered the garden through an archway in the inner courtyard. It was an area quiet and secluded, closed off on all sides by a high hedge or by the castle's curtain wall, which stood well over 20 feet high. It was like finding oneself in the centre of a maze, sheltered from wind and for the most part from prying eyes. When in full leaf, the pleached trees would create the occasional private oasis, although in the naked grey of winter Max could view much of the area of the knot garden. He now saw there also was a rose garden, and tucked farther away what looked to be an herb garden. All were wearing a fluffy blanket of snow. Max noticed the bare remnants of herbaceous borders which would be in top form in June, and without which no English garden could be truly English. He threaded his way through several distinct areas which followed the principles of the formal Italian garden, as far as the soil of the coast would allow. On his way he recognized old familiars like holly and rosemary. In summer there would be blooms, bright reminders of nature's annual triumph, ranged against the stark, cool grey walls. Passing the walled kitchen garden, he came to an area of trees and bushes set in geometric patterns. Beneath one gnarled old specimen, an octagonal bench had been built to fit around its trunk. The tree had widened in girth enough to impinge on the bench, much like a belt that has grown too tight for a man's waist. A slender, dark woman he had not yet met sat there with a sketchbook and pencil, engrossed in her work. She did not look up or seem to notice his passing, but as he watched, she closed the notebook, stood, and walked away from him and toward the house, her stride long and cat-like in its grace. She was dressed all in black, close-fitting slacks and a turtleneck sweater. She had still given no indication she'd seen him. He chanced upon the hothouse where Lady Baynard had been found, hidden behind a hedge for aesthetic reasons, and now roped off in blue crime-scene tape. The door was shut, and he could not get close enough to the windows to see inside without crossing under the tape. This he wouldn't do without Cotton at his side. The windows were fogged up in any event. It was by the pond in the rose garden, frozen at its edges in a lacy, doily-like effect, that he found the twins. Amanda sat on a bench, staring sullenly into the distance. Max watched as Alec kicked a stone lining the walk, hard until it was dislodged from its carefully ordained place. Max suspected the lad would not have been so bold had Milo been there to see the minor vandalism. Max had heard Amanda telling her brother how bored she was. Bored? He could hardly believe his ears. But grief, he reminded himself, wears many disguises, especially at an age when emotion could run the gamut from grief to exhilaration within the space of an hour.
"It's not as fun as I thought it would be," she was saying, "being in the middle of an investigation. It's not like on the telly. I want to go back to London."
Alec, his eyes gleaming from under the hood of his sweatshirt, like a wild thing peering out from the undergrowth, saw Max approaching from outside her line of sight, and he loudly called out a hello to shush her. Max introduced himself and asked how they were keeping. They grinned meekly and shrugged in unison. Max gained the impression they had loped for a while around the gardens, at a loss for entertainment that did not involve a wireless connection. The trees, the sea, the sky were seen as poor substitutes, although the girl, Amanda, was reading a book. Max looked from one to the other. Alec had the pale, translucent skin one associated with particularly tragic, troublesome yet dashing poets of the Romantic era, a blonde Lord Byron. On her it was a pallid prettiness, her eyes enhanced by early experiments with makeup. The boy gave Max a long glance that recorded the dark hair and eyes, the collar, the good but worn jacket and the trainers, a look up and down and lingering, especially on the collar. Max began to wish he'd dressed this day in mufti. The collar put many people at arm's length. The boy surprised him by saying, "How are you liking those trainers? I nearly bought some myself, and then the clerk talked me up to the next price point." Price point. How glibly the sales terms fell from his youthful but jaded lips. They talked for a while of sports and jogging. In the lapses in their conversation, Max thought he could hear the sound of cattle lowing and sheep bleating in the far distance, perhaps the flock that included his own stray. "I used to jog more in my MI5 days," said Max. "I still try to keep in with it, but strangely I have much less time since I became a priest."
"You were MI5?
Clearly Alec was enthralled by this news. Max had intended he should be. As an icebreaker, especially with the young, he knew it was an effective gambit.
"I've always wanted to be a spy,"
Alec added.
"Me too,"
said Amanda.
"Since when?"
said Alec, with the special scorn brothers seem to reserve for sisters.
"Since always,"
she replied. "Be careful what you wish for," said Max.
"MI5, really?" Alec repeated, wonderingly. "What made you leave?"
Max shrugged. "I rang the bell."
"Hmm?"
To leave the French Foreign Legion, you ring the bell, literally. This says you can stand no more and you want out. This is what I did, figuratively speaking.
"Why?"
"Reasons of my own." It was a dismissal, but kindly done. Alec seemed to accept that they had reached a do not trespass sign and changed the subject.
"Got it. Top secret,"
he said, and wrenched his mouth into a line suggesting gravity and maturity.
"But you're here officially, aren't you?"
The boy was nothing if not persistent. "I'm no longer on a need-to-know basis with MI5. Alec said,
"Oh, come on. You're still in the loop, surely."
Max shook his head. "Not really. Once you leave that particular brotherhood, you leave." He didn't add that with his having left before his time, even voluntarily, he carried with him the taint of the outcast. One didn't simply up and leave MI5. His exit interview with George, cordial though it had been, and sympathetic as George had been, had reinforced his knowledge of that truth. Max sat on the bench next to Amanda. "Did you get to see your father often?" he asked. "And your aunt?" Amanda looked up briefly from her book. She closed the pages, using her thumb as a bookmark, and he saw she was reading The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Night-Time. The cold had brought a little splash of colour into her cheeks, and her eyes were still alight with interest in the passage she was reading, for she was still a child, of course, and able easily to slip into the parallel worlds a storyteller could create. Max was struck anew by her beauty. It was Alec who answered.
"Not really. We made him nervous," he said. "She was okay. Just. She bought us stuff. I don't suppose either of them had much of a life, stuck out here with only Muammar Gaddafi for company," said Amanda.
"You mean Lamorna?" Amanda giggled.
"The resemblance is striking, don't you think?"
It was, but Max couldn't encourage that particular form of adolescent unkindness.
Lamorna was raised by wolves, Amanda went on. Fester calls her Nell, said Alec.
Nell? Max asked, knowing he shouldn't.
The wild girl in the movie. Fester can really be mean, said Amanda. You're just noticing that? And look who's talking. Besides, said Amanda slowly, ignoring her brother, I don't think Lamorna is all that stupid. Her views are stupid, certainly, but I think she's rather a sly person, cunning.
Alec's eyes wandered, defeating Mac's attempts to catch his attention. Was he hiding something? He gave off a suggestion either of boredom or evasiveness. If he was evading something, what was it? Max felt the boy's response to the question of how he got along with Letitia and Oscar, and that of his twin, had been prepared. No doubt they had discussed the situation between them, anticipating possible avenues the police might wish to explore. Suddenly looking over Max's shoulder, Alec's expression changed. He said, Here comes Lester. I can't stand that prat. Must fly. The twins exchanged complicit glances. Max, so he gathered, was to be left to his own devices. And effectively they vanished, their slim forms disappearing in single file behind a wide tree whose roots burrowed under the curtain wall. Chapter 11. Clear and Present Danger. Turning, Max saw the approaching object of this evasive action. Max had thus far managed to avoid the combined clear and present danger of Lester and his wife, whose true name he could not at the moment recall, so firmly had Fester taken hold in his mind. In any event, he thought he might get further ahead, talking with Lester Baynard on his own, and was glad the rare burst of morning sunshine seemed to be bringing people out. A slight figure with the posture of a question mark, Lester looked like a cartoon in motion, hands flapping like flippers at the ends of his arms, and his brown and white saddle Oxford slapping flat-footedly against the ground. Watching Lester, Max was reminded of Father Goodwin from his time at Oxford, a priest who eschewed the pulpit for the common touch, striding back and forth before his congregation, until one Sunday, entirely caught up in the thrust of his narrative, he lost his footing and actually fell off the altar. He was unhurt, but the incident finally convinced him, when no bishop could, to tone down the theatrics. Lester walked with a swagger that sat ill on such a slight and insubstantial frame. Mick Jagger could get away with it, just. Lester, one felt, could not. He found a bench nearby and, sitting down, took out a pen, bent his head with its mop of curly hair over a notebook, and began scribbling rather importantly. He wore only a lamb's-wool V-neck sweater with the collar of a white shirt visible beneath. It was a style that would be trendy on anyone else, and on Lester looked more like forgetfulness. It was far too cold for such an outfit. Even the twins had thought to wear jackets. Surprisingly rosy-cheeked and fresh-faced, Lester looked like a child in a suit too large for him, the collar of his shirt standing out at his neck, although in reality it was probably an artifact of the shrinking that comes with age. Closer up, Lester looked to be not much younger than his brother, whom Max knew to be 53. Where his wife was plump and round, Lester was spare, slope-shouldered and slope-chinned. He appeared to be deep in thought, although it might be difficult to say for certain. His scribbling seemed disjointed rather than a sustained effort of concentration. He looked up frequently, eyes roaming blindly, randomly. During one of these self-imposed interruptions, Max approached and introduced himself. Of course, of course." Lester stood and offered him a hand in greeting. Then he indicated Max should sit next to him. "I can't tell you the last time we had a clergyman here. My mother especially tended to frighten them away. It's a shame, as we have a perfectly usable chapel on the grounds. I'm not a believer myself, I should probably tell you that right away." "Glad if we've cleared that up," said Max, smiling. "My wife and I were wondering, well, how to put this?" Lester had rather large eyes, magnified to bug-eyed intensity by the glasses he wore. "We were wondering what you were doing here exactly." He flashed what Max was sure he thought of as his winning smile and said, "No offence." Max recalled his wife's stated belief that her husband had just missed a booming career in sales, and wondered about that. There was something less than transparent about Lester Baynard, something that did not inspire immediate trust. "None taken," said Max, answering the question, but obliquely. "Detective Cotton will want to speak with you again today."
"Fine. Whatever gets us out of this sodding place sooner, I'm all for it. We all have been told to stay put, but I can't wait for sodding ever."
Max waited for the usual rather reflexive apology for the vulgarity, but none came. He was used to people forgetting in the heat of the moment that they were talking with a man of God, who should, presumably, be spared the worst of their language. Of course, few realized that during his MI5 days he had often heard worse, far worse, and had even coined a few new word combinations himself.
"My wife seems to enjoy these little skirmishes with Cotton and that little sergeant he drags around with him. She was with them for ages yesterday."
"Sergeant Essex?" Max guessed.
"That's the one."
Felberta, now even Max was doing it, will have to meet with Cotton again, most likely. One interview creates questions that only another interview can answer."
"Is that right?" said Lester flatly.
More than ever, he seemed curious as to Max's role in the proceedings. If he complained formally about it, Max imagined it might create a situation for Cotton, so Max quickly said, "I was talking with the twins just now. I think they could use some attention. It was their father, after all, who was killed. They seem oddly detached from it all, when you'd think it would be the main thing on their minds."
"Oh, they'll be fine," Lester said blithely. "Used to being on their own, that pair. I don't think they knew Oscar all that well."
"That's exactly the problem, as I see it."
"Of course it's not entirely the twins' fault they're the way they are,"
Lester breezed on, waving an arm for emphasis. His thin, wiry frame seemed barely able to contain his puppyish energy, which tended to explode in a series of ill-coordinated gestures.
"Gwyneth, their mother, is neurotic and completely self-absorbed, and marriage only made her worse. She had nothing to do but think about what to wear and plan her next meal out. She had zero career aspirations or responsibilities. Unless you count the twins, which she did not. They were raised by whomever she could pay to raise them."
Max surprised him by asking, "What do you think made Gwyneth that way?"
"Made her that way?"
Clearly Lester was taken aback that anyone should care.
"Oh, she had the usual sad story about her poverty-stricken upbringing, if that's what you mean. But some people are born to sponge, to take advantage."
"You feel she took advantage of your Uncle Oscar, then?"
"Tried to," Lester said complacently. "He soon caught on, though. She was seen out night-clubbing once too often in the company of someone not her husband, as they say."
Lester must have read somewhere that the way to show sincerity was to lean forward into a conversation. He did this now, radiating earnestness. Max instinctively drew back.
"Oscar used to stride about this garden in that castle-owning, king-of-all-I-survey way he had. When Gwyneth was done with him, there was no more striding about. She really finished the guy. I could feel sorry for him."
"I haven't met your brother yet, Randolph, Viscount Nathersby. This must come as a shock to him as well."
"Oh, you are in for a treat," said Lester, collecting his writing implements. "Well, I'm rather tired, so if you don't mind—"
"This is the sort of occurrence to make one age overnight," said Max, commiserating. "Losing a parent is hard to bear. I have often thought losing a mother may be hardest of all." There was a sudden drop in temperature, a lessening of studied bonhomie. Lester, drawing in from his sincere open pose, said,
"The avaricious little shit! Ask him!"
"Ask him what?"
Lester, while monumentally preoccupied with himself, was strangely likable.
Max wouldn't have trusted him an inch in business dealings, but that wasn't the same thing as liking. He seemed incapable of self-editing. What was in his mind was soon on his lips. It was often the sign of a truthful nature, but always the sign of an impulsive, perhaps uncontrollable one.
"For a start, ask him what he plans to do about the twins. As you say, someone has to take care about them. Now they've lost their father. You would think Randolph, the eldest male figure, would step up to bat there."
Again the eager, forward-leaning posture. It would have been flattering to the listener had it not come across as too practised, too full of deliberate intent. "I am sincere," the gesture proclaimed, too loudly. Part of his terrific sales technique, along with a blaze of concerned interest in his listener. but Max thought it was the concern of self-interest, not the concern of the concerned. What was certain was that during Alec's minority he would need a legal guardian to make decisions for him about the disposal of his father's estate. Max sensed there might be a jockeying for position between the two brothers, Leicester and Randolph. It was not unlike the situation when Henry VIII had died, leaving Edward VI king at the age of 9. One of Edward's uncles had seized the reins. None of it had gone very well, especially when Edward died, aged 15 years, choosing, at the urging of the adults holding the real power, Lady Jane Grey as his short-lived heir. He definitely would need to talk to that solicitor, Max decided. Felberta came into the garden just then, looking for her husband. "What are you doing out here without a coat?" she scolded him. She had a jacket over her arm, which she handed to Leicester. Her springy hair was now scraped back into a rubber band, and he could see she had nice ears, flat to her head, and the sun, as it was at her back, shone through them, pink and shell-like, showing the delicate tracery of capillaries. She had a slight indentation in each lobe. Max had read somewhere that was a sign of heart disease, but could think of no way to lob that one into the conversation. Instead he said, "In the sunshine it's not too bad." Lamorna walked by just then, a basket on her arm and pruning shears in hand. She now wore the grey cardigan over a black woolen dress with a knitted Peter Pan collar. She apparently owned a collection of these accessories, for the collar was slightly different from that of the day before. Her costume wasn't sufficient protection against the cold of the day, but Max imagined that was all part of the fun. The outfit really only needed a veil to resemble a modern-style nun's habit, right down to her sensible lace-up shoes. Lamorna said, "I thought I'd gather some flowers for the table. I'm feeling so at a loss with Lady Baynard gone." "What would Jesus do?" said Felberta sarcastically. "Shut up, Felberta," said Leicester, nudging her, with a significant nod in Max's direction. Max said, "He would know the truth immediately, tell it, and we could all go home. I have to help sift the truth from the lies somehow and pray for guidance." The significance of what he was saying was not lost on Leicester. Max was here to advise on more than the services for the departed. Leicester didn't look pleased to have his suspicions confirmed. "I thought that was a given," he said. "Seek and ye shall find." "It is," said Max. "It just takes some of us longer. The truth's always there, waiting." Leicester turned to look at his wife, who was apparently not listening, but busy inhaling the scent of the fresh air. Lamorna had left them, engaged in the fruitless task of finding live blooms in the garden this time of year. It would be ages before she'd be allowed by the police into the hothouse, where she might have had better luck. Leicester, looking at her, launched into a lengthy explanation, with what he obviously believed was disarming candour, of how Lamorna had always been a problem. The point may have been to emphasize that he himself, by way of contrast, had never been the least cause for concern. Max listened to as much of this as he could, and then cordially took his leave of them. Fester and Felberta remained behind, sitting together on the garden bench. "What do we do now?" Felberta leaned into her husband. Leicester privately thought the answer to that question was leave, and the sooner the better, but he doubted that suggestion would fly in the current interrogative atmosphere, however skillfully presented the suggestion. "You heard the man," he said, smiling and patting her hand. "We wait for the truth to come out." Max saw a gate in the south-facing wall that likely led to a view of the ocean. He was just heading that way to explore when a fit-looking man in his mid-30s went jogging past, saw him, and pulled to a stop. The man wore a balaclava, which he courteously pulled down around his neck so his face was visible. He had a thatch of sandy hair, wide blue eyes, and conventional good looks. He introduced himself as Simon Jones, Jocasta's husband. Max hid his surprise, or hoped he did. Jocasta, for all her well-maintained looks, was clearly older than her husband by at least a decade. "A fellow jogger," said Max. "It is nice to meet a kindred spirit. I was just talking with Alec about the days when I was more faithful to my training schedule." Simon said, "I didn't think jogging was a particularly British sport." "Well," said Max heartily, "we practically invented running, learned it from the Romans." Simon, who knew when his leg was being pulled, smiled. He swept a coating of snow off a nearby bench and sat down, breathing heavily. "I'm not feeling the benefit today," he told Max. "It's the jet lag, completely throws you off. And it's so damn quiet here," he added. "I can't sleep for the quiet. Well, that and the jet lag. This garden in winter doesn't provide ideal conditions for running either. Where did you and your wife fly in from?" "LAX. A long distance, made twice as long by today's many inconveniences of travel," said Max. "I am very sorry for the way your journey ended in such a tragedy. I still can't quite get over it, you know. To lose both of them the same day, and poor Oscar, killed so brutally. If I put this in a screenplay, who would believe it?" It was the first Max had heard Oscar referred to as poor. At least there was one person who seemed to feel the loss of the man, but he merely said, "You're a screenwriter? I didn't realize." "I'm an aspiring one." Simon bent to adjust a shoelace that was coming untied. "After years of reading the shit my wife is offered and seeing it actually make it to the screen, I thought I'd give it a try. God knows I could hardly do worse. And I have the advantage of being at least on the fringes of the business all these years. You meet people." "I met your wife at breakfast," said Max. He added carefully, "She seems to be holding up well." "There was no love lost between her and the old man, if that's what you mean. He, having jettisoned the first wife, also lost track of the product of that union, Jocasta. She left home decades ago, made it out to Hollywood eventually. That's where she and I met, of course. I was trying to get an acting career off the ground. She was, well, at one time she was promising. What's that saying about the gods destroying the promising? Whom the gods wish to destroy, they first call promising. Cyril Connolly. Right, that was Jocasta. Perhaps never a raging talent. Well, all right, she was never any kind of talent, really, but beautiful and gutsy and willing to work. Those qualities had taken more than a few actresses further than perhaps they should have gone. Well, and here Simon slapped his knees and stood up, I enjoyed meeting you. I'm sure there will be other occasions. If you don't mind, I need to keep at it if I'm ever going to reset the old internal clock. Max opened the gate in the wall and found it led to a cliff-top path overlooking the sea. Here he stood in a bitterly cold breeze, peering out like an old mariner, no longer buffeted by the curtain wall. There was a soft green turf which spread to the cliff's edge, and beneath him a vanishing pool of deep blue disappearing into the horizon. Max stepped carefully back from the vertigo-inducing view. The house had been built into a rocky promontory overlooking the sea, probably for the breathtaking view. But when French raids became all the worry, the manor house was reinforced accordingly. The cliff walk was probably a later amenity, added in whatever day it came to pass that enemy invasion by sea was not uppermost in everyone's mind. A modern-day landscaper had been at work here too, but Max's interest was in whether an outside intruder could have made it into the gardens and into the castle via this side of the castle. He supposed a murderer could just have managed to climb up using modern equipment and then presumably rappel back down. He tried to picture such a shadowy, extremely fit figure, his imagination calling up a member of the Special Boat Service or a pirate, knife clenched in teeth. Max shook his head. Improbable and impossible without leaving signs of such activity. Surely Cotton's people had been all over that. Max considered what he'd learned so far, and concluded it didn't add up to much. He watched the water approach only to crash repeatedly at the foot of the cliff. The climber of his imagination would have had to come off a boat, and it was inconceivable any craft could get close enough to the cliff in these violent waters. He turned and directed his steps toward the castle. It was mid-morning. Cotton would be here by now. Chapter 12. Max Out. Max was to be waylaid one more time, this time with maddening consequences, for Amanda was just inside the wooden door opening from the cliff-walk path. He'd spent a moment inspecting that door from the outside, despite his belief no one could have made his way up the cliff, and certainly not without leaving evidence of the climb in the rock face. The door didn't even have a lock, for what it was worth, since the castle residents clearly shared with him the belief the castle was impregnable from that direction. It was kept in place with a simple slide-bolt latch.
"Let me show you around,"
Amanda said. She was now wearing a red Peruvian-style winter hat with tassels, and she'd clearly been waiting for him.
"I've been reading up on the history of Chedrow Castle. Are you interested in history?"
She didn't stop for an answer.
"I am. I just love history."
Big smile.
"I'm going to read history at university. I've already decided. You'll want to see the old kitchen. It's a favourite with the day-trippers."
He started to cut through the flirtatious chatter and claim his earlier appointment with DCI Cotton, but then realized he'd be missing the perfect opportunity to ask her a few questions, which was, after all, his reason for being here. Her brother, busy scoring points off her wherever he could, may have kept the girl from speaking freely. Certainly she was showing no signs of her former reticence now. She began walking toward one of several tall stone towers. One was positioned to the left of the garden and near the front wall. Like the rest of the buildings near the perimeter, it was riddled with small windows and loopholes. The entire castle was perforated with these openings like a Swiss cheese. They passed by Milo, apparently doing double duty in the garden, wearing fingerless gloves and a battered oilcloth coat. Max supposed that with Letitia gone, his obligations would increase. They'd have to get some additional help. As they passed, Milo gave a vicious tug on a weed and swore mildly. Gardening didn't seem to be his forte. Amanda walked beside him like a model on a catwalk, a completely unnatural stride that involved tipping back from the hips, arms dangling at the sides and feet crossing one in front of the other. He wondered where he'd seen it just recently, then realized that, of course, the woman he'd glimpsed in the garden with a sketchbook walked like that. And she, so glamorous and artistic-looking, would no doubt be someone a 14-year-old girl would want to emulate. They skirted an herbaceous border, the grey-green plants thriving even in winter. She led him across to the tower housing the old kitchen. "There's not a lot for someone your age to do around here, is there?" he asked her. "At least in warm weather you could go to the beach." An expression of grievance flitted over Amanda's flawless face, like storm clouds on a summer's day.
"The nearest town with anything like a nightlife is Monkslip-super-Mare, and their idea of entertainment is a pig race."
Max decided not to tell her about Nether Monkslip's eagerly anticipated yearly duck race.
"In the pub they're taking bets on how many inches of snowfall we'll get this year. I've been bored to sobs, but Mother says we have to stay until all this is sorted. Is that true? She's seldom the go-to person for accurate information."
Max had no idea. "I'm afraid that's probably so. The police have to solve this crime, and you'll need to be available to them." They were nearing the entrance to the tower that housed the old kitchen, a door of blackened wood studded with heavy metal hinges. "You must miss your father," Max said. He kept his tone low. It was the unobtrusive voice he used when a parishioner was in particular distress. He might have been calling from a great distance, a mere background to the person's chaotic thoughts. But that was a particularly lame thing to say, judging by her expression.
"Do you think I must? I barely knew him. I barely can remember him now."
The studied air of disinterest was convincing, but a very thin membrane separated Max from the rest of the world. He was able to feel others' joys and sorrows, and adopt their preoccupations, forgetting himself and his own joys and sorrows in the process. This ability to relate, to cohere even to the vilest of low-life criminal, was what had made him a valuable asset to MI5. The same ability to relate to people of all stripes also made him valuable to the Anglican Church. His sense of Amanda was that she was hiding a world of loss behind the cool facade. They stood in the shelter of the high stone walls as she gave the round door handle a practised twist and a downward push. The door creaked open. The sea could faintly be heard in the distance, pummeling, pounding, roaring, eternally seeking entry.
"Ghosts in the castle."
Max, distracted by the melancholy beauty of the sound, asked her to repeat what she'd said.
"Of course they've just joined the ghosts in the castle," she said. "My aunt and my father. They haven't really left."
"Do you seriously believe that? Believe in ghosts?" Max asked her. She gave him the "well, duh" look patented by teen cave dwellers at approximately the start of recorded history. He might have made the mistake of asking if she thought Justin Bieber was cute.
"There are. You don't see them, hovering just at the corner of your vision? I do. Then when I turn to look, of course, there's nothing there."
They stepped over the threshold, and the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Kitchens in those days, he knew, were placed away from the main building because of the constant risk of fire. Max and Amanda passed through an inner door and looked about. Much of the room was roped off, undergoing renovations. The windows were set high to draw the heat and smoke up and out. An enormous fireplace with roasting hearth and bread ovens on either side ranged against one wall. Amanda pointed out the serving hatch, where servants would collect the food and carry it across the courtyard to the great hall.
"Imagine this job in winter," said Amanda.
"Or in a sweltering August," said Max. "Even worse." The scullery occupied the ground floor of the next tower over, she told him. It had a drain in the floor which presumably was used to eliminate wastewater.
"But here," his guide told him, "is what is so cool. I use this as my hiding place when I just want to read or think and get away from the rest of them."
She indicated a small doorway designed to knock the taller modern-day visitor senseless. She motioned him through, and he saw that it opened into a spiral staircase. A panther would have had trouble climbing it, and there were no handrails.
"The general run of tourists is not allowed up here," she said.
Her face became serious, closed off. He nodded in appreciation of the privileged status she had granted him. He followed as she went tripping up the treacherous, uneven steps. Round and round they went in a tight circle, hands extended to brace themselves against the walls, and finally they reached a small room 2 floors above the scullery. Pushing open the door, she said,
"They think it was a guard room."
He saw a round room with 2-foot-thick walls. Loopholes, wide inside and narrowing to long apertures, offered defence by arrow of the outer walls. The openings had long since been glassed in to keep out the cold. The room was furnished, sparingly if with some charm, with a double bed, tables and rugs, and had been fitted out with a small bathroom.
"Sometimes we let it out to guests," she said.
He noted the "we" and the little throb of pride in her voice. With her father gone, she seemed to have assumed ownership of a place from which she effectively had been barred by her parents' divorce. Not just a place, he amended, but a national treasure steeped in history and beauty. Lamorna and Felberta had exhibited similar signs of possessiveness. Max moved over to a window. He imagined he could see the tops of the trees on Hawk Crest in the far distance. His villagers would all be going about their daily lives. Early risers like Lily Iverson would have been up for hours to tend to her sheep, to Dolly and Lucrezia, the black sheep, and all the rest, as mist still hovered over the hedgerows. Awena would be in her shop, dusting or organising or keeping track of inventory on her computer.
"Do you know what's strange?"
Amanda asked of his back. "I would love to hear what is strange," he replied, turning to her.
"I think someone tried to kill my father even before they succeeded."
Of course he knew about the poisoning attempt, assumed by some to have been attempted murder. But she surprised him when she said,
"I think they tried to hit him with a stone dropped from the parapets. He was walking around the garden, just as we were now, and he felt something whoosh right by his ear. He turned around, and there was this enormous boulder in the path."
"How do you know that?" She shrugged.
"He told me, didn't he? I thought he was imagining things. Don't old people make up things to get attention sometimes? Now I wonder, now that this has happened, I wonder—"
"Did he have any idea who had done it?"
"No."
"Do you?"
"Not really. I mean, my mother hated him enough to do it, but she wouldn't. She just wouldn't, except maybe—"
"Maybe?"
"Maybe on a split-second impulse, but it's not really in her to do that. I would know, wouldn't I?"
How often had he heard a parent of the worst sort defended by the child who depended on that parent for its own survival? For what it was worth, he filed the information away. Gwyneth, Lady Foot-Russell, was of course a prime suspect in her ex-husband's death.
"It was awful when we lived here," Amanda was saying.
She twirled around one finger a strand of the flaxen hair that had escaped the hat.
"Fortunately, I barely remember it. I thought they were both quite mad, my parents."
Amanda had pudgy little hands like chubby starfish, and she waved them now about her ears to show, presumably, how wild and crazy her upbringing had been.
"Certainly when they quarrelled they sounded insane."
His conversation with Lester fresh in mind, Max asked her about her cousin. She shrugged.
"What's to say? He's such a prat. As for that wife of his, Festa, the one who always dresses like she's covered in algae, all I can say is, love really must be blind."
"I hear that it is," said Max mildly. A picture of a Weena rose into his mind, but no blindness was in play there. A Weena glowed from within with a beauty that was unique to her alone. It was the first time the word love had come into his mind in connection with her, though, and he wondered at that. He wondered very much.
"Thing that is remarkable about Lester," Amanda was saying, "is that even when it looks like he's doing nothing, he's actually doing nothing, which is a thing monumentally difficult to do when you think about it. He seems actually to be able to empty out his mind, like a man turning out his pockets."
Max, smiling, reflected that it was difficult to do, if not impossible. Besides, Lester struck him as a man who was always up to something, even if something that seemed squirrely and pointless to the naked eye. And his wife, Felberta?
"Festa. She's Australian."
"Yes, all right. And what else do we know about her?"
"I don't know. They all like to barbecue."
She tapped the fingers of one small hand against her rose-pink mouth, stifling a small yawn. He saw that she wore a skull-and-bones ring, the sort of thing popular with kids. Such an odd-fashion statement, but he saw it everywhere. Was she joking about the barbecue? Max didn't think so. That probably amounted to the sum total of her knowledge and understanding of Felberta. But
"Thick as thieves, those two,"
she added darkly. Her eyes shone brightly out of coal-rimmed lids.
"I think he's casing the joint, as they used to say in cop movies."
"And Simon? What do we know about him?"
"He's American. You know what they're like."
"Friendly and hard-working?"
"Noisy and pushy."
"From what little I've seen of Simon, he's neither." She shrugged. "Think what you like, then."
"And he's fed up with Jocasta," she said. "Join the club, I say."
She continued to give him that level gaze. This time there was a certain accretion of goodwill in her eyes.
"I'm glad you're here. I think with you here we might get it all sorted, or at least it won't get any worse."
Amanda was fast becoming his new best friend, he realized. She asked,
"Do you have any kids?"
The lack of a wedding ring meant nothing any more, he realized. He surprised himself a bit by saying, "Not yet, but I really would like to have children one day." In a way, the villagers had become his children, and he was content to do as best he could to see to their care. Children of his own he rarely had time to think about, but there it was, what he had said aloud, and it was the truth. One day he wanted a family of 2 or 3 children. He was in his 40s, plenty of time biologically, but children deserved a father agile enough to save them from drowning or some other calamity, didn't they? He was himself mildly astonished that he remained unmarried. It wasn't through lack of trying in the past, but the person to raise children with him had not appeared in the years when he and Paul were carelessly sampling much of London's female population. Paul, who had married, who had had a child, and who had died on his, Max's, watch. He shook himself from the reverie and saw Amanda was looking at him curiously. He said, "No time at the present, but one day."
"I'll be available as soon as I get through my A-levels," she said.
She smiled to show she was kidding, sort of, and Max let out a bark of laughter. "Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I suppose I should go and find out where DCI Cotton is."
"He's in the library. I gathered we're all to be positively grilled throughout the day. In a way, I wish they'd just leave it alone. Anyway, I must run now. If they're looking for me, I'll be in the main tower. That's where we're staying while we're here."
And turning abruptly, she skipped down the stairs. Max took a final look around the room and followed, racing to keep up with her fearless descent, and wondering exactly what she meant by wishing they'd leave it alone. Surely it was in her best interests to learn the truth surrounding her father's death. Outside he came to stone steps with a thin veneer of black ice. He was just wondering how he was going to extend his stay at the castle. He'd have to come up with some story, some excuse to buy extra time, but that would be lying, and a step back to his MI5 days of nothing but deceit and— oh! Blast and damn it all to hell. He was on his face in the snow. The top of the stairs was far above him, and his ankle was as sore as if someone had taken a hammer to it. Was it broken or merely sprained? He thought sprained. At least there were no protruding bones, and everything looked attached, if aching. The castle steps at this time of year offered a kind of double whammy, worn down to an edge over the centuries like a ski slope, and now covered with invisible ice. Damn! He should have been more careful. His head was aching too. He made an effort to collect his thoughts, which seemed to have scattered like marbles across a glass floor. He looked around. Amanda was long gone. But Lamorna was beside him. Lamorna, possibly the one person one would not want around in an emergency. "Don't move!" she shrieked, as if she'd found him planning a decathlon with the injured ankle. "I'll get help!" Good, thought Max, gingerly turning his head, not so much immobile as wondering if God really moved in such mysterious ways as to render him sidelined from the investigation. Or was the point to force him to stay where he was and investigate at his leisure? He took the opportunity to wonder how Lamorna had appeared so fortuitously. Had she been following him and Amanda? Lamorna's brogues came into his peripheral vision. She wore them with black socks with a subtle pattern of acorns, he noticed, the detail one could glean from ground level. "Don't move," she commanded again. "I'm not moving," he told the hard, frozen ground. "Help is on the way." Oh, for heaven's sake! She hadn't called an ambulance. "Look, I'm fine." He turned over slowly and sat up with great care, as if all his bones might shatter with the effort. Wincing, he examined the offending area. "See, I'm fine. Just a sprain." "I've sent for the nurse." Of course, he'd forgotten that between Letitia and Oscar, both elderly, they probably kept the local nurse practically on speed dial. Max struggled to rise, and the pain in his left ankle suggested he not try that just yet. In due course the nurse appeared, a supremely competent-looking soul named Emma Brown, with masses of white hair ballooning about her head. She carried a little leather bag of supplies, which included an elastic bandage wrap with tabs to secure it. She first satisfied herself that Max's own diagnoses were correct. No concussion. "Stunned silly for a moment is all." Minor sprain. She cleaned and bandaged the wound on his forehead and recommended ice and elevation for the rest. "Were you by any chance called out here for Lord Footrustle recently?" he asked her.
"Oh, yes. He had a bit of a tummy and finally let me look at him. He wouldn't have the doctor."
"What did you think was wrong?"
"Didn't I just say? A bit of tummy. Something he ate that disagreed with him."
"Could it have been food poisoning?" She leaned back on her haunches and looked at him.
"I've known Doris all my life. No, it could not have been food poisoning. Not by accident or carelessness, anyway."
She stood up.
"I'll be right back."
She returned from her car with a crutch and a recommendation that he go to the hospital for an X-ray, which he knew immediately he would not do. Thanking her for her trouble, he tried hopping rather, without the crutch, but decided overall he'd heal faster if for now he did as he was told. It was time to find Cotton, while he was still able. Chapter 13. Old Friends. Max reached the library by hobbling down a mercifully few short steps which began near the main staircase off the great hall. It was a room which must at one time have been an undercroft of sorts to the main hall. A storage area, perhaps. The original inhabitants of the house, Max imagined, would have had little time for quiet reflection over books of poetry or passionate discussions of stagecraft over tankards of mulled wine. DCI Cotton was there along with Detective Sergeant Essex. "Where have you been?" Cotton greeted him. "In a roller derby?" "It's just a sprain. Thanks for your concern." Sergeant Essex, she of the choppy haircut with its multicoloured strands, smiled warmly at him. "Glad you could join us," said Cotton, "whatever your condition." Max collapsed into a chair, leaning the crutch against the Tudor-style dark panelling. The room, faced by bookcases built into the walls, was gently lighted by wall sconces and warmed by a log fire in the stone hearth. "Right. So what have we got?" Max asked. Cotton noted the "we" with a little frisson of satisfaction. Max was fully on board already. "We haven't released the crime scene, but everyone is free to roam about everywhere except Lord Footrussell's bedroom, and, until we're certain what's going on, Lady Baynard's hothouse." Cotton was examining his suit jacket as he spoke. There seemed to be an imperfection in the weave that was troubling him. Dapper and clean-shaven, the promise of a dilettantish approach to crime suggested by the obvious care Cotton took with his appearance was undermined by the take-no-prisoners look that stole into his eyes when he suspected a suspect was lying. He went on. "We've taken statements from everyone concerned, meaning everyone in the castle, but I'll be talking with all of them again. I'd like you to sit in on these sessions, Max. I'd like to know your impressions. I'm happy to oblige, but as you know, you've no official status." "Well, actually you have. I've asked you to be here. If anyone objects, we'll deal with it then. They're a rum bunch, I'll say that for them." Cotton had stopped worrying his jacket to twirl a biro around the top of the desk, clearly deep in thought. He had a laptop on which he began to tap out a few notes. He was, to Max's certain knowledge, a man in perpetual dynamic motion. Max took the moment to lift his left ankle onto a footstool. Finally, Cotton sat back and said, "So, Max, you've had a little time to meet some of them. Let's have your first impressions." Max's first and second impression had been of a household vastly on edge, but that was understandable, with a recent murder very much at their feet. Max had the feeling this edginess was of long standing, however. All this he said to Cotton and Essex, ending with, "I suppose we have to start with motive." "Motive?" Cotton shook his head mockingly. "To hear the public, we officials never bother with motive. But here we have motive aplenty. Money, the obvious driver, since there's so much of it, isn't the entire story. There's a well of ill feeling, a sense of getting even pervades this case, if I'm right. If you'd seen the body, you'd agree." "Overkill," Max nodded. "I am sorry to hear it, poor man. But Lady Baynard's death, it was a natural death so far as the experts can tell." "Was it? Maybe she'd been poisoned over a long period. Someone using arsenic, like all the Victorian poisoners seemed to use back in the day." But Cotton told him that was one of the first things they tested for. "Those metallic-based poisons, frankly no murderer worth his salt would use arsenic anymore. But overall, a tox scan can take forever and never be successful unless they know the poison they're looking for. There is no such thing as an untraceable poison, just one the lab fellows haven't thought to test for." He made another note on the laptop, then added, "I got them to call in a Home Office pathologist." "Ah, a forensic pathologist, a specialist in the art of death by criminal means. Called in for both Letitia and Oscar, then?" "Yes. He is likewise adamant the woman died of natural causes. He said he'd make sure and run a few more tests beyond the standard set, but unless we're hoping for some nonsense like a new and undetectable poison from South America, his words, she died because she'd reached a certain age and she had a certain condition. Nothing unnatural about it. The condition being, she apparently died of an abdominal—" He paused to consult his computer screen. "An abdominal aortic aneurysm. Symptoms? Generally, there are none. Pain is the only symptom, and I gather she never complained of abdominal or back pain. The kind of pain we're talking about would definitely have alarmed her. She seemed in the days before her death to be preoccupied only by a simple head cold. No sign of anything as dangerous as this. She'd have been screaming bloody murder, is how one of the suspects put it, if she'd been in any real pain." Max thought that was probably Doris. There is speculation Letitia's fatal symptoms emerged out of shock or remorse, but Remorse for killing her brother, you mean?
Precisely. It's not completely impossible that guilt triggered a condition that was set to go off.
And Lord Footrussell, apart from what obviously killed him, did he have any symptoms in particular in recent months?
You mean the attempted poisoning or accidental food poisoning, don't you? Well, Oscar was in poorer health, comparatively speaking, and the odds were he would go first, despite Letitia's complaints about her own condition. She was, by all reports, a bit of a hypochondriac, worse than he. Of course, what she complained of most was not what she died of. The doc says she probably had no symptoms whatsoever. That's typical of this aortic whatsis.
Max was remembering that one of his parishioners had had much the same condition. It's some sort of silent killer, isn't it? Unless one is specially tested for it.
A screening test is available, but it's not widely used unless they're trying to track down a specific complaint. And according to the family, Cotton added, that must be the one potential illness she never mentioned. I understand she could have gone on for years with the symptoms she complained about, most of them imaginary, headaches and palpitations and so on.
I see.
Cotton said, so we're looking at an open verdict here, meaning the jury won't be satisfied, but they will be hamstrung by the limits set. In truth, there is nothing we could present to a jury that would lead them to find anything suspicious in Lady Baynard's death, except that a man had been murdered on the same day in close proximity, and everyone on the jury would have heard about that already.
He closed his eyes, projecting himself into the room where he had so often given evidence.
You would be able to see it in their faces, this earnest desire to get at the truth, to see justice done if justice needed doing. But for now, the facts we have establish a case of death by natural causes.
How are we on time of death? Again, that we. Lovely.
The police doctor who first examined him says the time of death for Lord Footrussell was 8 a.m., give or take 2 hours. He was found by the butler, so that puts an end time to the range. But more than likely, he'd been dead at least a couple of hours by then. He added, let's call them Oscar and Letitia for the sake of convenience, rather than Lord this and that or Lady so-and-so. They're neither of them around to object to the informality.
Max had met the police doctor on numerous occasions. He was a man extremely competent and extremely young. Max was always tempted to ask him if they'd let him off school for the day to perform the autopsy. A range of several hours, said Max. Poor man. One would like to be discovered right away somehow, don't you think? Cotton and Essex both nodded solemnly. Essex had her head bent over a large illustrated tome she'd pulled from one of the shelves. She was a small, compact woman, and the heavy book entirely covered her lap. Max said, I've spoken with Lamorna Whitehall, the granddaughter. She presented me with a salient motive, or at least an explanation for the atmosphere here at the castle. Max repeated what Lamorna had told him about her grandmother manipulating people with stories of what they'd inherit from her.
That could have made one of them want to kill her, providing them a motive if she was up to silly game playing like that, said Cotton. Again, we're keeping our options open in case something turns up. The police doc is still running tests.
Cotton had resumed his tapping at the computer keys. Max looked at him. Why do I have the idea you think it was murder? Cotton looked up from his task.
I do think Letitia was murdered, yes. Yes, I do. It's my gut instinct, but I can't prove it. I've instructed my team to keep their minds very open on that score.
Always wise, said Max. Let's get back to motive for a moment. Oscar had to have made enemies in his time, especially on Fleet Street, I understand. That is not difficult to do.
Sergeant Essex spoke up. He may have aroused the wrath of the have-nots, people not born to title and money, or people not having the Midas touch to create wealth.
Cotton nodded and smoothed his tie.
So we're looking at enemies as suspects, or inheritors?
Both, said Max. Either or. We can't discount either approach.
Cotton said, We have to collect all the evidence we can for the inquest, in as orderly a fashion as we can manage, and as quickly. The real work is finding out who did this, which may take days or weeks of sifting, interviewing witnesses, and so on.
You've ruled out an intruder?
We're ruling out nothing just yet, but the geography of the house as good as eliminates that possibility. We're sitting on top of a cliff that drops straight to the sea, so there's no access from that direction, but we did send investigators out to make sure. The main entrance to the house is fronted, in thoroughly medieval fashion, by an insurmountable wall on all sides.
Max asked, "What about security at the castle?"
Security. Cotton smiled.
Well, the butler locks up the castle at 11 every night, whether it needs it or not. He sets a burglar alarm that is connected to the security company. Presumably the company would contact us if it were found someone had tried to break in or set fire to the place. The police might even arrive at the castle in time to prevent the stolen items being put up for sale on eBay.
No cameras? No motion detectors?
No. Instead, they seem to have had vast stores of optimism and hope that no one would attempt a serious break-in in such a remote spot. This belief carried them happily through the dawn of the 21st century.
Fingerprints?
Cotton scoffed at fingerprints. You know as well as I do, Max. Nobody commits a crime like this without wearing gloves. They've all watched the forensic shows on television, you know.
Max moved his left foot slightly to test it for readiness. His ankle announced sharply that it was too soon for that sort of thing.
Cotton was saying now, "We'll ask that the inquest be adjourned so we can make inquiries, but the press will catch on that there's something afoot. Sorry, Max, bad pun. So far they haven't caught on, but seem to be playing up the coincidence angle. This will have them speculating about Lady Baynard's death being tied to Lord Footrussell's. Well, let them speculate. We can't stop them anyway." Cotton grabbed some pages from the desk, stood up, and began striding around as he talked. "As I mentioned, we've had a look round the rooms and have had to allow everyone back into their assigned places," he said, flipping through pages. "There is nothing suggestive to report, not unless you count several hundred little pots of make-up in Jocasta's room, as one of the officers notes," said Cotton, "and enough boas and scarves to launch her own costume drama."
"That would be P.C. Detton's comment," said Essex. "He's a frustrated scriptwriter. It tends to show in his reports."
"So," said Cotton, "what's the drill for today? I suppose we should start with the eldest first. Let's have Randolph in here. For the record," he said with a nod toward Essex, "that would be Randolph Viscount Nathersby. He's actually the 11th Earl of Gravening, the title inherited from his father, but he'd made a name for himself as Nathersby and seems to have stuck with that for all but the most formal occasions." Sergeant Essex waggled her head and raised her eyebrows in an almost imperceptible la-di-da manner. She hadn't had much truck with nobs before, and she wasn't inclined to be impressed by them now. Max watched as the haze of contempt wafted over her eyes. She said nothing, but went to find the man she had privately taken to calling Viscount his lordship. "Does anyone have an alibi for the time in question?" Max asked Cotton when she'd left. "Nothing that would hold up to scrutiny. Everyone was either asleep or wandering about the castle and grounds. It's such a big place it's entirely possible that it's true. You could disappear for weeks here." Abruptly he stopped pacing. He turned to face Max, the papers bunched roughly in his hands. "This is an unspeakable crime," he said. "The old guy didn't stand a chance. Maybe if he'd been younger I'd feel differently, or even if he'd been awake." Max nodded. "I agree completely." "Right," Cotton said. "Let's start the show." Chapter 14. The Heir. While they waited, Cotton flipped open a file, this time one on his mobile phone, and summarized what he found there. "Randolph Viscount Nathersby. Pretty much what you'd expect. Educated at Eton and Cambridge, where he read art history. Somehow went from there to a career as a photographer in fashion and theatre. That may be one of the many jobs where having the right connections keeps you from flat-out starving. He lately has made a bit of a name for himself as a portraitist of the great and the good, but in a small way. Lord Snowdon had snapped all the truly great by the time Randolph came along. You know the sort of thing, photos of minor royalty and their dogs and horses. Sometimes all three together, almost like family portraits, what?" Here Cotton turned the phone toward Max so he could see a photo of a man in formal hunting attire astride his horse, the pair surrounded by a swirling brown sea of hunting dogs. "Married and quietly divorced," Cotton continued. "No children. His ex-wife appears to bear no grudges and lives in isolated if aristocratic splendor with a new husband somewhere in Portugal. Right. Let's get him talking a bit more about his nearest and dearest. He was a bit reticent yesterday." And here he was, the knob himself. It was almost as if he had been awaiting the summons. Randolph, a.k.a. Nathersby, strode into the room, trailing Sergeant Essex like a retainer. Cotton thought, punctuality, the politeness of kings. Randolph, tall and lanky, was somewhat folded in on himself in the way of many tall people. Cotton was struck anew by his resemblance to his Uncle Oscar. He had much the same refined features as the old man. His trousers fell in a stylish woolen puddle around his highly polished leather shoes, no doubt shoes from some Savile Row-like establishment where the wooden casts of his feet would be preserved in perpetuity. Messrs. Bullfinch and Rystone still held the models of Cotton's own feet, but it had been years since he'd indulged in the luxury of handmade shoes. Besides, the ones he already owned, well tended, had held up well for decades. He resisted the urge to take a peep at the polished toes, hidden beneath the desk. Sergeant Essex took in the tall, knobbish frame, the thick, dark hair with its knobbish, deliberate messiness, and the confident, knobbish voice as it greeted DCI Cotton. Was it her imagination, or did he reserve for Cotton the sort of "there's a good chap" tone he'd use to ask a stable-boy to saddle his horse? She thought altogether he did. Max, for his part, was wondering why it was that upper-class men always seemed in need of a good barber. A cravat had been tucked with care at Randolph's open shirt collar. Max wasn't sure he himself owned a cravat, or ever had. It was one of those male adornments that seemed to have gone out with period dramas like Poldark. He thought Randolph otherwise looked rather like Van Gogh's paintings of a sinister-looking Gauguin, all dark, sharp planes to his face and a pointy beard. Especially given the excess consumption of absinthe. One knew just looking at these paintings that Vincent was not going to get along with Gauguin in the long run. It was all going to end in tears. Max thought Randolph might be rather too intentionally going for the sensitive artist look. Cotton rose to shake the man's hand and indicated a chair across from the desk where he should sit. "Thank you for agreeing to talk with us again, sir. I just had a few more questions." Just then there was a blood-curdling shriek outside the window. Given the recent events at the castle, all four people in the room jumped. Sergeant Essex threw down her notebook to crank open the window for a look. "It's the children, those two white-haired twins. They're only playing." Randolph swore. "The little buggers," followed by the obligatory apology to Max for the lapse in language. Max, who still struggled to clean up the vocabulary of his MI5 days, brushed the apology aside. "The twins seem to be bearing up all right," Max said. "The only worrying note is that their father's death doesn't seem quite to have sunk in." "Yes, that may well be so," said Randolph in a magisterial tone of voice. "Too bad their mother isn't taking more of an interest. I've tried speaking with them, but, you know, in their eyes I'm so ancient." Here a self-deprecating smile. "I couldn't possibly say anything useful." Cotton sat behind the desk, first carefully hitching up his own trousers so as not to disturb the crease. Cotton loved clothes, and in another life might have done something in a sartorial way in London. On a policeman's salary he maintained an impeccable, if spare, wardrobe of bespoke shirts and suits that he made last for years. He eyed Randolph's hand-sewn shirt and glossy silk tie with an appreciative, envious gaze and said, "Let's talk about that situation, sir. My understanding is that Gwyneth, Lord Footrussell's former wife, came along a dozen or so years ago?" 14. Actually, in conversation, Gwyneth would be called Lady Footrussell, even though she and Oscar were divorced. Randolph corrected him, but with a friendly smile. Sergeant Essex, dripping irony over in her corner, made an elaborate correction to her notes.
Almost no one extends her this courtesy except Lamorna, who cares deeply about this stuff, no matter how much she pretends otherwise. Gwyneth's maiden name was Lavener, if for some reason you need to know that."
"How extraordinary. I think I've heard the name," said Max musingly. "Gwyneth Lavener. Some sort of entertainer." Randolph tossed a glance in his direction.
"You may well have done. Have heard of her. Yes, that was nicely put. She was some sort of entertainer. I gather she's been trying rather fitfully to restart her singing and dancing career. On the Internet." Here an exaggerated shudder at the unspeakableness of this plan. "Imagine, if you will, Letitia's pleasure at hearing that news. It was when I think Letitia, however briefly, joined forces with Gwyneth in wanting Gwyneth to get more support money from Oscar, to save us all the shame of having yet another performer swinging from a branch of the family tree." Max decided that beneath the suave facade, the relaxed posture and the jocular urbanity, Randolph was covering over a small case of nerves, perhaps even a mild state of shock. The recent occurrences would do that to anyone, which was a good sign. Anyone not nervous under the circumstances would be a complete sociopath. "You're referring to Jocasta Jones?" Cotton asked him. "None other. Although, would I go so far as to call her an entertainer like Gwyneth?" He paused, as if to give the idea due reflection. "It's a point of view, certainly. But on the whole, I rather think not. The word performer suits Jocasta better." "Are you suggesting, sir, that she may not be entirely transparent when being questioned during our investigations?" Randolph looked shocked at the idea. "Certainly not. I'm sure she wants this situation resolved as much as we all do. The whole thing is frightful, just doesn't bear thinking about. I was merely saying that you will get a lot of fluffy, over-the-top drama mixed in with her version of events, and good luck to you sorting it all out. She seems to suffer more than ever from the personal delusion that the next phone call will be the one that restarts her career. She does this while failing to notice she never had much of a career to begin with, on the stage or in film." "I found her to be somewhat a brassy person, yes," said Cotton mildly. "I used to think her time in America had something to do with it," said Randolph. "I was forgetting that Jocasta has always been like that. She is British by birth, of course, and brassiness like that cannot be learned, no matter how many years she's been in the U.S. "How long?" He answered the unspoken question. "Since she was in her late teens, so over 30 years. No, I'm afraid that metallic sheen to her personality is an inborn trait. Jocasta has always been Jocasta." "I found her rather interesting," put in Essex. "In bits." Randolph swivelled in his chair. It was as if a mouse had spoken, and he wished to witness such a sight. Clearly he had forgotten the sergeant's existence. "Did you? How interesting. One never gets her in bits, though, does one? It's the full course with Jocasta or nothing. Wait, come to think of it, nothing is not on the menu either."
"You almost sound," put in Max, "as if you don't know her that well. She is a first cousin, isn't she?"
Randolph smiled, saying, "We grew up in different households, you see. I hardly knew her as a girl. Of course, we were all away at school. But now I must say it's taken me no time at all to become fully acquainted. One always feels with Jocasta she might be better employed announcing the shoppers' specials at the supermarket." Randolph, when he chose to display it, had a wide, inviting smile that lit up his usual somewhat saturnine aspect and assured the listener his words were all in good fun. "She has a flamboyant acting method likened most frequently by those reaching for comparisons with Lassie fetching rescuers for little Timmy. She acted in Hollywood films for a number of years, as I understand it." This from Cotton. "Yes, as I say, if we expand the definition of acting to include all manner of wild gesticulations and weird grimacings. I forget how many years she has lived in Hollywood, or how she came to meet her toy boy of a husband, Simon. Jocasta isn't due to bore us with any more of her memoirs until dinner-time. I could ask her then." Sergeant Essex was shocked, but struggling not to show it.
Her own cousins were numerous and varied, and misunderstandings were frequent. Family reunions could be like bloodbaths with Bisto gravy instead of blood, but she'd never talk about them to outsiders the way this man was doing. Cotton, for his part, was ready to move on, convinced he had extracted all the juice possible out of Randolph on the subject of Jocasta. It was undoubtedly true he didn't know his cousin very well, and had simply formed bad opinions of her that he was now repeating. It hardly amounted to evidence. "With regard to Lamorna Whitehall, sir, your sister's daughter was—" Randolph interrupted. "Leah's adopted daughter. That is correct." "What exactly happened to Lamorna's parents?" Cotton asked. Randolph replied, "Sadly, no one knows. My brother-in-law Leo was piloting a plane that vanished over the Alaskan bush. My sister was with him. Their bodies were never found. Todd Palin with a dog sled couldn't find a downed plane in that territory. Nor could Sarah Palin, for that matter. Lamorna, who had been adopted to begin with, now officially became an orphan twice over. My mother took her in, but seems to have regretted the burden. Lamorna wasn't related by blood, and blood tells." "Ouch," thought Max. Aloud he said, "Who invited them all here for Christmas?" Randolph swiveled his head 90 degrees to take in Max, who sat unobtrusively a few yards away. "Isn't it," he asked, turning back to Cotton, "isn't it a bit unusual to have a Father Brown-style detective sitting in on all this?" He smiled at Max to take the edge off his words, but his mild irritation was plain. "It's highly irregular, isn't it?" In truth, Cotton would have a difficult time explaining Max to any of his superiors who did not know Max, and who had not seen him in action. As with Hercule Poirot, so often at the epicenter of an investigation, one had to wonder what the little detective with the grey cells was actually doing there, telling Inspector Japp or whoever it was what to do. But different from both Father Brown and Poirot, Max was interested in both sin and crime, which made him a potent, double-barreled investigative force. Cotton almost wanted to warn Randolph of the danger of underestimating him. He looked across the room at Max, who sat smiling beatifically, angels practically dancing on his shoulders. Cotton nearly laughed aloud. Cotton slowly adjusted his tie, decided a white lie was in order, dusted with a bit of bluff. He said, "Father Max Tudor, because of special insights and connections, has been seconded to the investigation. However, if you've an objection, here is the number for the station. Ask for Superintendent Penhallow. Sound man." "Like he'll care," thought Cotton, still smiling the smile of the reasonable and friendly public servant, eager to offer his help to a grateful taxpayer. It worked. Randolph subsided from a boil to a simmer. "I won't talk to him officially, the vicar, without your being present. I hope that is understood." Cotton knew it was just his parting final shot. The man didn't seem to realize he had just agreed to that which he'd objected to in the first place, having Max in the room during the interview. Cotton was happy to oblige. "Certainly, sir. Now, if you would answer Father Tudor's question." "I couldn't say. Oscar, Lord Footrussell, invited me, not my mother. I assumed because he was old and wanted to make amends. My mother was less happy about having everyone come over, especially the Americans, Jocasta and Simon. Oscar did admit to me the other week that he treated his first wife shamefully, and ignored a daughter he disliked mainly because he grew to dislike her mother. He was getting old, that's all. Remorse creeps up on us more the older we get. I suppose because there is more to regret with every passing year." "Did your mother try to influence her brother? Try to stop Jocasta from being invited?" Cotton hardly knew why he asked the question, but he was finding the family dynamics so strange he wanted to learn more. "I only know Letitia, who knew what Jocasta was like, held her fire once Jocasta and the rest of them were here, for the most part. After all, my mother reasoned, maybe it was a chicken-or-egg situation, and Jocasta couldn't be held accountable for being, well, Jocasta. She might have turned out better with a more stable upbringing. Your mother didn't welcome having her own family near for the holidays? You and your brother?" Randolph smiled, shook his head, and said,
Only in a way. I asked Letitia once, don't you feel the loneliness, the isolation? It's the price one pays for being discriminating, she replied. There are fewer and fewer people of quality around these days. That was my mother to the core. There was a pattering sound as Sergeant Essex tapped her biro against her notebook, looked at Randolph and seemed to be thinking, this apple didn't fall too far from the family tree. "Yes, I know what you must be thinking," said Randolph, in that voice of calm urbanity that seemed to be his trademark. Thus would he coax the reluctant portrait-sitter to loosen up, to relax, to regard the camera as his friend. "I loved her dearly, but she was a dying breed, to be sure." Interesting choice of words, thought Max. "And I had the highest respect for my uncle. The loss to all of us is incalculable." Max acknowledged the customary expressions of loss with a solemn nod. "Did you see your mother on the morning of her death?" Max asked him. "Only in passing. She was coming down a corridor of the castle on her way to the garden hothouse." "Coming from her own room?" Randolph hesitated. It was barely perceptible, but the missing beat was there. "Now you mention it, no. She was coming from Scylla's room. That's Scylla Petrie, my assistant." "Oh? Were the two women particularly close or friendly?" Randolph nodded, as if the unlikelihood of this was something he'd already thought of. Perhaps he had. Perhaps he couldn't bear not to be the one first to think of something. "They weren't close," he said. "I'm not certain you could say they were friendly, but they weren't hostile to each other, insofar as I'm aware." Again the cool manner. He crossed one leg over the other, pausing to straighten the knife-edge crease of his trousers. He had the air of someone being interviewed for television. Of course, thought Max, he was used to the business of posing, of getting others to pose. Max supposed some of that technique must rub off on the coach, as it were. "But why," asked Max mildly, "would she go to Scylla's room? Surely that was the sort of cosy informality that was foreign to your mother." It was clear Randolph regretted having brought up the whole topic. He said, with an air of ill grace and condescension that had Sergeant Essex itching to throw something heavy at him, "If you must know, she wanted to reassure herself that my relationship with my assistant was nothing more than that of employer to employee. She'd gotten a bee in her bonnet that I was going to taint the family bloodline by marrying a commoner." "Were you?" asked Cotton. Max noticed that Cotton's own tone had changed, becoming noticeably more upper-class, as if he were trying to out-suave Randolph by putting on a home county's twang. "Planning to marry Miss Petrie? We would, of course, treat that information as confidential, if so, unless it proves relevant to the investigation." This earned him a well-bred sneer. "Of course not," Randolph said. "Haven't I just explained? If I do remarry, which is not bloody likely, I shall marry someone of my own class." Sergeant Essex wrote this sentiment down, word for word. Lucky girl. "I wouldn't trust that man as far as I could throw him," said Sergeant Essex to the closed door. "Too smarmy by half. If I do remarry, I shall marry someone of my own class." "Right. Did you believe him, sir?" "Do I believe he had a great fondness for either of his elders and betters, now sadly lost to him?" asked Cotton. "No, as a matter of fact, I don't. I think he protests too much. But I don't think he's alone in that. There's a good chance he's our man, but it's early days. Early days." Essex seized on that hour. She seized, in fact, on any sign that she was an equal partner in any investigation. Tough, smart, and capable, Essex was also easily flattered at being included or treated as an equal by the men. Years on the force, which remained macho to its core, had rather worn down her starry-eyed initial expectations of a bias-free experience. She hated herself for it, but she knew in some corner of her mind she was seeking their regard and approval. The hand that rocked the cradle might rule the world, but the hand that wrote the evaluations determined the pay level. And for the most part that hand still had rough cuticles and dark hair growing on its knuckles.
Even though DCI Cotton in his dealings with his subordinates was scrupulously fair, blind for the most part to sex, race, or colour, she was well aware that Cotton was the exception that proved the rule. None of her thinking showed in her expression now. She nodded curtly and flipped over a page in her notebook. She sat with biro poised, her small back ramrod straight. "What did you think?" Cotton asked Max. "Suave, cordial, intelligent to a point." "You didn't like him either?" "Not really, no." "Where to next?" "I think Lester Baynard, Randolph's younger brother, is worth a closer look," said Max. "So do I," said Cotton. He sent Sergeant Essex on another exploratory mission. "This may take a while," she told them as she left. "This place is as big as the National Portrait Gallery." "And with as many paintings," said Max. Chapter 15. And the Spare. The two men chatted as they waited for Sergeant Essex's return. "I don't know a blind thing about the travails of the upper classes, or the lack of travails, as it were," said Cotton. Max, a diplomat's son, had some second-hand knowledge, but couldn't claim to be an expert. He told Cotton so. "Still, you're a better authority than I am," said Cotton. "What I get from the situation is that essentially the younger son is, well, stuffed, in terms of titles and so forth. Although I gather that the title on the Baynard side of things is a hollow honour. Randolph and Leicester's father, that would be the 10th Earl of Gravening, ran through the money needed for the upkeep of the estate. Of course, the daughters of these families are valued more for the price they might fetch in marriage, their ability to catch a grand title." Cotton removed his jacket and, with the precision of a couturier laying out a bride's dress, draped it over the back of a Queen Anne side-chair. He added, "It's all so Queen Mary-ish, but not a lot has changed, has it, really?" Max allowed that perhaps it had not. "Give me a little background on Lester before he gets here, will you?" Cotton opened another file on his mobile. "Lester and his wife Felberta, née Oliver, are from Australia, where he dabbled in this and invested in that, and she entertained the local notables. Although I gather we must use the term notables loosely, as well as the word entertained. Neither of them seems to be widely respected. Tolerated would be a better word." He put down the mobile and leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head. "By the way, the original spelling of his name is Leicester, as in the city of. He realised that was a bit uppity for Australia, not to mention hard to spell, so now he goes by the more matey-sounding Lester." "You say he dabbled in investments?" asked Max, putting aside the book he'd idly picked up from the stack on the table beside him. He shifted his weight, in truth finding sitting for so long more tedious than the occasional twinge coming from his ankle. "Yes. In what exactly we don't know. Someone over there's getting details for us, but initial indications are that they're not doing well financially, Lester and his wife. She's so little loved her nickname is Fester. Oh, I see you know that already. A few dodgy deals Lester was involved in went south. A dinosaur theme park, for one. He trades on his Foot Russell connection to get invited places, to get introduced to the right people. You know the sort of thing." Max pursed his lips thoughtfully and nodded. "Seems to have done all right out of it, although perhaps not as all right as he'd hoped," Cotton went on. "As I say, someone official in the land down under is looking into it for us." There was a rustle at the door, a sound as of a mild skirmish, and Lester walked his high-shouldered way into the library, arms swinging loosely at his sides. He was followed by a quietly simmering Sergeant Essex. "How often are you going to talk to us?" Lester seemed curious to know rather than annoyed, but there was an overlay of irritation in his tone. "Your sergeant here doesn't seem to have any idea." "We do appreciate your cooperation," said Cotton smoothly. Some of Randolph's slippery suaveness seemed to have rubbed off on the detective. "I believe you've met Father Tudor here?" "Yes, good. Now, one issue we didn't go into before is how you came to be at the castle for the holidays." Lester might have been waiting for this moment. He dove into his jacket pocket. "My uncle sent me an invitation. Here it is." He handed Cotton a page containing a printed-out email. The return address was info@chedrocastle.com. It read simply, "It has been too long since I've seen you and Festus. I miss you. Please come to Chedro for Christmas. Signed, your uncle." "He meant Felberta, my wife," Lester clarified. Max considered the brief message. Oscar would have had the technical proficiency to send an email. It wasn't brain surgery, after all. The real question was, why did he? Was the simple explanation the best one? He was really just an old man wanting company? Was it usual for him to communicate with you this way? Lester nodded his head. Unheard of. Did he confide in you about why? What his thinking was? Oscar was a secretive old Oscar was secretive. However, he told me, on the QT, you know, that he had wanted us here to see what kind of people we were. Cotton, privately wondering when was the last time he had heard anyone speak of something being on the QT, asked merely, "Did he give any indication why? What he had in mind?" "No, he was being evasive about the whys and wherefores, but I could read between the lines all right. Oscar was getting ready to meet his maker. You don't just leave your money to a bunch of people you've rarely met, do you? And I don't suppose you'd telegraph the fact that the people in question were being auditioned, in a way, given the once-over to assess their suitability." "Precisely," said Lester. Oozing earnestness and goodwill from every pore, Lester leaned forward to say, "He loved to spy on people, you know, gather information, catch them at their worst. It's how he earned his crust on Fleet Street." "So how do you think everyone measured up in his eyes?" Lester smiled another of his would-be ingratiating smiles. "Some better than others, to be sure." Lester reminded Max of the type of politician who keeps getting returned to high office despite the best, most determined efforts of the populace to vote him out. As with such men, there was the whiff about him of failure, but perhaps not quite enough failure for the common good. "You got along with him well, did you, sir?" This from Sergeant Essex. Lester clearly considered the merits in lying, and decided there was too much evidence to refute any protestations of abiding familial love. "One got tired of being blown up all the time," he finally said. "He didn't seem to approve of anyone, and it got worse the older he got. Very judgmental was my uncle, and with a touch of paranoia." "You quarrelled with him, did you, sir?" "Not openly. I avoided him as much as possible, if you want the truth." "It's why we're here, sir," said Cotton, "to get the truth." Max twinkled appreciatively at the new, improved, debonair detective. It was like having Lord Peter Wimsey lead the interrogation. "And Lady Baynard," Cotton continued, "was she happy with Lord Footrussell's arrangements for the holidays? Would she have had any hand in the invitations going out?" Lester let out a sudden loud guffaw, the sort of sound made by a large zoo animal. He seemed to realize he sounded somewhat lunatic, for he quickly apologized for the outburst. "It's just that the very idea of Letitia's inviting us is impossible. It just wouldn't happen. She wouldn't actively turn us away at the door if we showed up, but it would be a close thing. Well, she might make an exception in Jocasta's case, but after all, Jocasta is Oscar's own flesh and blood." "There was some estrangement there, was there?" asked Cotton. "Between Jocasta and her father?" "Yes. No one was invited to her wedding to Simon out in Las Vegas, just to give you some idea of the state of affairs. Essentially, they eloped. Simon is much too much younger than Jocasta, if you follow, a fact we only gradually became aware of, and a fact I rather think she wanted to hide. Simon is totally in Jocasta's shadow, or if you ask me, and I take it you are asking me, he was totally in it for the money and connections, while they lasted, since it's so easy to make her believe her charm and beauty have anything to do with his interest in her. She's extremely high maintenance. If you haven't gathered that yet, you will. And she's a bit of a hypochondriac." "That seems to be a family trait," put in Max. Momentarily forgetting his role as eager provider of useful information, Lester gave Max a bellicose look that didn't hold much gratitude for the observation. "Yes, well, I didn't inherit the gene, but Jocasta did. If you told her swallowing live bait prevents wrinkles or would help her to lose weight, she'd do it without hesitation." "You got along well with your mother, did you, sir?" This from DCI Cotton, looking up from behind his desk. He'd been looking at some document or other on his laptop, but now he closed the lid. "There was no sense that she favoured your brother over you, anything like that?" Lester ran his tongue slowly across his upper lip, clearly thinking hard. "Well," he said at last, "no, not really." He gave Cotton and Max a momentary glance each, then gazed with intense fascination at the faded Aubusson rug, which hardly merited such scrutiny. When Cotton pressed the issue, Lester's roving eyes, which he finally raised to meet his interrogators, seemed clouded over. "Not that it has any relevance to the matter at hand," he grudgingly conceded, "but the firstborn is often the favourite. It's just the way of the world." His resigned acceptance was belied by the flush the topic had brought to his face, and would have been more convincing if he had not been practically dancing with impatience in his chair. Max privately thought the way of the world was that the youngest was often the favourite, but he said nothing. Lester, for all his occasional puppyish enthusiasm, was too conflicted a personality to be anyone's favourite. "I've had a word with Wintermute, the family solicitor," said Cotton. Max sensed an abrupt build-up of tension in the already tense figure. "Oh, yes," said Lester, with elaborate casualness. "Sound man, Wintermute. He says you called him yesterday morning." "Yes." Definitely an increase in tension now. "Your mother and uncle had only just been found dead." He let the unspoken question hang in the air. "What of it? What if I did call Wintermute? This is neither the time nor the place to discuss it." "It's a murder investigation," said Cotton. "I'll decide the time and the place." "I rather think this is a private family matter," said Lester. Cotton's patience was thinning in the face of the man's imbecilic intransigence. Gone, Max noticed, watching from the sidelines, was the sophisticated urbanity he had come to appreciate, this new aristo tool in Cotton's arsenal of weapons. One could almost see the policeman taking off the gloves. He blew past Lester's stonewalling and said coldly, "In a murder investigation, nothing is private. Wintermute found your questions premature, to say the least. Now, what did you find to talk about within hours of your mother's demise?" Lester, head bowed, muttered something into his chest. "I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat that." Lester lifted his head defiantly. "I said I wanted to know the terms of her will." "And what were the terms?" Sulkily. "She left everything to my brother and myself." "Naturally. She even left a few quid to Lamorna. Now there was a surprise." Lester turned in Sergeant Essex's direction. "Are you getting this down, or should I speak more slowly?" Essex bristled, already on alert for the next bit of condescension. She wouldn't have long to wait. "That tallies with what Wintermute told me," said Cotton. "Then why bother asking me?" said Lester. "When did you arrive at Chedrow Castle?" Sergeant Essex asked, out of annoyance asserting herself into the conversation. "I'll be glad to answer questions so long as they're coming from DCI Cotton," said Lester. Big mistake, Lester, thought Max. "The very question I was going to ask," said Cotton to the man he was privately starting to think of as that pompous nitwit, but reverting to his dulcet gentleman's club tones. "How long have you and your wife been here?" As an afterthought he added, "Sir?" "We arrived at the end of November, or beginning of December. I couldn't tell you the exact date." Lester expanded his small, scrawny frame into the sofa. "Quite an extended visit, then. We had a lot of catching up to do, and a flight to and from Australia is not lightly undertaken." Cotton noticed a look of puzzled discontent on Max's face. He felt he was becoming familiar with that look. Max was the embodiment of the maxim, "Look before you leap." Any doubts had to be allayed in Max's mind before he would accept what to anyone else was the obvious conclusion. It made him a brilliant priest, sympathetic and thoughtful, not prone to quick or harsh judgments. It made him an even better investigator, in Cotton's view. "What about the terms of Lord Footrussell's will?" Max said at last. Lester, even when seated, seemed to be in motion. Max detected the merest shuffling of his feet, as if he couldn't wait to be away, for it was clearly an unwelcome question. This energy of the highly strung he had in common with DCI Cotton, if not much more. "You'll have to get the details from Wintermute," said Lester, now with affected patience. "I only had any business asking about my mother's will, I felt, so I couldn't help you." The postscript, even if I wanted to, was plain but left unsaid. The door had closed behind Lester Baynard with a resounding Gothic thud. Sergeant Essex, not expecting to be overheard over the sound of the two men remaining in the room, muttered, "What a load of balls!" Cotton gave her a warning look. She lifted her shoulders in silent apology, but she didn't look sorry. "His statements would carry more weight if he struck me as someone who had ever actually pulled his own weight," she said. "A complete drain on society, that one." Cotton, well acquainted with Essex's class consciousness, stood and began moving in a graceful swooping motion back and forth across the room, thinking. "So, what do we know about Lord Footrussell?" Cotton asked at last. "According to everyone we've spoken with, including Lester just now, he was a secretive man. He'd made much of his fortune in Fleet Street ventures, possibly because he knew everyone's secrets and I guess could keep a few of his own. There's a squint in his bedroom he used to—" "I'm sorry, sir, a what?" This from Essex. "A squint, a little opening in a stone wall. There were two of them, in fact. One faced the outside, one overlooked the Great Hall. He liked to spy, to keep an eye on things and people. According to the butler, he spent an inordinate amount of his time, especially once he was retired, doing just that." "So you think he may have been killed for what he saw?" said Max. "That he saw something he shouldn't have?" "I'm saying it's a possibility, and a likely one. Don't you agree?" "Yes, I'd say it's a distinct possibility." "I suppose we can't avoid talking with Jocasta Jones much longer," said Cotton, "and I rather think the perspective of Oscar's eldest daughter might be useful." He went to pull up some information on his mobile, and was frustrated in the attempt. He walked over to confer with Essex on some fine point of using the device. Max, content to leave the digital future to people like Cotton, who seemed to have more of an affinity, turned again to the books stacked on the table at his side, while Cotton scrolled away on his little machine. "No," said Sergeant Essex, "not that button. That's the "Where did it go?" said Cotton. "Where in hell did it go? It just disappeared." Essex sighed. It seemed she and Cotton had been round this block before. "Let me have a look, sir. I should be able to recover it." Max, flipping through the pages of the books, many of them recent publications, felt it was hard to say who might have been responsible for their purchase. There were potted royal biographies, fleshed out with unsubstantiated scraps of scandal. There was a copy of Royal Nursery Tales by some royal nanny of the distant past, and a copy of The Life and Loves of Prince Albert. Somewhat surprisingly, he found a thin biography of the Middletons, hurriedly produced once the royal engagement had been announced, called Life of the Party Pieces. Max suspected that might have been a guilty pleasure of Lady Baynard's. He recalled her comments on the train about commoners, and felt there might have been a morbid fascination at work, along the lines of, first Gwyneth, now this. Something to chew over at dinner with her similarly minded friends. In another stack, beside a bowl of fruit, there were some history books and a sprinkling of Evelyn Waugh, but nothing that otherwise caught his eye as germane to the case. Lord Footrussell or someone seemed to like paperback thrillers with historic or religious overtones, however doubtful the research on which the books had been based. The Knights Templar, so far as Max was aware, had never journeyed to Vancouver. They, both Cotton and Essex, had quite forgotten Max was there, and he in his turn gave every appearance, quite deceptive, of having tuned out the conversation in favour of perusing the titles on the spines of the leather-bound books ranged on a shelf beside him. They forgot him, so much so that when he spoke, they both jumped and Sergeant Essex's biro went flying. Max retrieved it for her from behind a potted plant. "Sorry," he said. He held a copy of Bram Stoker's Dracula in his hands, by the look of it an original edition. "I was just wondering about the business of the food poisoning, if poisoning it were. How would you go about introducing poison into Oscar's diet, if you were so inclined?" "The whole subject is tricky," said Cotton. He leaned back in what could be mistaken for a relaxed pose, but in Cotton might be a prelude to a sprint for the door. "We don't know if we're talking about salmonella or what, and we can't say for sure when he was exposed to the poison, or even if he was. It could have taken hours or even days before he complained of illness. Toxic mushrooms are just one possibility. His age was a factor, making him more vulnerable to rapid onset. But the event was far enough in the past there was no trace of whatever it was left, since he survived the poisoning attempt, if attempt it was." Said Max. "But I find it suggestive, don't you? I would call it an attempt to pin the blame on the cook. Then, with both Oscar and Letitia found by the butler, well—" They talked a while about the attempts on Oscar's life, including the attempt Amanda had told Max about. The three sat for some moments, taking this in. Finally Sergeant Essex said, "Shall I go and find the next one?" "Stay here and find that file for me," said Cotton. "I'll send one of the constables to locate Jocasta, and to organize some coffee. Be right back." Essex watched Cotton don his jacket, shoot his immaculate cuffs, and stride out of the room, up the stairs to the great hall. "I don't know how he affords it on a policeman's salary," Essex said to Max. "Have you seen his flat?" "Of course not. Why would I have seen his flat?" "I just meant there's no money wasted there, so I guess it all goes for clothing. I had to pick him up one day when his car was in the shop. You'd need to invent a new word for Spartan to describe the place. It's positively zen." Max had just found a large photocopied Foot Russell family tree tucked into the pages of Brideshead Revisited. He unfolded the paper, spreading it out on his lap. It was a beautifully rendered tree, drawn in pen and ink, going back approximately 4 centuries, and updated within the past few decades. Max, seeing it laid out before him, was struck by the fact of the lack of cohesiveness of this present-day family. When looked at clinically, in a cold diagram, the nearness of the relations was evident. Why so little family feeling, then? Was there just something wrong with the Foot Russells and the Baynards? Something amounting almost to a genetic disorder? The family tree hinted here and there at consanguinity, a dangerous intermarrying of persons too closely related, a practice that could lead to birth defects and to illnesses both physical and mental. It was a practice that led quite frequently to madness. Chapter 16. A Star is Born. Cotton stood, his backside to the fire, reading from a sheaf of notes. "Jocasta and the twins, Alec and Amanda, inherited quite a few pounds from Oscar. Nicely judged to be enough to keep them quiet, but not what they would have seen otherwise. The solicitor seems to have known what he was doing. The lion's share went to Oscar's sister, to Letitia, Lady Baynard." He peered at Max over the top of the pages. "I've asked the solicitor, Wintermute, to drop by sometime today," Cotton said. "I'm hoping you get a chance to talk with him." Max's mind was elsewhere. He took a sip of the fragrant coffee, which had been delivered and poured out by Milo, and replacing his cup carefully on the saucer, said, "You would think Jocasta and Randolph would have something in common, apart from being cousins. She's spent her career in front of the camera, and he behind it. Or it would guarantee hostilities between them. Those jobs require differing personalities. Who can say? In any event, there is no shortage of suspects, within the castle walls or without. Oscar has been called the Voldemort of Fleet Street by both friends and enemies. He was apparently ruthless in all his business dealings." What do you know about the knife used to kill him?
Only that it came from the kitchen, a long, thick blade, a sort of all-purpose butcher knife.
All-purpose indeed, said Max, sadly shaking his head,
including the purpose of butchering a man. My team found it in the garden in one of the topiaries, a heart-shaped topiary, Cotton told him.
A clue, perhaps hinting at unrequited love, or a broken heart, wondered Max aloud, or a blind, or simply the most expedient way to lose the most incriminating item. A quick nip out to the garden on the pretext of an invigorating stroll, and a quick thrust of the knife in among the tightly packed branches.
Something like that. The team didn't find it until late yesterday afternoon, just as they were getting ready to pack it in because of darkness.
Cotton turned back to the pages he'd been riffling through, now propelling his lean, restless frame toward a seat near Max.
So we have Lady Jocasta Jones, née Foot Russell, by Oscar's first wife, Beatrice Briar. Then, completing the family tree on that branch, there are the twins, and they seem almost universally to be called the twins, who are Alec, Viscount Edenstottle, and his sister, Lady Amanda. Jocasta is, of course, their much older half-sister.
I met her briefly at breakfast.
Did you now? Once met, never forgotten, I'd say. Let's get her in here.
Jocasta's entrance was very different from her cousin Randolph's. Where he had entered with loping, forceful strides, taking control of the room, Jocasta possessed the room in quite another way. Preceded by a waft of perfume strong enough to substitute as tear gas for the police force of a chic nation-state, Jocasta twirled her way into the library, petticoats swirling about her knees, her manner fluttery, winsome, and coy. Ignoring Sergeant Essex, she aimed her charm like a beacon at the two men. She had changed her clothing since breakfast, and now wore a retro little number in silk brocade with a cinched waist and full pleated skirt that recalled Elizabeth Taylor during her Michael Wilding years. Max was to learn she changed frequently throughout the day, although there was little reason for it. Perhaps it was how she staved off boredom. As likely, it was a hangover from her acting days.
"Thank God you finally got around to talking with me," she said, perching on the edge of a seat. "I've been on pins and needles waiting."
"Thank you for talking with us," said Cotton. "This must be a difficult time."
"You've no idea," she said. "It's been a nightmare, literally."
And she began to tell him of the dreams and premonitions of disaster she'd had ever since coming to the castle.
The most terrifying of scenes, outside of my own films, of course.
Max, from his chair across the room, thought he was used to this kind of premonition thing from Rowena Owen, and he was certainly getting used to hearing it from the inhabitants of Chedrow Castle. Vague insights, feelings. Coming from Rowena, these insights were often, well, insightful, although he put that down to her remarkable empathy, intuition, and observational skills. This woman before him seemed merely nervy, a bundle of nerves, in fact. And weren't premonitions always easiest to claim once calamity had already struck? Max said, "I would imagine it is strange for you being back at the castle after so many years." Again she said,
"You've no idea."
But this time she smiled, and there was subtle shading to her voice, a sauciness of tone out of place in the interview. As she breezed on, Max concluded she was trying on various roles, or perhaps reliving old stage and film triumphs.
"What can you tell us about the night before your father's body was found?"
"We, my husband and I, played cards in the drawing-room. What Letitia called a withdrawing room, a term that hasn't been used since approximately the 1700s. She was like that, Letitia. Anyway, we were in the drawing-room, living room, or whatever you wish to call it, until quite late that night. We tried to interest some of the others in a game of bridge, but found no takers, so we played gin-rummy instead. After we went to bed, which was before midnight, as I recall, who knows what happened? The butler found Oscar. You'll have to get the details from him."
"What a good idea. We hadn't thought of that," said Cotton.
The irony was lost on Jocasta, who had found a flaw in her blood-red manicure.
"Did you hear anything? See anything unusual at all?"
I think I heard a noise outside that morning, she told her thumbnail. An owl, perhaps. She looked up. The jet lag has had me awake at all hours, you see.
Try to think, please, said Cotton. Could it have been a human voice? Obligingly, propping her chin in one hand and staring skyward, she appeared to give the idea every fair consideration, although, as Essex remarked later, she might have been wondering where she'd mislaid her mascara wand.
No, she said at last. No, I can't really be certain.
Was there anything that night, anything at all that struck you as out of the ordinary? A quarrel overheard, perhaps? Again the pose of thoughtfulness.
No.
We feel, you see, put in Max, that with your special training in the subtleties of nuance and gesture, you could be a valuable witness to any undercurrents of tension or hostility in the household. Jocasta preened visibly.
Do you really? Why, yes. It is the attention to gesture that most critics mention in connection with my work. Oh, I still get letters. Indeed, a constant outpouring, expressing the fervent wish that I reprise some of my more famous roles.
Yes. Well, began Cotton.
Of course, it has been some time since my last appearance in film, which does tend to whet the audience's appetite.
I see. Now, if we could return to the subject of your father's murder. Cotton felt he was being a bit brutal by using the word, but he wasn't sure there was any other way to capture her attention, as her mind seemed to spin in a continual orbit around her past triumphs.
My father's— Oh, yes. Of course,
Jocasta cooed.
What was it you wished to know?
She flashed a brilliant smile at first one man, then the other. It was a smile that assumed it was melting the hearts of all who beheld it, a smile much rehearsed and perfected during endless reviewings and rewindings of her appearances, however brief, in film. Clearly flirtatiousness was her default mode. That it was a complete disconnect to the grave topic under discussion was lost on no one but Jocasta herself. But suddenly there was a switch in tone. It was like watching someone play with an on-off switch, thought Max.
Family secrets, Jocasta said darkly. Every family has them.
She gave out a diabolical screech that might have been laughter.
But I shall share my secrets with you, shall I?
Max began to wonder if she was quite sane. He stole a glance at the page that held the family tree, now lying face down on the table next to him. Good, said Cotton. Now, we can't escape the fact your father was a wealthy man.
Certainly he was.
Were you, how shall I put this, were you and your husband in any financial difficulty? Again the screech.
Why would you say that? She demanded. I have made a vast fortune from my cinematic and stage appearances. I don't need money, and I certainly wouldn't do as you suggest, to get my hands on it if I did. If you want to talk about who needed money, let's talk about Gwyneth Laviner, shall we?
Your father's ex-wife.
That's right.
Jocasta's narrow lips disappeared into a thin, sour red line.
Gwyneth tells everyone she was a performance artist when she met Oscar. A performance artist. That's a nice word for stripper.
Actually, said Cotton, we were given to understand she was performing on board a cruise ship when she met your father. Singing and dancing, that sort of thing. They don't usually offer strip shows on any cruise line I've ever heard of.
That's as may well be,
said Jocasta. Her mind seemed to have calcified on this subject.
What she did before she met him she's not talking about, I'm sure.
Did your father's remarriage cause a rift between him and you? Max asked her. She spent a moment ensuring the flounce in her petticoats was just so before she answered.
We were quite close, really. Well, early on. The years do pass so swiftly, don't they? Sunrise, sunset.
To the astonishment of her audience, she hummed a few bars of the tune.
But you've got quite the wrong idea, she finally went on. We were close, I tell you, as only family can be. So difficult to explain to one who isn't family.
Her voice fluted across the obeson at Max, who said, I quite understand. She blinked, her eyes like shades pulled quickly down. Max could read no more of her, get no sense of what she really felt. Perhaps Jocasta wasn't such a hopeless actress after all.
Now, as I say, it's Gwyneth you should be talking with. You know why she's here, of course.
Cotton looked at her hopefully.
Money. The very motive I was accused of harbouring just now.
Sitting up straight, she seemed to be slipping into another role. Max was reminded of an old-time star like Barbara Stanwyck, on horseback, facing down an irate posse. Fire and ice, backbone of steel. Jocasta all but flicked an imaginary whip and said, "She ran through the money he settled on her 6 years ago, so now she wanted more. They quarrelled and—" "You heard them quarrelling?" Cotton quickly interjected.
"No, as it happens, but it stands to reason that is what happened."
"If we could stick to the facts here," said Cotton.
"That's what I'm doing. Suddenly she's back, and plagued by this newfound concern for her children, is she? No, Inspector, it's money for herself she's after. The twins are an excuse." "Oh, she's quite lovely in her way, Gwyneth. I understand she made quite a splash in the city for a while."
She examined one beringed hand, as if to say there were splashes and then there were splashes.
"That blonde hair, rather weird, I always thought. That type doesn't age well. She looks like a German airline stewardess. Simon calls the twins Hänsel und Gretel."
"I think they prefer to be called flight attendants these days," Cotton said mildly.
"Whatever. Oscar got a raw deal there. Oh, she looks nice enough, but she's thick as 2 planks. When she turned up with twins, oh my father was livid."
"Why?"
"Well, I gather that was part of their agreement, that there would be no children. Then she became pregnant 2 minutes after they exchanged vows, or before. He barely tolerates those kids, and I think that's why, apart from their general snottiness, that is."
"I see," said Max. "He feels he was tricked into fatherhood. That really is too bad for the children."
"Don't feel too sorry for any of them. They were all trying to use my father. Randolph, for example. He's traded off the family connections for decades as a photographer. He's quite a good photographer, so I'm told," she added grudgingly. "I wouldn't know. He started out specializing in photos of dogs and horses of the gentry. Then he moved up, or down, depending on how you view things, to photographing owners with the dogs, etc."
"Were you close to his brother or his sister, Leah?" asked Cotton.
"Lester? Close to Lester? Of course not. Leah was another matter."
"You were friends?"
"She worshipped me. You know, I don't know what it is about me."
One hand fluttered to her throat as she took a moment to bask in the warm glow of her immense self-regard. Adjusting an outsized pinky ring, she said,
"Yes, Leah adored me."
The last person Max had met with this particular kind of blind spot was now serving time behind bars for GBH, grievous bodily harm. Still, her self-love only made Jocasta ridiculous, not necessarily a murderess.
"I do miss her so."
Jocasta now drew one hand across her forehead in a mournful gesture. "To lose her so young must have been difficult for everyone," said Max, "and to lose her husband as well." Jocasta looked at him for a moment, incredulous, but then the gracious smile, Celine Damascus, the seething serpent, inched its way into place, the red lips like curtains slowly parting to reveal the gleaming white teeth.
"No one missed him," she said. "Frightful man."
"I did hear," said Max, "he was unkind to Lamorna."
"He was unkind to me," said Jocasta. "In Lamorna's case, his reaction was understandable. Lamorna was trouble from when she was a baby. Wouldn't sleep, wouldn't eat."
Cotton referred to his notes. "Leah adopted her from St. Petersburg, is that right?"
"That is correct."
She rose from her chair and danced across the room. "I had a few questions about the plane crash that took the lives of her parents," said Cotton. "There was no suspicion of foul play at the time, was there?" Jocasta had stopped in front of a gilded mirror near the fireplace. She had been told by cinematographers the right side of her face offered her best profile, and she struggled always to be backlit from this flattering angle. The light coming into the room was cooperating, casting a halo behind her head. Jocasta, lost in blissful contemplation of her image in the mirror, had only just realized the last question was directed at her. "I wonder, Mrs. Jones, if I could have your full attention for just a moment?" said Cotton patiently.
"Certainly."
Cotton repeated the question. Surprised, she actually tore her eyes away from the mirror and turned to face him.
"Foul play? Oh, surely not. Not that I ever heard."
"We'll have our colleagues in North America look through the old files, just in case." This sent her into a complete dither of protestations, and the interview looked set to end in a shambles. She dug out a hanky from somewhere within the bodice of her dress, and dabbing at her eyes began to wail,
"Poor dear Leah! Will she never rest in peace?"
To distract her, Max thought to ask about one of her films, which, by a most unlikely happenstance, he had both seen and remembered. He didn't remember it for the right reasons, perhaps, but remember it he did. Soon Jocasta, having wiped away non-existent tears, began to gush about her career, a glossy tale of her meteoric rise to stardom.
"Of course, I also starred in the sequel, Blue Noon. The reviewers were most kind."
At their blank expressions, she drew back, astonished.
"Don't tell me you've not seen it."
Cotton and Max both shook their heads, the picture of polite regret.
"Oh, the limited film distribution in the United Kingdom has been the plague of my career. To think of the millions who have been deprived of the chance to see me in my best roles, all because of the wanton, willful laziness of my producers."
She abandoned the mirror and sat again, crossing her legs in an obvious and provocative way in Max's direction. The legs, and fine legs they were, looked like a can-can dancer's emerging from the foamy skirts. Sergeant Essex's mouth tightened. It wasn't right, flirting like that with a man of the cloth, especially this man of the cloth. Essex reserved a special place in her heart for Max, who had given her dying grandfather a measure of peace as he passed out of this world and into the next. This woman had no idea what she was messing with. Essex turned a page in her notebook with more energy and racket than was strictly necessary, and snapping it into place with the elastic, glared across the room at the bosomy actress. Any more plastic surgery and this Jocasta Jones wouldn't be able to bat those heavy false eyelashes at Father Max. Jocasta warbled on in answer to a question from Max about the family's history, having to be corrected on some point of fact at least twice, which improvements she completely ignored. Finally, with a shrill cry reminiscent of a vulture spying a small woodland creature, she clapped her hands together and said,
"Well, if there's nothing further, I have stacks of scripts I've brought with me to read. Ron Howard is awaiting my decision on whether I'll appear in one of his projects, but I've been so busy."
And she began to swan her way out. Cotton, who could think of no further questions for the moment to detain her, thanked her. As if she'd just thought of something, she turned at the door and said,
"I should ask Lamorna where she was at the time of the crime. There is something rather odd about that girl."
"One more question from me, if you wouldn't mind," said Max.
"Yes?"
That yes had a hollow ring that belied the expression of patient cheer she'd pasted onto her face. "Your arrival here came just before your father fell ill, did it not?"
"Yes? Surely you're not suggesting— I mean, really?"
The look of helpful merriment began to slip.
"The cook needs to be more careful," she said. "I had a touch of tummy myself after we first arrived. I was up half the night with it. I shall leave you now, even though my own life is at risk now, and no one seems concerned about that."
She swept out of the room in an eddy of churning crinoline so wide she could barely clear the door. As it was, part of her hem caught in the door's closing, and Cotton was forced to become engaged in the momentary struggle to free her. "As you know," said Cotton once she'd safely gone, "I have rather a complicated relationship with theatrical people. So you tell me what you thought of that performance." Max knew Cotton's mother had been a hippie rock star who dragged her son to gigs, an upbringing guaranteed to produce the kind of child who craves routine and order and does things like join the police force as a form of rebellion. Max thought that flamboyant history explained as well some of Cotton's energy, and the touch of dandyism in his love of clothing and costume. "I thought it was a performance," said Max, "in part." "But which part?" Max shrugged. "Most of it. I'm not sure how much control she has over that. It seems to be the habit of a lifetime."
"I thought so too," put in Essex.
"I know nothing about the profession," said Max, "but it does seem to attract the insecure, and then feed their insecurities until they grow to monstrous proportions." "Do you think so? I rather always thought the job attracted large egos large and tough enough to withstand the occasional bruising by fans and critics." "Maybe it attracts both types, or a combination of both," said Max. "People who fluctuate between arrogance and insecurity."
"But here we're looking for someone with daring, don't you think? And brains."
This from Essex. "I'm not sure she qualifies." Max, nodding, said, "Her role-playing seemed nearly delusional to me." Cotton said, "Or is she just such a good actor? Are they all called actors now? Anyway, is she so good at her profession we're being tricked into thinking she's delusional?"
"I think you're overthinking this, Chief, I really do," said Sergeant Essex. "She's thick as two planks is all, and so much for family values. She seemed determined to drop a few of her nearest and dearest in it, didn't she?"
Max picked up the paper with the drawing of the family tree again. He mused over it a moment and said, "Oscar and Letitia were born within minutes of each other. Is that right?" "Yes. Just like Alec and Amanda, with the male in each instance being the elder, if only slightly?" "Yes. I don't see how that gets us any further ahead, do you?" "No, it's not important. Twins, as we all know, run in families." Chapter 17. Picture this. Scylla Petrie strode into the room with a litheness that spoke of having inherited either an excellent set of genes or a lifetime gym membership. She had long, narrow feet and legs, and a light tread that suggested a creature of the Serengeti. She sat gracefully in the leather chair Cotton indicated, having scissored her way across the room like a ballerina, every movement as sure as if choreographed. In a long dark grey sweater, or was it a short grey dress, over ankle-length black leggings paired with flat patent leather shoes, Scylla looked not just artistic, but frightfully artistic, a creature of the demi-mondaine. Cotton had noticed it was an appearance she cultivated by wearing dark clothing, usually a variant on a polo-neck sweater and very tight jeans. She was whippet thin. Her hair fell expensively about her face in long, precision-cut locks, and she wore a necklace, quite beautiful, of shiny glass and polished stone. The brown, black, and grey colours complemented her deep brown eyes and her lustrous dark hair with its glinting threads of silver. Not conventionally beautiful, Max decided, watching her closely, but a memorable and distinctive woman. So this was Randolph's assistant, the stylist he used for his photographic portraits. Scylla now crossed the long legs. She kept the toes of both legs pointed, a posture as unnatural as it must have been uncomfortable. The reason for the artful posture seemed to be to draw attention to the perfection of her long, narrow calves. Duly noted, thought both Max and Cotton. "Now, Miss Petrie, you say you were here as Randolph's assistant?" Cotton began the interview. A rustling of paper came from the far corner as Sergeant Essex prepared a new page in her notebook. Scylla glanced over, noticing her for the first time. She gave her a tentative smile. Scylla, like most people seeing that their words will be written down, was slightly taken aback.
"Please call me Scylla. Yes, we were just passing through, actually, on our way to an assignment in Cornwall. I believe Randolph planned to return here, and I was going to travel on to London to stay with family for Christmas."
"So you weren't one of the castle's Christmas visitors?" She shook her head decisively.
"The intention for me was not to spend the holiday here, as most of them were planning to do. Obviously, a family affair at the holidays is a different sort of occasion. Special. I was invited to stay, in fact, but I didn't want to intrude."
"Invited by whom?"
"By the old man, of course, Oscar. He was rather a poppet, you know. I can't bear to think about what's happened to him. What was done to him, rather."
"Had you visited before?" Max asked. She turned toward him. Noticing the crutch for the first time, her eyes widened. She asked what had happened. Interestingly, none of the others had. Perhaps sprains were a way of life around the castle, and she made the conventional noises of concern. Then she said, "As to my visiting before, here and there, yes, I had. The castle is a nice stopping-off point for many of the places to which Randolph and I have to travel to meet clients. They generally like to be photographed on their own turf, you know, or astride their own horses. Randolph liked to drop in to Chedrow when he was anywhere in the vicinity and see how his mother was doing. He was rather devoted to her, you know. Two of a kind they are, if you ask me. He's been distraught since this has happened, let me tell you, although he hides it well." "When you say two of a kind, you mean what, exactly?" Max asked her. "They're both a bit of a throwback to the Edwardian age, is all I meant. Now, I have to say, long before Oscar was dispatched, shall we say, there had been quite an atmosphere here at the castle. Everyone was very on edge." "So we're hearing. Have you any notions as to why?" "Not really, no." She uncrossed and recrossed the long legs. "I saw you chatting with the twins earlier," she said. "It must have been pre your accident." "Do you yourself have children?" he asked idly, a fleeting, wistful smile. "No," she said simply. In his pastoral work, he had learned that people generally loved talking about their children, sometimes complaining about them, usually bragging. It was the best icebreaker of all, but now he felt he'd rather blundered, so he asked instead, "I think you've made a bit of an impression on Amanda. There's a bit of heroine worship going on there."
"Really? I hadn't realized. I suppose she's at an impressionable age. The twins can be a bit wild, I've noticed. My own parents' divorce was the defining event of my life. 10 years ago it was. Yes, I was well into adulthood. But it affects one, regardless of age. It was a total rupture of everything I'd been brought up to believe was true. People think if they wait until their children are grown that it's okay to divorce. They're of age now, we can do what we want. That seems to be the thinking."
Scylla delivered this information with a lack of self-pity, and in what seemed to be her usual mode of speech, the rapid-fire intensity of a Londoner for whom life depended on an ability to act quickly and not be run over by taxicabs. "You say Oscar invited you to stay," said Cotton. "Did Letitia seem happy about that?" She turned back to face him.
No, she did not. But as I say, I declined the invitation anyway."
"Did you have much chance to talk with her? Did you gain any impressions as to what was on her mind?"
"Her health was on her mind. It's difficult being a professional sick person, but Letitia managed, particularly with her crowded social schedule."
"I thought she was a bit of a recluse," said Max.
"She was. That didn't stop her from inviting the good and the great to come to her for dinner on occasion. Her table was well known in its day for the quality and size of the spreads produced, not to mention the reputations established or destroyed over an hour's-long meal. No, Lady B didn't care for mixing with the great unwashed, but she was generally up for importing her entertainment, so long as they met her standards."
"You didn't like her?" This from Max. It wasn't a question.
"No one liked her. Everyone respected her. They even wanted to be like her. There are people like that, you know, people who command that sort of awe. In her day, she was a force to be reckoned with. Randolph said she had dozens of suitors."
Cotton looked up from some notes he'd been scribbling and said, "Tell us, if you will, Miss Petrie, something of your relationship with your employer."
"With Randolph? He's been a good employer, is really all I can say. And the job is fabulous. I get to meet all the second- and third-tier royalty, you know. Stay in some pretty posh places. Well," she added with a laugh, "Randolph could pay me a bit more, I suppose. But if I need time off, as I did when my mother took ill, he never hesitated."
"No romantic interest, then?" asked Max. She gave him a chilly smile.
"Oh, do spare me the clichés, will you please?" she said. "Starry-eyed assistant, hopelessly in love with older, more sophisticated boss. I'm not remotely interested in Randolph, if you must know, and I suppose a police investigation elevates this to something beyond idle nosiness on the part of the police. But Randolph is simply not my type. I find him completely charming, but rather cold. Please don't repeat that, especially not to him. But not only do I have a fiancé in London, I'll be relocating with him soon. We're going to live in the US.
We'll need a name and number to verify that information. Cotton made a restless, darting movement with his hands, a signal to Essex to follow up.
"Of course," said Scylla. "That's not a problem. His name is Eric Landstrone."
She spelled it for Essex and rattled off a phone number and an address in Chelsea.
"That's a flat we share."
She added, smiling,
"I passed Jocasta on the way in here. She said you positively grilled her for hours."
"A slight exaggeration," said Cotton.
"I'm afraid Jocasta is a type I'm used to. Before I started working for Randolph, I actually spent some time in the trenches as a gopher at Pinewood Studios and at the BBC. For my sins, I also did a brief stint in Hollywood. Not to put too fine a point on it, some of the actors you meet are just poison. It's all about them and their careers and their ruddy hair and their likes and dislikes 24/7.
"And Jocasta?" She shrugged.
"Jocasta is an old-time star, fading, married to a much younger bloke who married her, it is said, to help his own career, in a move reminiscent of the dumb starlet who slept with the scriptwriter. Apparently no one thought to warn him. Jocasta's near uselessness in terms of Hollywood connections should have been evident, but I imagine brains were not Simon's strong suit. That, or he had been literally blinded by ambition. Anyway, Jocasta is a throwback to the days when Hollywood created stars who rode in limousines and wore furs, rather than campaigning against gas guzzlers and those who kill animals for their fur. While these stars might adopt the occasional orphan, that hadn't reached the peak of the trend we're seeing now. Jocasta has mentioned she's thought of adopting. Can you just imagine?"
All three listeners remained diplomatically silent.
"Anyway, it is likely she picked up the habit of retiring modesty during her time in Hollywood."
Max said mildly, "I don't think Hollywood has a lock on the enormous ego franchise. We grow our own here, many of them in London."
"You're too right there,"
said Scylla.
"Anyway, she talks of her many fans, but I have the most difficult time imagining what a fan of Jocasta's might look like, don't you? Listening to tales of Jocasta's brief, but not brief enough, career is right up there with the history of dentistry for grimly fascinating topics."
"Now, Miss Petrie," Cotton began.
"Scylla, please."
"You say you worked briefly in Hollywood. Did you ever meet Jocasta in the United States?"
"Yes, didn't I say? We crossed paths, very briefly," Scylla said, "and very crossly."
"Oh?"
"One doesn't tend to have happy memories of one's encounters with Jocasta. I'd nearly forgotten all about it until Randolph told me she was a cousin."
"Did you also know her husband, Simon?"
"Only in the way one runs into people at parties and things. Hollywood is a company town. Sooner or later you know everyone. I always felt rather sorry for him, poor pet. It's no life for a grown man."
Max felt there was little to be gained by further examination of the marital affairs of Jocasta and Simon. In his experience, all manner of people married and stayed married for all manner of reasons. There was no telling with folk, as an American comrade of his had used to say. Looking across at Cotton, it was his interrogation after all, Max asked Scylla for her views of Randolph's sibling.
"Lester, oh yes,
and Fester," said Scylla.
"She of the bad jewellery and the travel-wear made of some indestructible fabric that could be used in an emergency to repair a propeller blade or stop a herd of runaway cattle. She's an Australian he met over there somehow, and he is one of the most ghastly people you'll ever meet. One wonders how his wife puts up with it, only then one realizes she's worse than he is."
My Gran would have loved these people, thought Sergeant Essex, lobbing their grenades at each other all over the castle. Gran had loved a bit of kerfuffle. Cotton, meanwhile, had asked Scylla about Lamorna. Scylla was saying,
"Lamorna is a religious nut, not to put too fine a point on it. On leaving school she volunteered at a Christian mission in India. I think that was it, India. Maybe it was China. But all that wasn't deprivation enough. Next she went to Africa to help the women, many of whom seemed ungrateful for the help and were profoundly glad to see the back of her. This according to Randolph. It was well before my time."
"I hadn't noticed a religious streak in any of the others," said Max.
"You won't, I shouldn't think," said Scylla. "Personally, I think people are rather unfair to Lamorna. But she has no sense of humour, and that really is too bad. It could have stood her in good stead, given that she comes up short in several other departments. The other day I asked if she'd like my professional help with her styling techniques. What styling techniques, you may well ask? Just trying to be kind, you understand. Besides, there is damn all to do around here, in case you haven't noticed. But she looked at me as if I'd suggested we perform the Dance of the Seven Veils on the castle parapets for the next busload of tourists.
Scylla had begun to fidget, shifting around in her chair. Again she crossed and recrossed her slender legs.
"I say, are we going to be held here much longer?"
"That's difficult to say," replied Cotton.
"It's just that now, you see, I already have a new job with a photographer in America. I was to begin next week. Eric has been stuck back here at our flat with the job of packing all our rubbish, and I'm hearing from him hourly, it seems. I can give you the photographer's coordinates, if you like. I'm hoping I can tell him I'll be allowed to leave soon."
"Soon," said Cotton briefly, "but leave the information with Sergeant Essex. I gather your planned parting from Randolph was amicable? He took the news of your leaving well?"
"Completely," she said, seeming astonished by the question. "He'll miss me, I like to think, but a good stylist isn't that hard to find, not when you're Viscount Nathersby. As for me, it was time for a change, Eric or no Eric. I get bored doing the same type of things. The photographer I'll be working for, in New Mexico, specializes in nature photography. He promotes ecology, sustainable resources, doing good for the earth. I've never been to New Mexico. I really can't wait to see it."
She left the room soon after that, leaving behind a name and an address in the U.S. and a reiterated wish to be allowed to get to her new job as soon as possible. "So, what do we make of her?" Max asked. Cotton said, "We make of her that she is clever and ambitious."
Essex said, "And much older than she looks. She's 45, would you believe? Do you like her for this crime, Inspector?"
"She has the brains for it," said Cotton. "Or maybe I mean the nerve."
"And no alibi, but that's true of all of them."
They spoke a while longer, then Cotton said, "Do you know, from all we've been told, Oscar reminds me of some Agatha Christie-ish captain of industry plotting world domination from his castle keep, or a shadowy spy-master of yore, called in to haul Europe back from the brink." "It would be easy to see him only in that way," said Max, "and forget he was a lonely and aging man who'd antagonized nearly everyone in his familial orbit. A figure to be pitied rather than feared, but someone feared or hated him enough to make this brutal attack on him. In a particularly cowardly way, too, while he was asleep. I wouldn't credit a wild animal with such behavior, but here you have a human behaving thus, and no doubt justifying it somehow as necessary for his or her own survival. The loneliness would explain the ill-thought-out marriage to Gwyneth, I suppose," said Cotton thoughtfully, as he again spun the biro on the desktop. "I mean, apart from her obvious attractiveness and his wealth, the two of them had nothing in common, and he seems to have paid a heavy price for that bit of folly. The twins don't seem to be regarded as compensation, either. There is the real sadness to the story."
"It was a cowardly murder, wasn't it?" said Sergeant Essex, picking up the thread. "So much blood. The poor old man bled quite a bit."
"I'm afraid so, yes."
"Yet who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him?"
They both turned to her.
"You needn't look so surprised," she said. "I won a prize for Shakespeare in school."
Max, abashed, said, "It's a powerful line. Too true in this case."
Encouraged, Essex said, "I am in blood stepped in so far that should I wade no more, returning were as tedious as go o'er." That's from the Scottish play too, she informed them.
"Let's hope," said Max, "the second part isn't also true. What we don't want most of all is for the killer to go o'er, to be at the beginning of some sort of rampage." Chapter 18. Simon Says. "Simon Jones next, and let's say that's the lot for today," said Cotton. "We spoke with Gwyneth extensively yesterday. As the ex-wife she merited special attention. Sad that being an ex-spouse always makes one the prime suspect, what? Still, why don't you have a word with her, Max, once we've finished with Simon?" "All right, I will," said Max. "As to Simon, perhaps as an in-law he'll have a slightly different perspective from the rest. What can you tell me about him?" "He's husband number 3 for Jocasta." Cotton settled back in his desk chair, elbows resting on the leather arms. The other two were divorced in a firestorm of publicity, but this union seems to be holding. In the case of the second husband, it was something to do with a secretary, him, and a personal trainer, her. Simon, her number 3, is an actor. I should say former actor. She met him somewhere in her travels across the vast reaches of America when she was trying to re-establish a stage career. I call him a former actor because he seems to have stopped appearing in thespian delights only marginally more obscure than Jocasta's own. His real passion— I have come to detest that word— his real passion seems to be cars and car racing. His good looks kept propelling him in other directions, however. He seems to act as some sort of business manager for her in his spare time off from wishing he were behind the wheel. He told me he was trying his hand at writing for the screen, said Max. There was a knock at the door and Sergeant Essex came in. Max saw behind her the man of large frame and well-tended blonde hair who had been jogging in the garden. He had changed into an open-collar shirt with a pullover sweater and designer jeans. He had the bland, tanned good looks of someone who might be employed promoting Weetabix on the telly. Simon Jones identified himself for the record and confirmed his wife's account of the events of the night of the murder. They had played cards for most of the time after dinner. He'd come down to breakfast the next day without her, but at his usual time of about 8 a.m. "The place is overwhelming, isn't it? And I'm still getting used to all these titles and such," said Simon. "It's so— well, frankly, it's just plain un-American, this stuff. Randolph is, of course, not Randolph, but Viscount Nathersby. The Earl's eldest and only son, Alec, has the courtesy title of Viscount Edenstartle, but now he'll be the Earl in his late father's stead. Don't try to keep up. No one but Debrett's can keep all this straight. I only know because my wife is so interested." Could this good-looking man of the world be as gee-whiz unsophisticated as he was trying to appear? Overall, Max thought not. "You are not," said Cotton delicately, "Jocasta's first husband?" "No, but is that at all relevant?" He wrinkled his brow with frank curiosity, but seemed to take no offence. Max noted that his hands were so tightly clasped in his lap the knuckles were white. He wore a large wedding band of gold that caught the light from the lamp beside his chair. "Not really," said Cotton, himself amiability personified. "But a lot of what we have to go on so far, until we hear more from our colleagues in America, is scandal-chic gossip. I'd rather hear a less hysterical, toned-down version of the facts." "I appreciate that," said Simon. "Well, I'm husband number 3 for Jocasta. The first was someone she met at drama school." Off Cotton's look, Simon said, "Yes, I know, she actually did go to drama school. Somewhere in the States, which is how she ended up living there. He was an American, so from that marriage it became possible for her to remain in the U.S. without having to overcome visa and work permit issues. Anyway, that marriage was short-lived, a matter of 2 years. The second husband was a producer of some very doubtful films. Such career as Jocasta has had, however, she owes to him." "I see," said Cotton. He sat back, waiting for the man to continue. It took some moments. Simon took out a handkerchief from his pants pocket and began to mop his brow. "This has been a complete shock," Simon finally said. "You must forgive me if I don't sound quite connected to the events, or able to talk coherently about them. You see, Jocasta always felt it was Oscar who was close to extinction, to be honest with you. Letitia, so Jocasta maintains, was the picture of health, despite her complaints. The very picture of health, until, of course, until she died." His mind catching up to the paradox presented by his speech, he smiled bleakly. He had beautiful teeth, too white and perfect to be quite real. "And, of course," continued Simon, "Letitia had the best of everything that might help prolong her life. Randolph and Lester visited daily while they were here, and kept in touch when they weren't. Felberta tried to visit, but I gather Letitia finally ordered her not to. Anyway, Randolph had a buzzer installed by Letitia's bed so Lamorna could hop to her command. I should be so lucky as to have a personal slave, although I'm not sure how far I'd trust Lamorna. There's some pent-up hostility there, I think." He had what Max thought of as an American propensity for making a question of a statement, by letting his voice rise at the end of many of his sentences. It made him sound both non-confrontational and uncertain. "Had you met Letitia before?" Max asked.
"I'd met none of them."
"Surely you kept in touch, got together on special occasions?"
"No, and that was how Jocasta wanted it. I think after so many years of estrangement, even once any bad feeling wore off, it was just simpler somehow to coast along with things remaining as they were. She'd been in the States for 30 years. It's where her life was based."
"If you'll forgive me, I am wondering how your wife knew so much about things," interjected Max, "if she was estranged for so long."
"Ah. Well, you may find it hard to credit, but she kept in close touch with Lamorna over the years."
"I see," said Max. "Interesting, that."
"I thought so, too," said Simon. "From her letters, which I glanced at occasionally, she and Jocasta had nothing in common. Lamorna doesn't inform, she pontificates. She also tries to convert people to her beliefs, which is laughable when you consider her audience."
"So I have gathered," said Max. "But she operated as sort of an unofficial spy, reporting to your wife?"
"Nothing as coherent or planned as that, but I suppose that's what it amounted to."
"If we could back up a moment," said Cotton, who, although listening closely, had been examining a cuff-link with every appearance of total absorption. "You say you didn't know either of them, Letitia or Oscar, at first hand, not until you came here." Simon Jones shot a rueful, blinding smile across to Cotton.
"Yes, I can only tell you that one quickly learned never to ask Letitia how she was," he said.
"Because she might tell you."
"Precisely," said Simon, "and at length. She'd tell you anyway, but if you led with your chin like that, you were really asking for it."
Again they were treated to a flash of that friendly smile. "You would say Lady Baynard was what a doctor would call a hypochondriac?"
"I would say she was obsessed, certainly," Simon replied. "How much time, after all, can one devote to monitoring every single vital sign of one's body, day in and day out? Oscar had a tinge of it, and he could bore you with his herbal remedies for everything. But Letitia, well, as I say, it was an obsession that bordered on madness, and probably was a form of madness."
"And yet," began Cotton.
"Quite. And yet she did die. So I suppose we need another word for what ailed her."
There was a movement from Sergeant Essex's corner. She was making little waving-from-the-elbow movements, like the Queen in a motorcade. "Yes, Sergeant Essex?" said Cotton.
"If I may, I've a question I'd like to ask. How well did you know your wife's cousins, sir? Randolph, for example."
"Never met him. Before this, I mean, of course."
"Isn't that a bit unusual? As I've tried to convey, the whole family's unusual. Personally, I credit my wife's creativity, shall we call it that, as springing from this odd background. They make fun of her, I know. I've overheard them. Hell, they barely bother to lower their voices. But I can tell you she had the potential to be great, and was nearly one of the greats at one time. She took some bad advice and surrounded herself with the wrong people. She also had a tendency to overestimate, or underestimate, her true worth, so negotiations were, well, difficult and not always ending to her advantage."
"Sounds much like most union negotiations," said Cotton.
Simon grinned weakly. "All actors are a mass of insecurities. I was one, I should know. You're at the top one day, then the next day no one can quite recall who you were. That's why the salaries are so outrageous for some of these stars."
"Did Jocasta have financial problems, then?" Cotton asked.
"Well, no, I wasn't saying that exactly. She had to start living within her means, and sooner rather than later. It was a difficult concept for Jocasta to grasp. She loved the extravagant gesture. She could be very generous, to herself and to others. That designer Christmas tree in the Great Hall was her idea. Typical."
"A bit of a shopaholic, then?"
"One could say that, yes. Yes. And then—"
"Then?"
"Again, she made some bad career choices, relying on her own judgment and listening to no one. Her recent foray into vampire films was so ill-advised her agents stopped returning her calls until the images were less vivid in the public's mind. I did try to warn her."
Max was silent, but he was thinking of the tensions in the family bubbling away for days and months, as they did in many families, harmless until a fissure, a tiny fault, was breached. His fingers drummed on the padded armrest of his chair. The room was darkening. Effectively, they were in a cellar, and the area was lighted artificially except for small windows high in the walls. "I think that will be all for now," Cotton was saying, "seeing as how you only knew the players here at second hand. Unless Father Tudor has any more questions?" Max shook his head. "But we'll need you to stay on at least for a few days. That is, if you were planning on going anywhere." Simon rose and headed for the door. "I would say it was a pleasure to meet all of you, but that wouldn't be the truth. I need to get my wife out of here. She's not well. I think you have noticed that for yourselves." "I understand," said Cotton. "We'll do our best. I am sure once the guilty party is caught, your wife will rest easier." "I've been thinking," said Max, once the door had closed behind Simon Jones, and Cotton had sent Sergeant Essex off to interview the maids and other day help. "Oh, yes," said Cotton. "About Letitia, Lady B. They all seem to have much the same view of her. No one could get past her hypochondria or her snobbery. It seems rather to have driven them all away. I suppose it was much the same dynamic as with her brother Oscar, except his remarriage got added to the mix." Cotton, looking at him closely, asked, "Have you remembered anything more about that day you met Letitia on the train?" Max shook his head, frustrated. "I just can't remember more than I've told you already." He'd been preoccupied, rehashing his dinner conversation with George in London, and wanting to be alone to collect himself and his thoughts before returning to his villagers. Aloud he said, "Because she was boring for England, for one thing." Max was uncharacteristically cross because of his ankle, which injury he saw as the result of his immersion in this dreadful situation with this appalling family. He was also thinking, guiltily, if only I had paid her more attention, asked questions, listened to what she was saying. But no, I was too invested in not being dragged into her personal dramas, and I call myself a priest of the Church of England. Whatever happened to compassion, etc., etc. Cotton, recognizing the signs, again waited for the spasm of guilt to pass. He gave it a few beats, then said, "She sounds a frightful old battle-axe," and Max laughed. It was the word that had come into his own mind on that train ride with her. "I shouldn't worry," Cotton continued. "You did the best you could, and I know she never felt slighted in any way. It's doubtful she had much to tell us, really, even from the grave. A vague sense of doom and all that doesn't tell us whom to nail for this murder. The feathery old dear couldn't have known how important her views would turn out to be, nor could you." Max, somewhat mollified by this speech, still knew he could have done better. He felt somehow he was losing the sharp edge of his MI5 days. "You've checked out the servants thoroughly, I suppose," said Max. "We've only just begun." He pulled up a file on his laptop this time and said, "Milo Vladimirov, the butler and General Dogsbody, from Serbia. The war ended in 1995, 15 years ago. He's 40 now, so he would have been about 25. His wife is Doris, aged 42 years. He doubles as head gardener, times being tough, supervising the locals, especially during planting season. Of course, the Trust oversees a lot of the routine maintenance of the site. If you haven't gathered already, it is a sore spot with the family that the Trust has taken over. They could afford to buy the place back now, but legally it's all tied up with a big red bow." Max told him, "Doris seems quite attached to the family, for all she doesn't seem to have cared much for Lady B in particular." "Her family has served here for generations, I gather," said Cotton. "I suppose she could be descended from those who served here at the castle in its early days, or even descended on the wrong side of the blanket from an early earl. Perhaps she harbours some sort of seething resentment against the upper classes. Is that what you're thinking?" Max shrugged. "Doubtful. She seems too forthright to be the type to hold grudges, but it's a possibility we can't ignore." "Point taken." "Now, Milo worked on a cruise ship that docked in Southampton, which is when he met Doris, presumably while he was on some sort of shore leave," Cotton told him, summarizing aloud from his notes.
They got married quickly, a case of true love at first sight. She got him the job at the castle. Her family, as I say, has long-standing ties with the family foot rustle. They took him on faith."
"And he found the bodies," said Max. "Both of them. Never the best position for anyone to be in."
"That's right. What he tells us is that he locks up at night at 11, and he went to bed straight after, as always. He went to Oscar's room at the usual time the next day. He was sent to find Lady B once the alarm about Oscar was sounded. He first looked for her in her bedroom, and then where she usually was to be found, in the garden or the hothouse."
Max frowned in thought.
"There is no telling what someone from that upended part of the world has lived through and been exposed to," said Cotton, "or is capable of."
"I was just thinking the same thing. Those kinds of circumstances can change a man."
"Right. Too right. You can't expect to stay the same as you were before, whatever that was to begin with. He was still a lad during the war, not yet a grown man. That has to be factored in too."
Max nodded. "Sometimes there is no recovery from the unspeakable atrocities of war."
"You'll want to have a word with the family's consigliere," said Cotton. "I gather Lord Footrussell never made a legal move without his advice."
Cotton ran his hands over his face in a washing motion. The weariness was starting to show. Even the starched pocket-handkerchief looked like it was wilting.
"I've spoken with this chap Wintermute on the phone, of course. He said he'd be stopping by, and he can give you the details, which will be a matter of public record sooner rather than later, anyway. He's bringing us copies of Lord Footrussell's will as well as Lady Baynard's. She had a little money of her own to dispose of. I gather the butler and the cook were generously remembered. At least to their standards it will seem most generous. That will please them."
"Yes," said Max vaguely.
"What?" said Cotton. "I know that look."
"Did you notice," said Max, "that Jocasta is not tan, but her husband Simon is? Does that mean they've had separate vacations?"
"Remember where they're from. That could just be the result of his addiction to tanning beds."
"It looked real to me. But no matter. Many couples are pulled apart by varying schedules, or even likes and dislikes for the beach. I'll ask Jocasta if I get the chance tonight."
Cotton said, "If you can get a word in edgewise, you mean. Why don't you go now and have a word with Gwyneth? Wintermute may take his own sweet time getting here."
"Any background on Gwyneth, other than the biased accounts we've heard already?"
"She and Oscar met about 14 years ago," Cotton told him. "In the nothing new under the sun category, he was much older than she." He paused again to flip through his notes. "She's 42 now, 28 when they met, nearly 3.5 decades difference between them. Apparently sparks flew nevertheless, and twins were the result. He, Oscar, balked initially, reading between the lines here. Quarrels, reconciliations, all the usual. Again, when the tabloids are part of your source material, you have to tread carefully. But then he apparently decided to do the right thing by her, and probably didn't mind having a young and gorgeous wife to squire around, a living, breathing testament to his virility. But the marriage came unstuck when the differences in their backgrounds became too evident. Too bad for the children, of course, but they were well taken care of, schools and clothing paid for, and so on."
"Not," said Max, "not so much was Gwyneth taken care of?"
"Not to her liking. And not, to be fair, when you consider there was so very much money floating about. Oscar would hardly notice it if half went missing. She had to have had the worst possible legal advice. I would imagine she was out of her social depth, and her solicitor was in awe of Lord Footrussell. The settlement left her largely dependent on the kindness of her children for her old age, and from the looks of things, it'll be a long shot they'll care when the time comes."
There came a knock at the door. It was Milo.
"Excuse me, sir," he said. "Mr. Wintermute, the solicitor, has arrived." Cotton said, "Please have him wait in the drawing-room. Max, perhaps you could have a word with him first? I'll be a few more minutes here. Thank you, Milo." It was a polite dismissal. He closed the door quietly.
"I'll be having dinner with all of them tonight," Max said.
He struggled to stand, testing putting weight on his left foot, and decided he'd be using the crutch a while longer.
"Wish me luck." The budget doesn't run to hiring a food taster, Cotton told him, so take care. The mobile on the desk gave a zapping sound, skidding on the polished surface. Cotton picked it up and read from a text message. The technicians, the doctor, the fingerprint people have had another look round and are satisfied they have what they need now, including the bodies. They have asked, however, that the family keep Oscar's room sealed and unoccupied for the time being. Would you like to see it? You can poke your head in there if you like. Just don't go inside until we've given the all-clear. Max nodded his understanding. I thought the only thing of any real interest was a round table that held enough potions and tablets to subdue Caesar's army, Cotton told him. Most of it homeopathic. Some of dubious worth, some outdated prescriptions that should have been tossed long ago. Anything dangerous in the lot? Only if taken in sufficient quantities, replied Cotton. Homeopathic to some people means take all you want, which is completely a false idea. Still, there's no indication anything like an overdose was the cause of death. Could it have been responsible for his illness earlier? Cotton lifted his shoulders in a who-can-say gesture. Max made his way up 2 flights of stairs, thankful that he kept himself in shape so that he could drag himself about when he had to. He followed Cotton's directions down a short corridor to what had been Lord Footrussell's room and was now a crime scene. It turned out to be the room around the corner from Max's. He stood at the open doorway, which was crisscrossed by crime scene tape, and took in what he could of the scene. It was a small room, stone-walled, wood-panelled in places, dark. Cosy if you liked that kind of dark, Igorish medieval look. A room furnished in a nice blend of plush Renaissance comfort and straitjacket medieval style. A great reckoning in a little room. Something like that. The phrase from some half-forgotten university lecture drifted through his mind. Shakespeare writing about Christopher Marlowe, who had been stabbed in the eye. The room had been cleaned up, of course, the body taken away, and some preliminary effort had been made to restore order. The room, he knew, had 2 squints, and was likely historically to have been the room belonging to the lord, or at least to some sort of overseer, someone whose business it was to spy on the household unobserved. Remembering the general layout of the castle, Max knew Oscar's room would overlook the sea on its south-facing side. Via one squint, Oscar would have had a view of the goings-on inside the great hall, and via another, a view across the garden to the surrounding lands. Max doubted he could have overheard much from up here, unless people were shouting, as perhaps, given this group, they had been. Max craned his head to the left. A near shelf was full of tomes on ancient British history, naval in particular, and novels by somewhat old-fashioned authors like Dumas and Robert Louis Stevenson, although neither author had ever really gone out of style. A rip-roaring yarn remained a rip-roaring yarn. Still, the lack of more modern authors indicated a man who preferred the past and history, and a return to the old favourites of childhood. Max prayed the man had taken some enjoyment from his life. Overall, it seemed he hadn't. It seemed a sad ending. Chapter 19. Wintermute. The solicitor handed him a business card printed on fine, heavy stock. It carried his name, David R. Wintermute, Esquire, and addresses in London and Monkslip-super-Mare, followed by his firm's name and motto, creating visionary integrity since 1797. Max wasn't sure he understood what visionary integrity might be when it was at home. Could integrity be qualified? Was visionary integrity better than blindfolded integrity? Integrity in hindsight? Definitely, he decided, better than near-sighted integrity. He snapped with the nail of one index finger at the edges of the card and smiled at David R. Wintermute. His first impressions of the solicitor were decidedly mixed. Max had seen the damage solicitors and the courts could do, and was aware he did not approach the man with an open, trusting heart. Still, Wintermute struck him as the type who had, after long years in the trade, mastered the art of opaque waffling and sidestepping the questions. A shrewd man, dry, humourless. He had watery bug eyes and moist lips slack from what might have been a minor stroke. A red-tipped Matterhorn of a nose. The man drank. Max could detect the faint whiff of alcohol surrounding Wintermute like an aura. However, the solicitor was undoubtedly competent if he worked for Lord Footrussell, and he looked alert and present for all practical purposes. A functioning alcoholic, they called it. Max dealt with alcoholics frequently in his role as vicar, and more often with their families, those left behind by a tragic alcohol-fueled accident of one sort or another. Max looked closely at the jowls and watery bulldog eyes that said, "I've seen too much." Perhaps in this case it was, "I've drunk too much." Yet Max suspected a wily intelligence peering out from behind the insalubrious fleshy appearance. "Thank you for talking with me," Max said.
"The pleasure is all mine, but I do hope you realize," said Wintermute, with a slight access of pomposity, "that I will be limited to some extent in what I can tell you. I've just come from talking briefly with various members of the family, quite informally, you understand. There will be a proper reading of the will later, after which I may be more at liberty to speak with you, and I should be easy for you to locate if need be. The new young lord will have a mountain of legal papers to sign, so I will be a recurring feature of life at the castle for a while."
"Can you tell me how it went?" asked Max. "The talk with the family?"
"In general terms, yes. Randolph was stunned, Lamorna disgruntled, but she always appears disgruntled, does she not? Gwyneth was the picture of frustration, since she had not had time to work on getting her share increased, presumably."
Now there was a slip in the professional facade, thought Max, hoping there would be many more.
"She is not frightfully good at hiding her emotions, Gwyneth."
"I understand Lester had already been on to you." A dry smile.
"Oh, yes."
Max waited, but there were to be no further disclosures. "Let's do it this way," he said. "Tell me what you feel you are free to tell me, having spoken with the family and brought them up to date on the situation."
"Well, I cannot get into precise figures, except to say the estate is significant. Oscar, Lord Footrussell, was worth £50 or £60 million at one time. Still, even he had lost some of his wealth in the economic calamities of the past year or two."
Max was stunned by the figure mentioned. He had known Oscar was wealthy, but these were figures designed to tempt the unscrupulous. "How did he take that?" Max asked. "The financial losses?"
"I don't think he was happy about it, Vicar. No one has been happy with the market lately. It's been a complete bloodbath for— oh, do forgive the expression— poor Oscar."
"I meant, was he upset, angry, especially depressed?"
"I couldn't say," said Wintermute, breezing on. "I will say, more's the pity the castle was handed over by one of Oscar's forebears to the National Trust. Perhaps, thanks to Oscar's efforts, there would now be more than enough funds to maintain the property. It can't simply be taken back, you know. However, his son Alec will carry on the title. He will also come into some of his father's wealth."
"Some." "The last time you saw Lord Footrussell was when?" asked Max.
"Nearly a year ago. 11 months ago, when he revised his will. Of course, I was going to see him after the new year."
Max leaned back, surprised. "Really? You had an appointment for next month? Why was that?"
"I've no idea. Perhaps he'd changed his mind. His old will was unnecessarily mean-spirited, I rather felt. A slight to his family. Charity begins at home."
"I don't suppose you could elaborate on that?"
"No."
"Were you also to see his sister, Lady Baynard?"
"I was to have dinner with her."
"But not see her in a professional capacity?" Wintermute shook his head. Max took it to mean a no, not to mean he wouldn't discuss it further. Wintermute suddenly shot out of his chair and helped himself to the drinks tray. At his questioning look, Max in his turn shook his head. "Too early for me." David R. Wintermute, Esquire, shrugged and poured himself a good slug of the drink into a crystal glass. He toasted Max in mock salute, then said, "Oscar had a few surprises up his sleeve. Several charities were to receive large bequests, including Tiggywinkle's, a hedgehog rescue charity, and a donkey rescue group. That one is called Hee-Haw, as I recall. Charities that feed the poor were remembered. Those issues, the homeless, hunger, became important to him of late. He had so much to give, you see. The local cricket team was to benefit as well. Lord Foot Russell was a great cricket fan. It was one of the things we had in common. I consider his loss to be not just that of a client, but a friend, and someone with first-rate knowledge of the game.